l'ordre. Dieu Tout-Puissant, nous te remercions des nombreuses grâces que tu as accordées au Canada et à ses citoyens, dont la liberté, les possibilités d'épanouissement et la paix. Nous te prions pour notre souveraine, la Reine Elizabeth, et le gouverneur général. Guide us in our deliberations as members of Parliament and strengthen us in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities as members. Grant us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to preserve the blessings of this country for the benefit of all and to make good laws and wise decisions. Amen. We will now have a moment of silence for private reflection and meditation. Amen. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 62 petitions.
I understand that there have been consultations among the parties and there is agreement to hold a moment of silence at this time in memory of Nathan Cirillo. Colleagues. Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin today by acknowledging and thanking the Leader of the Opposition, as well as the Honourable Member for Papineau, for their encouraging words last night.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, in our system, in our country, we are opponents. But we are never enemies. We are all Canadians.
we may sit across the aisle from one another, but when faced with attacks on the country we all love and the things we all stand for, I know we will always stand together. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, today, more than ever before, I am very happy to see all of my colleagues from all parties in good health across the aisles.
Maybe use that, Mr. Speaker, through you to provide a little bit of advice to my colleagues. I think my position and growing number of gray hairs entitles me to do this once in a while. And that is just to say we all here are engaged in extremely demanding and stressful jobs. But the stress that many of you faced yesterday was really beyond and above anything that any of us are really expecting to face. I would just say, while we resume our duties, and I'll talk about that in a moment, I would encourage everybody here to take care of their health. Be sure that you find some time to relax in the next little while, and also, if any of you, because we are not all in perfect health, if any of you are experiencing any undue physical stress as a result of what occurred yesterday, please take the time to see a physician and get that checked out. I also just want to say to Canadians, we heard a lot of feedback from Canadians yesterday. We are all used to the feedback we get very regularly from Canadians, much of it in the form of brickbats, and some of it deserved. But in this case, Mr. Speaker, I think we all experienced the tremendous outpouring of warmth and affection and good wishes from people across the country, and we thank them, all of us, for it. I just also want to convey all the good wishes that I heard personally, not just from Canadians, but from our friends outside the country. I heard from President Obama, from Prime Minister Abbott, from Prime Minister Netanyahu, through statement from Prime Minister Cameron. We've heard these expressions across the world. I think we were all, as Canadians, touched by the wonderful gesture shown last night at the Pittsburgh Penguins hockey game. So thank you to our friends in the United States and around the world for their expressions. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we know all too well that this is not a happy day for everybody. In particular, terribly sad day for all of the family, loved ones, friends, colleagues of both Nathan Cirillo and Patrice Vincent. On a vu des photos de
We have seen photos of those lovely men.
pictures of these beautiful guys, as Don Cherry would say. And our hearts really are with all of them. We are so fortunate to have people like this. The past couple of decades has, we see across the world increasing places where the planet is descending into savagery. And there are people who, every day of their lives, stand on guard for this country and for all of us. And we obviously want to convey our gratitude to these two servicemen and their families, but also to all the people who undertake this extremely dangerous work on behalf of everyone. Mr. Speaker, I spoke of the state of much of the world, and I think for all of us who are blessed to live in a country like this, it is hard to appreciate, understand, fathom how we can have people who so despise and are involved in a movement, who so want violence, who so despise modernity, who so hate progress, that they can desire to drive out medical workers from their community, harm them, how they can enslave women, torture children, how they can want to kill anyone who looks or thinks different than them. It is, in a sense, Mr. Speaker, beyond our comprehension, but it is very real. And in this struggle in which we are engaged, in which not only our finest values must be pushed to work, so must be and will be the highest unity and resolve. They are our ultimate and indispensable weapons, and that's what these people will face. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, as regards the events of yesterday and in recent days, many questions remain unanswered, and during the course of the police investigations, we will find answers to these questions. However, I can tell the House this today. The objective of these attacks was to instill fear and panic in our country and to interrupt the business of government. Well, members, as I said yesterday, Canadians will not be intimidated.
We will. We'll be vigilant, but we will not run scared. We will be prudent, but we will not panic. And as for the business of government, well, here we are in our seats, in our chamber, in the very heart of our democracy, and our work goes on.
Mr. Speaker, this House in its diversity personifies Canada's spirit.
To terrorism, and neither will this House of Commons. We carry on. We will attend to the country's affairs, and we will be faithful to the trust that people have placed in us. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, and I have been saying for a long time, we live in a dangerous world. Terrorism has been here with us for a while and dangerously close on a number of occasions. I speak, for example, I draw members' attention back to incidents such as the Toronto 18, the VO Rail conspiracy in 2013, and I could point to a number of others, as well as many that most will never know about. For that reason, and with the belief and security that Canada is the government's primary responsibility, we have over the years passed such legislation as the Combating Terrorism Act and the Strengthening Canadian Citizenship Act to better protect Canadians and secure our institutions. Last week, our government proposed amendments to the legislation under which the Canadian Security Intelligence Service operates. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, in recent weeks I have been saying that our laws and police powers need to be strengthened in the area of surveillance, detention, and arrest. They need to be much strengthened. And I assure you, Mr. Speaker, that work, which is already underway, will be expedited. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we're all aware and deeply troubled that both of this week's terrorist attacks were carried out by Canadian citizens, by young men born and raised in this peaceful country, Je partage cette inquiétude.
I share this concern and wonder what weakness could lead someone to reject a nationality that so many people throughout so many countries want for their children.
For another day. For now, make no mistake, even as the brave men and women of our armed forces are taking this fight to the terrorists on their own territory, we are equally resolved to fight it here. We live in dangerous times, yes, but the mission of our country and the work of this Parliament goes on, and so does the work throughout this city. Let me just say one final word in recognizing all of the heroics of yesterday. First of all, I know so many. I can certainly speak personally to my staff at 24 Sussex, Monsieur Roger Charbonneau, the chefs, Tim and Tina, who were up all night, but I know people who, for all of us across the country and here in Ottawa, were working day and night to make things as easy as possible, officials who were busy at work trying to respond to the situation, first responders and citizens who put themselves in harm's way when this incident began to unfold. But obviously, Mr. Speaker, and in conclusion, most particularly the men and women of our security services, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Canadian Armed Forces, the City of Ottawa Police, and most particularly, of course, Mr. Speaker, I'd be very remiss if I did not conclude in acknowledging specifically the work of the security forces here on Parliament and the great work of our Sergeant-at-Arms.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor for Catherine and myself to be here today and to speak in this House. Yesterday, a shooter came here and tried to silence us. He tried to silence the values that our country represents: peace, tolerance, and diversity. Mr. Speaker, he failed. Mr. Speaker,
the cowardly act was meant to shake this great city of Ottawa, and indeed the entire country, but it has only hardened our resolve. It only strengthened our commitment to each other and to a peaceful world. Now, let us not become more suspicious of our neighbours. Let's not be driven by fear, because in Canada, love always triumphs over hate. To the family of Corporal Nathan Cirillo, please know that the thoughts and prayers of every single member of this House and of every single Canadian are with you today. Cirillo was a young man, just 24, with a beautiful son and a bright future ahead of him. Friends said he always had a smile on his face. Well, that smile will be remembered by a nation. Je tiens aussi à saluer.
I also need to salute my friend, the Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Vickers.
Je lui demande.
And I ask him, on behalf of all of us, to thank all of the members of his team on the Hill, the police forces and the Canadian Armed Forces. We don't know the names of all the heroes from yesterday, but we all saw heroic gestures here in this place yesterday. Including a member of Mr. Vickers' team who was projected against the door with the shooter on the other side telling us to get down while he was still standing up. The courage and the professionalism that they showed faced with this brutality shows what is the best about Canadians. Thank you to our Canadian forces. This week, you have had to face two incredible tragedies. Every day you defend Canadian values, and today all Canadians are with you. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, we woke up in a country of love, of diversity, of peace. And that has not changed today. In this place, throughout Ottawa and throughout Canada, we will go about our business as normally as possible. And as the Prime Minister said very well, the fact that we are here today this morning is proof of that. We will hold those who are close to us a little bit closer today. But this violence will not change our identity. Mr. Speaker, you know, as I do, that there are events here that are a picture of Canada's openness.
Of how this parliamentary area in and of itself becomes a symbol of the freedom and openness of this great country of ours, Canada, is that every Wednesday at noon, if you come out during good weather, you'll see hundreds of people, multicolored, doing yoga on the front lawn. It is a symbol of openness and freedom. And if the person who came here yesterday with violence in his mind and in his gestures didn't win, we can't allow that openness and freedom to be rolled back either. We have to continue to defend both. So, Mr. Speaker, today I stand here on behalf of all New Democrats and all Canadians. We say that there is great solidarity here in this House, but across the country. There's solidarity with the Prime Minister. These acts were driven by hatred, but also designed to drive us to hate others. That's not going to happen. We'll stand up and we'll stand together. We'll preserve, we'll persevere, we'll prevail. Because, Mr. Speaker, that's what Canadians have always done together. That's what we do best, together. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Together, we continue. The Honourable Member for Papineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to join the Prime Minister and the Leader of the official opposition in their passionate and firm words.
We're a shared national tragedy. It is fitting that we have come together in this place immediately to let the world know that Canada's values are strong, our institutions are resilient, and our people are united together. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and friends of the victims of yesterday's tragic events. Corporal Nathan Cirillo was murdered while guarding our nation's sacred memorial to his own fallen comrades. He was unarmed.
Corporal Cirillo was a hero in the service of our country. He was also a father. And we cannot and will not forget that today there is a little boy who lost his dad in a sudden and tragic way. And we will honor his memory. The death of Corporal Cirillo, as with the death of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent earlier this week, was cold-blooded murder. These two attacks are unforgivable.
If other perpetrators or co-conspirators exist, they should be punished with the full force of our laws. I also extend my deep and sincere gratitude on behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada to the brave women and men who selflessly and courageously came to our help yesterday. Through them and their actions, we are reminded of the professionalism and dedication so often exhibited by those who protect us. Thank you.
And we would particularly like to thank our Sergeant-at-Arms. Your heroic actions have been acclaimed far and wide, and rightly so.
Kevin, without your courage, a terrible situation would have become much worse. We are in your debt. Canadians are proud of you, and they thank you. Yesterday's attack on both our military and our most cherished democratic symbols was designed to frighten us. It was meant to embed within our minds an image of terror. It was meant to make us think differently about our surroundings and our fellow citizens.
It was an act conceived to make us forget who we are. What we must do is remember at all times who we are.
Our democracy, a welcoming and peaceful nation. A country of open arms, open minds, and open hearts. We are a nation of fairness, justice, and the rule of law. And we will not be intimidated into changing that, not by anybody. These are instead the very values and ideals upon which we must rely in the days ahead. It is in our dedication to these principles that we can set an example to the world. Ces principes
These principles are the pillars of our society. And our faith in these principles will be the guide forward that we will need in the future.
Let us remember also what we are up against. The individuals who committed these awful acts are not larger than life. They are not giants. They are certainly not martyrs. That is how they would like us to see them, but it is not what they are. Seeing them that way lets the fear they try to perpetuate grow. Les considérer de cette...
If we look at them that way, it increases the fear that they are trying to perpetuate. Looking at them that way gives them credibility when they deserve none.
Ce sont des criminels.
They are criminals. And criminals will not dictate the way we act as a country. They will not dictate the way we govern. And they will not dictate the way that we treat each other. They will not dictate our values.
Make the rules about this land we share, and they do not get to change us. We are aware of the threats we face as a nation. We know, as we have long known, that we are not immune, nor can we guard totally against danger in the future. But what we can do is not let these threats define us. We need to have answers for how and why this happened. They will be vital in preventing and helping to prevent any future attack. Et nous tendons...
And we extend a hand to our friends and fellow citizens in the Muslim community. Canadians know that what took place yesterday was a criminal act and not a religious act. This was a terrible perversion of your faith. Continuing with cooperation and respect will prevent the influence of this propaganda ideology that claims to be a religion. Our values might be challenged, but don't forget, our Canadian values are strong. We will walk together, never apart.
Those who carried out these attacks wanted to leave us with an image of fear, of chaos. So let's remember one of strength and of hope. The image in our collective minds, shared in our hearts, of Canadians helping and protecting Canadians, of passers-by trying to save the life of a young man who gave it in service to his country. C'est qui nous sommes.
That is who we really are, and that is who we will continue to be. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Bar-Richelieu.
The honourable member for Bar-Richelieu-Rancourt. Point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Dean of this House, and on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to highlight the dedication and courage of the police officers, the Canadian forces, security officers, and all of the staff in the House, and everyone, as well as the Sergeant of Arms. Does the member have unanimous consent to continue? The honourable member. I would like to thank my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our thoughts go out, of course, to the family of Corporal Cirillo, who unfortunately died, and we offer our most sincere condolences. Although it is difficult for us today to get back to work, we must never forget that we are representing our public. We also represent democracy, and we have a duty to protect and to continue to fight to make sure that this democracy that we represent continues to exist and to grow. More than ever today, we have to continue our debate in a transparent and open way in this Parliament. We also have to show solidarity in responding to terrorism, but also in our international policies, in the organization of our armed forces, and in all of the security measures that we take. We believe in democracy and must therefore be vigilant. We have to be accountable. We have to make sure that panic does not take precedence over good judgment.
Est-ce que l'honorable député
Does the honourable member?
and have the unanimous consent of the House to respond? The honourable member for Sandwich Finals.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank all of my colleagues for this opportunity. This is a sad day in many ways. All of us know the sad activities, the incidents of yesterday. I want to thank you for this opportunity today. I also want to thank the Prime Minister, the opposition leader, and the Liberal leader. We are here together today. We are always today together.
Are now. We experience shared grief occasionally, such as the day that we gathered to honor our colleague Jim Flaherty. But this day we have shared something far different. All of us, in different ways, yesterday experienced the fear of being locked down somewhere, not knowing quite what was going on. All of us, and some of my colleagues far more than I, experienced the real terror that comes from thinking someone with a gun is on the other side of a door and you're at risk. I know these moments are important, and we should underline that there is no partisanship in this House when we're all together. In the same way, I guess, that there are no atheists in foxholes, there are no political party leaders when we share a common experience of such basic fear and concern for our loved ones, for our well-being, and all of us together, our family. We need to feel it and say it more often, that we are together in this place, and our constituents need to know it. We are not at war with each other, as the Prime Minister said. Together, we work together for this country, whatever our views are about the future of this country, whatever course we want the country to take. At a very basic level, we are nothing more than human beings who, at a very fundamental level, care for each other. You are my work colleagues, all of the people in this place, Mr. Speaker. I must remember to address the Speaker and not each of you individually. But, Mr. Speaker, through you, my colleagues must know how much I care for all of them and love them. And this is something our constituents need to know. I can't add anything to the eloquence of what was said, but it does need to be said again that this country lost two wonderful men this week through cold-blooded murder. Les meurtres 5 fois.
The death in Saint-Foy and yesterday, Mr. Cirillo.
Know something of their lives, and we get to realize with every passing day and revealed detail of their personal lives how much we all lose as a nation when two such fine men are so senselessly and brutally killed. And we know, as I think all of us always knew, that our Sergeant at Arms is a consummate professional. He is more than a ceremonial figure. And I know that The finest thing we could do for him right now would be to let him leave this place and go fly fishing on the Miramichi. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish all of my colleagues and all Canadians well, and I pray for one thing, that we hang on to the sense of common shared purpose, that we remain calm, that we wait for answers from the police before we make any assumptions about motivations, connections, or the extent of what we face. If I were a betting person, Mr. Speaker, and good for my bank account that I'm not, I would put money on this being the act of isolated, disturbed, deeply troubled men who are drawn to something crazy. I don't believe it was a vast network and that this country is more at risk today than it was last week. But that's my opinion. I can be wrong. I've been wrong before. I may be wrong again. I'm undoubtedly going to be wrong again. But what I would like to suggest is that we wait for answers from the police before we make assumptions, and that we speak calmly, truthfully, and openly to all Canadians. Let us be the place that exemplifies the words of our founding documents. Let us exemplify peace, order, and good government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member for Gaspésie-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia have the unanimous consent to speak? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to speak today in this chamber that is devoted to democracy. I would like to first speak to the memory of Nathan Frank Cirillo, who paid with his life for simply representing the values of democracy, security, respect, and honour that are shared by Quebecers and Canadians. I want to express my condolences to his family, his loved ones, and all those who defend our ideals of peace, security, and democracy. I also want to pay tribute to the courage of the men and women who, from the first minutes of this terrible drama, acted to protect people and elected representatives on Parliament Hill and nearby. More specifically, I want to express my appreciation for the actions of the Sergeant at Arms for his heroic intervention. I want to thank them for having risked their lives to deal with a killer who wanted to kill innocent people, especially people in uniform. Right now, we don't know what motivations brought these men to attack soldiers and such an important symbol as Parliament. But I have to consider their actions an act of craziness, because by using despicable violence against our institutions that represent freedom, democracy, and respect of the rule of law is a terrible thing. I certainly condemn this incident. If it is too early today to know exactly what happened yesterday in those tragic incidents, we have to reaffirm that we believe in peace, freedom, democracy, and that we will not give way to threats and terror. We need to go beyond our political visions and deal with this situation. Thank you.
Reports. Est-ce que l'honorable député de Hunsik?
Does the honourable member for Hunsik have unanimous consent to speak? The honourable member. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all of my colleagues for giving me this opportunity to speak for a few minutes. Mr. Speaker, no one can get to daylight without going through darkness, as the poet Khalil Gibran has told us. We know that 2 soldiers were killed and a 3rd was injured. We know also that the Parliament, which represents democracy, was attacked, and we want to keep all of these people in our memory. I want to thank those who are responsible for security and safety here in Parliament. From day to day, they act in our defense. Mr. Vickers risked his life along with his team, and they kept their promise to us. Evil has attacked our country. We have vulnerable young people who every day fill their mind with jihadist propaganda, especially on the internet. This is a kind of terrorism that is attacking the consciousness of our vulnerable young people. We need to fight this with love, prevention. We need to ensure individual rights and democracy. We need to avoid reducing individual freedoms out of fear. Today, I'm aware that we want to be great people. We need to work with the same sense of solidarity that I feel here today, this love. We need to work together to help these young people not be lured by these groups. And we need to work together to protect our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Oh, no. Okay. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Pickering Scarborough East. Okay. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert. No? Alrighty. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville.
Languages, the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in relation to Bill S-213, an act respecting Lincoln Alexander Day. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Valcourt moves that Bill S6, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act and the Nunavut Waters and Nunavut Surface Rights Tribunal Act, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think if you seek it, you shall find unanimous consent that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, for the purpose of Standing Order 28, the House shall be deemed to have sat on Wednesday, October 22nd, 2014, and that any recorded division deferred to that day be further deferred to Wednesday, October 29th, 2014.
Does the Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have petitions signed by hundreds of Edmontonians who are concerned about the fate of Christians in Iraq, and in particular about the serious and deteriorated situation in northern Iraq, and they call on the government to do a number of things, amongst which is to help stop this tragedy and help preserve the culture of antiquity in its homeland. Take immediate action against ISIS and the violence in Iraq. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Davenport.
The good people of Davenport in the great city of Toronto on a number of different issues. First of all, Mr. Speaker, about 50% of all workers in Toronto can't access permanent full-time jobs. They don't have access to pension benefits, job security. So many people who've signed this petition are calling on the government to support a national urban worker strategy. On the same note, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition that calls on the government to look at ways to extend employment insurance to the self-employed while maintaining the strength and the surety of the employment insurance system today. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I have a number of residents in my community still very concerned around the process of Line 9 and want the government to urgently reverse this decision on the Line 9 pipeline. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today I rise in the House to table the petition with respect to the countless hours of service that many men and women gave to their country as they trained and prepared for an attack on Canadian soil during the Cold War era. And these individuals who served in the regular and reserve forces, police forces, emergency measures organizations, and civil organizations worked to protect Canada from the threat posed by the countries behind the Iron Curtain. The petitioners are asking the House of Commons to support Bill 354, which happens to be my bill, Mr. Speaker, which would create a Defence of Canada medal to honour these veterans of the Cold War. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation de petition. The Honourable.
Presenting petitions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present a petition that represents thousands of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the petition sadly highlights the fact that 22-year-old Cassandra Collius was killed by a drunk driver. A group of people who have also lost loved ones to impaired driving, called Families to Justice, believe that the impaired driving laws in Canada are much too lenient, and they're calling for new mandatory minimum sentencing for people who have been convicted of impaired driving causing death.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
A number of petitions to introduce today. First, it's from hundreds of Canadians who represent the Canadian Kurdish population who are very concerned about the events in Kurdistan and the threats to the Kurdish people there. They call on Canada to do whatever we can to support the Kurdish people diplomatically and militarily by means of intelligence and arms, Mr. Speaker. Second, I have a petition signed by dozens of people in Vancouver Kingsway calling for the government to implement a national public transit strategy. They want permanent investment to support public transit and establish federal funding mechanisms for that in our country. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition calling on behalf of the Government of Canada to do whatever it can to ensure home mail delivery for all Canadians that want it, particularly for disabled and the elderly who require home mail delivery to their homes directly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with an honour that I table this petition signed by scores of people from Sherbrooke with respect to Radio-Canada. The petitioners are calling for stable funding and adequate multi-year funding for our public broadcaster, facing difficult times at present, and they're calling on the government to provide stable funding, predictable funding for our national broadcaster to fulfill its mandate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation de petition.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition today signed by more than 200 people from my riding to support buy local and local farmers and producers. They call on the government to establish a Canada-wide strategy for buy local and a... Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de petition. L'honorable député, the Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from Canadians across Canada calling for an inquiry to take place into the so-called robocall scandal in the election of 2011. The petitioners note that we still don't have answers as to who coordinated and organized that attempt to reduce voter turnout. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have signatures, dozens and dozens and dozens of signatures from people who are calling upon the Parliament to legislate that it be a criminal offence to purchase sex or to pimp in this country, and I'd like to present them today. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Considération d'une motion.
Government orders, Ways and Means. A motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014, and other measures.
Avant que je lis le projet de loi.
Before I read the bill, I would like to inform the House that because of the statements by ministers, government orders will be extended by 44 minutes.
Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Baird, moves that a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014, and other measures be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion, will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members. Alors, la question est...
The question is the following one. Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Baird, moved that a Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11th, 2014, and other measures be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Moreport Moody Westwood Park
Mr.
Coquitlam.
Moorport Moody Westwood Park Coquitlam.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mrs. Agluka.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore-Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore-Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Powell.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gellipo.
Mr. Gellipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Norlaw.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquack.
Mr. Alan DeBick McTaquack.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Lucas.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalemont.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalemont.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame Tourmel.
Madame Tourmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms.
Charlton.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Jeannet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Nabel.
Monsieur Dion Nabel.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mrs. Weiss.
Mrs. Weiss.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quach.
Madame Quach.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-Laval.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier de Laval.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint Denis.
Madame Saint Denis.
Mr. Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls
Mr.
Windsor.
Sims Bonavista Gander Grand Falls Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Ms. May.
Ms. May. Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 121, 121.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Here's the bill.
Orders of the day. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-4, Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moves that a bill entitled a Second Act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 11, 2014, and other measures be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? Maintenant.
Now.
At the next sitting of the House, pardon. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bill Senate, resuming consideration and second reading of Bill S5, the Natsicho National Park Reserve Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's certainly a pleasure to rise in the House today, and in particular to speak about Bill S5. I call on all members, of course, to support the passage of the Natsicho National Park Reserve Act in order to expand Canada's world-class national park system. Mr. Speaker, and obviously in light of the events yesterday, it is fitting to be talking about the first bill in the House of Commons today around a national park, a place of sanctity and peace, and a place that affords all Canadians an opportunity and a location to enjoy wide open spaces in Canada's great outdoors. The purpose of Bill S5 is to establish for all time Canada's newest national park and pass on to our future generations an amazing landscape located in the southwest corner of the Northwest Territories. Not only will this area be protected in Nazi Cho National Park Reserve, it will be available for generations of visitors to explore and for generations of Aboriginal people to continue their traditional ways of life that date back to time immemorial. This is the 44th time in the history of our country that a conscious decision has been made to protect a nationally significant Canadian landscape for all time. This, Mr. Speaker, is something I hope all members of Parliament, all members in this House, will voice their support for and support the bill to create the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve. Mr. Speaker, our government is a global leader in the creation of new national parks and protected areas. Since 2006, our government has added an area twice the size of Vancouver Island to the network of federally protected areas. The Nazi Cho National Park Reserve will protect a representative example of the Mackenzie Mountains and wildlife, including mountain caribou, grizzly bears, moose, Dall sheep, and a host of other species for future generations. It's been achieved through the hard work of Northerners, including the government of the Northwest Territories, the Saulteaux Dene, and the Métis, and in support of the goals of the National Conservation Plan to protect and connect Canadians to our natural areas, as announced by our Prime Minister. Bill S5 will set into law the boundary of Nazi Cho by amending Schedule 2 of the Canada National Parks Act. The boundary was selected to achieve key conservation gains, including the protection of the upper reaches of the South Nahanni River, as well as habitat for the caribou, for grizzlies, sheep, and moose, while allowing for some development of existing mineral claims and leases for potential future mineral development. The boundaries of the proposed park reserve are the product of a broad process of collaboration and consultation. Hundreds of individuals shared views on the proposed boundaries. Representatives of Aboriginal groups, territorial governments, mining companies, and other federal departments were also consulted and participated. The boundary, Mr. Speaker, protects 70% of the South Nahanni River watershed within the Saulteaux settlement area, while leaving 70% of the area with high mineral potential outside of the park. As a result, it provides for conservation values and a visitor experience without blocking access to significant areas with high mineral potential. Visitors can now paddle the South Nahanni River from the Moose Ponds to Nahanni National Park Reserve within the boundary. In August of 2012, Prime Minister Stephen Harper traveled to the Northwest Territories to join Aboriginal leaders in announcing the establishment of the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve. Since then, at the request of the Saulteaux Dene and the Métis, an area of about 20 square kilometers extending to the south shore of O'Grady Lake was added to the park, in part to facilitate visitor access to the park. With the protection of an additional 4,895 square kilometers of lands and water in Nazi Cho, our government has effectively expanded the original boundary of Nahanni sevenfold, to the point that it and Nazi Cho are the third largest national park complex in Canada. Globally, this is among the most significant national park expansions. In combination with Nahanni National Park Reserve, 86% of the entire South Nahanni River watershed is now protected forever. The boundary for the expanded Nahanni and the newly established Nazi Cho includes habitat that will protect up to 600 grizzly bears. This is 9 times greater than the number of grizzly bears protected within Banff National Park, Canada's first national park. The establishment of Nazi Cho National Park Reserve has been achieved with the collaboration of the Saulteaux Dene and Métis.
2 years ago, the Government of Canada and the Sault Dene and Métis signed an impact benefit plan that spells out how the Nazi Cho would be collaboratively operating and managed. The plan aims to ensure that the National Park Reserve provides lasting economic, cultural, and social benefits to Aboriginal and to Northern communities, that it drives growth and prosperity without jeopardizing fragile ecosystems and ongoing traditions. Ongoing employment to operate Nazi Cho National Park Reserve will be a combination of seasonal and full-time staff. These employees will be hired among the Sault Dene, the Métis, and the Tulitia district. This will allow for a positive economic contribution from the government to support sustainable employment for Northerners. Our government has struck an important balance in this region with the dedication of almost 35,000 square kilometers of northern wilderness and wildlife habitat to national park status for all time, while continuing to allow access to resources that are important to the regional and to the national economy. The bill before us will continue to allow the mining industry to use several specific mineral access roads in order to access their existing mineral claims. The Nazi Cho National Park Reserve has been achieved with the support of the Government of the Northwest Territories. This legislation is being passed less than a year after Canada and the Northwest Territories reached a historic devolution agreement with the transfer of administration and control of land and resources to the territorial government. And once established, I'm confident that both governments will continue to collaborate to ensure that any development on lands outside of the park will not have an impact on national park values and that we are seeking to protect through Bill S5. The Nazi Cho National Park Reserve has received overwhelming support for stakeholder groups, leadership, community members, and local regional governments within the areas. All First Nation and Métis with settled asserted claims in the area, as well as stakeholder groups, were invited to consultations. Meeting with the leadership and the community members from several communities in the Northwest Territories and the Yukon were also conducted. Of the over 1,600 individuals who participated in the consultation process, over 96% indicated that they supported the creation of this park. Bill S5 delivers on our government's commitment in the 2013 speech from the throne to protect Canada's rich natural heritage, in part completing the work to protect the wilderness lands of the Nazi Cho by 2015. Plans are also progressing to dedicate 2 new additional national parks that are also mentioned in the throne speech. A new national park on Bathurst Island in Nunavut and a new national park reserve in the Mealy Mountains of Labrador. I want to congratulate the Honourable Member for Nunavut, who is also the Minister of the Environment and Minister responsible for Parks Canada, on her August 2014 announcement that our government has designated and protected the 20,000 square kilometre Nunavut-based national park under Canada's National Parks Act. The minister's statement at the time is worth repeating and equally applies to Bill S5, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Our government is committed to ensuring our natural heritage and rich biodiversity is protected for all Canadians today and into the future. Canada's north is home to the world's most spectacular scenery and pristine wilderness, and I am tremendously pleased to be announcing the park will be protected for future generations. This final step that supports our government's national conservation plan marks the completion of years of hard work and dedication of many Northerners." In closing, Mr. Speaker, Bill S5 will protect Nazi Cho National Park Reserve under Canada's National Park Act. When Parliament first passed this act in 1930, it included a dedication clause that still resonates today. The national parks of Canada are hereby dedicated to the people of Canada for their benefit, education, and enjoyment. And the parks shall be maintained and made use of so as to leave them unimpaired for the enjoyment of future generations. This statement of purpose will apply to Nazi Cho once Bill S5 passes. Over the decades, previous parliaments have enacted legislation that has left us the enduring legacy of unimpaired national parks such as Jasper, Fundy, Prince Edward Island, Grasslands, and Gros Morne. We now know these incredible parks as some of our most treasured destinations and places we have visited or hope to visit someday, so that we can expand our personal understanding of the beauty of our country, including one such gift in Kluane National Park in my home riding of the Yukon Territory. The history of the people who came to settle these areas and the connection that Aboriginal and local communities have with the land in these regions are important to us, Mr. Speaker. The protection of the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve with its bears, with its caribou, its Dall sheep, trumpeter swans, is this Parliament's natural legacy gift to future generations. For generations to come, people will visit and be inspired by the lands of Nazi Cho, and we trust that it will be passed on to successive generations unimpaired. Please join me and not only support Bill S5, but to pass this new national park for the use, the benefit, and enjoyment of future generations for all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Yukon for that speech. And of course, I will be speaking later indicating NDP support for this bill. But I do have a question for the member. I think he's probably aware that in 2013, in the report of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development on ecological integrity in national parks, the Commissioner raised some concerns with the state of repair in many national parks. And I wonder if the member could comment on whether the government is prepared to commit the resources and the staffing that's required in order to make sure that this park can be the best possible park.
Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and for her articulated support for this bill, and I certainly look forward to hearing her speak later today on this important topic. Of course, the member will know that in the recent budget, our government has committed millions of dollars for the upkeep and infrastructure development of our national parks, not only to make them safe, but to preserve them for future generations, to make them accessible, make them enjoyable, to generate visitation traffic and in turn spur revenue through those visitations to our national parks. The investment that we've made, Mr. Speaker, in the infrastructure development to make sure that not just one or two parks, but all parks across Canada are safe, accessible, and secure locations that welcome our visitors to them each and every day, each and every month of each and every year are significant investments. And I certainly hope that the NDP will consider those investments, consider the budget implementation that we're doing to engage those investments, and will find a way to support us through those budgets so that our national parks are lasting legacies for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's worth noting that throughout Canada, in virtually all regions, we have a great deal of beauty in terms of natural lands in northern Canada, vast amounts of land, and we acknowledge how important it is that we look where we can capitalize on the recognition of our parks. And in every region, we have a high demand for not only bringing into place or putting into place national parks, but there's also concerns that come along with that. My colleague from the Democratic Party made reference to the importance of resources, and yes, resources is of critical importance. I know in up north there's a great deal of concern in regards to the whole issue of water management and how water management could be dealt with, and our national parks do have a role in issues such as that. And I'm wondering if he might want to just provide comment in regards to how our national parks can actually play a valuable role that goes beyond just the preservation and promotion of nature and wilderness, but they also contribute to the benefits of our communities across Canada to deal with issues of strategy, such as water strategy and other natural resource strategies.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that valuable question. Of course, each national park has a park management plan, and encompassed in those plans, they look at all aspects from wildlife protection, from land-based issues right to water-based issues. And of course, he does raise a good point. And this park is a great example of where we're protecting water headways, because the starting points, the headways of these major river systems often require great protection. And in the South Nahanni countries, you can see part of this park is going to preserve headwaters of some major river systems. And of course, we have dedicated, capable, qualified staff that work within each of these parks, that develop very comprehensive water management plans, land use management plans, wildlife management plans, and we're very fortunate in our country to have such qualified and capable people working within our national park system to make sure that they're not operating solely as an entity within the national park, but within the broader perspective of the community that surrounds those parks, because of course wildlife operates transboundary, water flows inside and outside of national parks, and forest and ecosystems share park in and out of park boundaries, and it's incumbent upon the great staff that work in these national parks to know that, to be able to work in a flexible nature with their partners in the surrounding communities, in the surrounding regions, and with their provincial or territorial counterparts. And I think they do. I think they do a great job, and our government is more than happy to support them each and every way we can. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing the expansion of this park, continued protection of our waterways, our land, and our wildlife resources. And I thank the member for that question.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to particularly thank my colleague from the Yukon. And I think it's appropriate today, too, that we take this opportunity to thank him for his public service. We all know in this House his work with the RCMP and Corrections Canada. I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues in the opposition working with us to make parks in Canada such a wonderful priority. But as the MP from the Yukon, he knows firsthand one of the greatest things about our country is our great outdoors. And our government's record is clear and unprecedented. We've protected land 2 times the size of Vancouver Island. We've created 3 national wildlife areas, 3 marine protected areas, 2 national parks, 2 national marine conservation areas, and 1 historic site. So I wanted to ask my colleague today, why is it so important to now establish the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve?
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the hard-working Parliamentary Secretary for all the work that he does, and obviously is keenly aware of the significance of not only this park, but all the initiatives that our government undertakes. And he certainly has also the advantage of working with the hard-working Minister of the Environment, who's not only understands these issues very well, but lives the issues, because she was born in Nunavut in the wild and in wild spaces and open spaces, and has a deep appreciation for what it is the national parks and open spaces bring to Canadians, both from urban settings and rural settings. And on that note, of course, we've made expansions to this national park. It's timely. It's an excellent opportunity for us to build on the tremendous record that we have. But you see, we're doing this at the exact same time we're opening national parks in large urban areas, like the Rouge River National Park. So we're trying to connect Canadians as part of our national conservation plan, restore their connection to nature, give them opportunities that they wouldn't have had in the past, give them those spaces to explore. It's perfect for the health not only of our ecosystem, our land, our wildlife and water, as some of the members opposite have touched on, but it's important for the people of Canada. It's important for the health of Canadians, and it's important for the health and well-being of the future generations of Canadians, and indeed our country's identity. So I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary not only for his question, but his hard work, and the Minister of the Environment as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. And he mentioned my park, or the park that's closest to home for me, which is in Scarborough Rouge River, the Rouge National Urban Park that's about to be created. And I'm seeing a very similar pattern, whereas the community, the local people on the ground have asked for a larger park, a larger part of the naturally occurring ecosystems to be protected, and then the government suggests a smaller park. That's what happened in the Rouge Park, and that's what I'm learning is happening also with the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve, whereas over 90% of the public who were consulted in the area actually requested for a larger land assembly to be included in the park, and the final decision that the government has put forward is actually the smallest possible land to be protected, and especially considering the fact that it's at the headwaters of the waterways. Why is it that the government is only putting forth the smallest possible land assembly for this park reserve area? Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Of course, this park is a 7-fold expansion, just shy of 5,000 square additional kilometers to the existing park. This is not insignificant, and of course, there are people that would have liked to have seen the park larger, but we did over 1,600 direct consultations. And of those 1,600, 96% were in support of the park plan that we laid out. And Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation as government to make sure that we balance all Canadians' interests in these issues, be that in the urban centre or be that in rural remote Canada. There are many stakeholders with vested interest in these regions in the country, and we've made sure that we've struck a balance between all the user groups' interests and all the user groups' needs, which is very important because we need a broad range of support from all Canadians when we undertake these initiatives. While we understand the direct importance of protection of land areas, we also have to make sure that we strike that perfect balance with the opportunity to access for other uses. And I think we've done that quite well, and I'm proud that almost 5,000 square kilometres will be added to this park. Thank you.
Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I must say I will enthusiastically encourage all fellow members of the House to join me in supporting Bill S5, the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve Act. This legislation, as my colleague from the Yukon has reminded the House, will protect unparalleled wilderness lands in the Northwest Territories, about 5,000 square kilometres, which is an area only a little smaller than the entire province of Prince Edward Island. In August 2012, Mr. Speaker, I had the honour of travelling with the Prime Minister to Norman Wells in the Northwest Territories to announce the establishment of Nazi Cho National Park Reserve. The name of the proposed National Park Reserve comes from North Slavey, an Aboriginal language. The word means pointed like a porcupine quill and refers to the shape of Mount Wilson, which is a peak that looms over a series of moose ponds in the proposed reserve, which are the headwaters for the world-famous South Nahanni River. Aboriginal people consider this mountain sacred. They have lived off the surrounding lands for millennia. The establishment of Nazi Cho National Park Reserve completes the ongoing work to significantly expand the Nahanni National Park Reserve and to conserve a significant portion of the South Nahanni River watershed. In short, Canada has expanded the boundary of Nahanni to the point that it is the third largest national park complex in the country. This expansion, the largest in Canada's history, would build on our country's strong tradition of national parks and our international leadership in conservation. The boundaries of the proposed park reserve are the product of a broad process, Mr. Speaker, of collaboration and consultation. Hundreds of individuals over a number of years shared their views on the proposed boundaries. Representatives of Aboriginal groups, of territorial governments, of regional community corporations, mining companies, and other federal departments were also brought into the consultations. Now, ultimately, the proposed boundaries will achieve key conservation gains, such as protecting the upper reaches of the South Nahanni River and habitat for woodland caribou and grizzly bear. It provides for conservation values and visitor experience without blocking access to significant areas with high mineral potential. The proposed boundaries would also ensure that the Natsicho National Park Reserve protect nearly 4,900 square kilometres of the Satu Dene and Métis settlement area of the Northwest Territories. The legislation now before us would also support Canada's National Conservation Plan, announced recently by the Prime Minister. The plan proposes to contribute to Canada's long-term prosperity by taking concrete action in 3 priority areas. These areas are conserving our lands and waters, restoring ecosystems, and connecting Canadians to nature. The establishment of Natsicho National Park Reserve would support each one of these 3 priorities. It would conserve a beautiful landscape located in the southwest corner of the Northwest Territories, as my friend reminded us, along the Yukon border. Now, given its remote location, this land, fortunately, remains largely unspoiled. The protections afforded through the legislation now before us will ensure that these lands and waters will continue to be enjoyed for many generations to come. The massive expansion of protected areas in this part of Canada will also help preserve a very unique ecosystem. With the addition of Natsicho, more than 85% of the South Nahanni watershed will be protected. Today, this region features habitat for, as I said, mountain woodland caribou, grizzly bear, Dall's sheep, mountain goats, and trumpeter swans. During the all too short summers, the fields burst into life as wildflowers bloom and insects buzz over a thick carpet of moss and grass and shrubs. Creating the new park reserve will mean that more than 10% of Canada's north is now managed, or will be now managed, as protected areas for the benefit of Canadians, for the benefit of Aboriginals, and for the benefit of local communities. In total, the North will have 11 national parks, 6 national wildlife areas, and 16 migratory bird sanctuaries. The total area will include nearly 400,000 square kilometres, an area about the size of Newfoundland and Labrador, which is, I think you would agree, Mr. Speaker, quite a legacy for future generations. Given its timeless beauty and abundance of flora and fauna, it is no wonder that Aboriginal people have long felt a deep connection with this part of their north. A particularly spiritual place to the Satu Dene and the Métis people is the mountain that towers above Moose Ponds on the upper South Nahanni River. By creating the Natsicho National Park Reserve, these lands will also attract visitors from outside the north. People will come from across Canada, we hope, to see the spectacular landscapes of the upper reaches of the world-famous South Nahanni River. Visitors will also be able to hike, canoe, raft, and climb in the new Natsicho and recently expanded Nahanni National Park Reserves. The establishment of Natsicho National Park Reserve will demonstrate to Canadians that this government, Mr. Speaker, understands the importance of protecting wilderness while continuing to make it accessible for people domestically and from around the world. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill also provides the Minister of the Environment with the powers to permit 2 pre-existing mineral access roads through a small part of the National Park Reserve and to enforce the necessary measures to ensure that the environment is protected where required. These road provisions are exactly what Parliament approved in 2009 when it passed legislation to expand Nahanni National Park Reserve 6-fold. There's a mineral access route contemplated in the northwestern part of Nahanni that travels north into the new Natsicho National Park Reserve, and Bill S5 simply extends the Minister's powers to permit that part of the road within Natsicho. The Government of the Northwest Territories has indicated that there are processes now in place should any development be proposed for lands adjacent to the new National Park Reserve, that there will be environmental assessment, including public hearings, under the Mackenzie Valley Resources Management Act. The Government of the Northwest Territories has stated many times and very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that it has a very rigorous system of oversight and practice with regard to the protection of the environment. Even with the proposed park boundary, any adjacent development will be subject to a very thorough review in the context of maintaining and protecting the park. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is, I believe, a concrete example of the action that we're taking within the Northern Strategy, which proposes a responsible approach to development, one that balances environmental protection with social and economic development, one that empowers Northerners and exercises Canada's sovereignty in the North. People will have an active role in managing this new National Park Reserve, which will help build capacity and at the same time strengthen Northern governance. So, Mr. Speaker, I would hope in closing that honourable members will join me in supporting Bill S5, the Natsicho National Park Reserve Act. Thank you.
Questions and comments. La députée de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks and on the importance of creating parks. We've signed the Aichi Treaty, which requires us to expand protected areas. The National Conservation Plan that the Conservatives and NDP participated in as well is a plan that could move in the right direction. However, it's not been implemented. There are delays, and that's unfortunate. Now, what I'm concerned with are the endangered species, the birds, the plants, the flora, the fauna. Now, there's the issue of the beluga in Kakuna, Mr. Speaker, as you're familiar with, a debate that I participated in. But my colleague opposite said that many species would be protected, like grizzlies, the Dall sheep, among others. But the majority of the habitat is outside the proposed park and will not be protected. So how can he explain that on the one hand, he says, yes, we'll be protecting these species, but on the other hand, the significant part of the habitat outside the park hasn't been incorporated into it?
Alors, Monsieur le Président, je voudrais...
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question.
The breadth of his original question, before focusing down on the protection of flora and fauna, particularly wildlife in all its forms in the new Natsicho National Park Reserve, is a complicated one. It's a very large one. The creation and stewardship of both our traditional national parks and our new national park reserves, our marine protected areas on all three coasts, and in the very different parts of the country. Sable Island in one case, a new national park reserve, the proposed Rouge National Urban Park Reserve within the outskirts of the Greater Toronto area, and of course Natsicho, a remote, still largely unsullied part of our great natural spaces in the north, face a number of challenges in terms of designing the national park plan for each individual park, for ensuring that there is, on one hand, reasonable accessibility for both visitors and in places where there are highways, variety of civilization infrastructure realities, power lines and so forth. And that I think that Parks Canada is world-renowned in my travels around the world. In almost every situation of visiting a protected national space abroad, I have heard from the administrators of these parks their great admiration for the work of Parks Canada. With regards to, and I'll be very brief here, Mr. Speaker, with regards to the protected species within Natsicho National Park, great care has been taken because Natsicho has a very important part to play in the life and the continued existence of the woodland caribou, and calving grounds have been a point advised by both the Satu and the Dene people, by the Northwest Territories, by wildlife authorities, have been to protect these birthing grounds, and I can assure my colleague they are protected under this legislation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Thornhill for this. And obviously, as you can hear from both his speech and the questions in the House, he has a tremendous amount of knowledge about this park and has done a tremendous amount of work to get us to this point. So I'd like to thank him for that. Mr. Speaker, he mentioned early in his speech that he was present in Norman Wells to make the announcement about this. I was pleased to be able to join him with there. Maybe I could just get my honourable colleague to talk about what the community atmosphere was like there when we were there to do that, what the reception was like, how the community felt, because those are very important issues to bring to the House of Commons, to bring on the floor here during this debate, to talk about what we know the people felt there because we were there as the announcement was made. We saw the enthusiasm, and if he could just share that personal account and personal perspective, I think it would provide some value to this debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say it was a pleasure traveling, and is always a pleasure traveling in the northern reaches of our country with the honourable member from Yukon. And yes, the work to create this additional protected space adjacent to the Great Nahanni National Park Reserve has taken many years and extensive consultations with all of the groups that I mentioned in my speech, the governments obviously of Canada and the Northwest Territories, the regional community corporations, and equally as important, with the people who have lived on this land for hundreds, thousands of years, the Satu Dene and the Métis people, who had sometimes a variation of views on exactly what needed to be protected and how it would be protected, but who negotiated over the creation of the, and I can assure members of the House that there were many versions of the ultimate map designating exactly what would be in and what the boundaries of the park would be, the protected areas, the spiritually relevant areas of the park, the areas relevant to protecting, as I mentioned in a previous answer to a colleague on the other side of the House, the protecting wildlife and biodiversity. And there was at the Prime Minister's announcement, again in Norman Wells, not that far from the new park, which still requires infrastructure to be developed and constructed to allow easier access. There was great joy and satisfaction that, in fact, all of the considerations necessary to create a new national park had been recognized in a spirit of cooperation and collaboration.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as you can see, what we've seen here is that the government has chosen actually the smallest of the options that was available. And so there's extreme concern with respect to whether or not I would say there's extreme concern given the fact that it seems that the government actually listened more to the mining industries, those wanting to develop, and not necessarily those who are looking at sustainable economic activity in the area. So I guess my question to my colleague is that given the boundaries around this area, and my colleague spoke to this a while ago about the wildlife and that, can he guarantee that there won't be any mineral development along the Little Nahanni around the boundaries of that actual park? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a well-reasoned and thoughtful question. But I can answer her concerns. The creation of any new national park, and sometimes we think only in the context of our great traditional, centuries-old national parks and the protections which have continued over the decades. But we must realize that the Government of Canada, Parks Canada, is not the sole decision maker in these matters. That we are in partnership with the governments, in this case the government of the Northwest Territories, with the various communities of the North, and indeed, as she mentioned, the input of those organizations and companies which this government believes is responsible for helping to build the economic vitality, not just of the urban South, but of the North. There are those among us, and I salute their ambition, who would make all of our entire northern lands into one great national park reserve with no development. But I think it is only responsible for the Government of Canada, certainly, but for the people of Canada, for the provinces and territories, and for the local governments to consider exactly the balance between environmental protection of our special places and reasonable social and economic development. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that this legislation now before us speaks to exactly that balance.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my speech, I would like to, as other members have done, convey condolences to the families of Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent and Corporal Nathan Cirillo. Today I'm rising to speak to Bill S5, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Nassau National Park Reserve of Canada. And in an earlier exchange between myself and the member from Yukon, I indicated that New Democrats will be supporting this bill, and I think it's a very important bill to get to committee after second reading to review. I'm going to quote some background information from the legislative summary to put this into context. The bill amends the Canada's National Parks Act to establish the Nassau National Park Reserve of Canada in the Northwest Territories. The park reserve, which measures 4,895 square kilometres, is located in the northern one-sixth of the South Nahanni River watershed in the Northwest Territories, adjacent to and to the northwest of the existing Nahanni National Park Reserve. The South Nahanni River watershed is an important cultural, spiritual, and natural area for the First Nations and Métis peoples of the Saulteaux settlement area, Decho region, and the eastern Yukon. It is home to several important species, including grizzly bears, woodland caribou, Dall sheep, and Canada's northernmost populations of mountain goat and hoary marmot. The Saulteaux Dene and the Métis peoples of the region have long recommended that the area that will form this park reserve be conserved. And in the legislative summary, it talks about the path to creating the Nassau National Park Reserve of Canada. The Nassau National Park Reserve will complete the protection offered by the National Park System to the greater Nahanni ecosystem. Nahanni National Park Reserve, which is situated in the Decho region, was created in 1972, in large part to prevent the construction of a hydroelectric project at Virginia Falls. Initially, the Nahanni Park Reserve covered about 1/7 of the greater Nahanni ecosystem. At the time, research indicated that in this area, with many competing land uses and with most of the water in the park reserve coming from outside its boundaries, a larger park would better protect the ecological integrity of the ecosystem. In 2009, Nahanni National Park Reserve size was increased sixfold within the Decho region. To expand the protection of the greater Nahanni ecosystem into the adjacent Saulteaux settlement area in 2007, Parks Canada created the Saulteaux Dene and Métis peoples of the Toledo district. Parks Canada approached. The negotiations process and requirements for creating a new park or park reserve within the Sawtooth settlement area are defined in Chapter 16 of the Sawtooth Dene and the Métis Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement 1993. The purpose of such parks is to preserve and protect for future generations representative natural areas of national significance, including the wildlife resources of such areas, and to encourage public understanding, appreciation, and enjoyment of such areas, while providing for the rights of the participants under this agreement to use such areas for the harvesting of wildlife and plants. In addition to affirming various traditional rights and uses, the agreement states exploration for and development of minerals shall not be permitted within a national park, except as may be required for construction purposes within the park. As part of the process of creating a park reserve under the agreement, an impact benefit plan was required to lay out the relationship between the Sawtooth Dene and Métis and Parks Canada for managing a national park reserve. A memorandum of understanding for negotiating the impact benefit plan was signed in April 2008. While a number of competing uses for the land included outfitting and sport hunting were proposed for the park reserve, the most contentious issue is mining and mineral exploration. And, Mr. Speaker, I will come back to that in a moment. I want to comment for a moment on the process, and for this I'm actually referring to Wikipedia because it actually had a very succinct description of the process. It says, following the announcement, 3 plans for the park boundaries were proposed. The region is known for its mineral potential, and mining companies were concerned that the park would limit their access to these minerals. The first scenario would have made the park 6,450 square kilometers, protected 94% of the upper watershed of the South Nahanni River, 95% of the grizzly bear habitat, and 81% of the woodland caribou summer habitat, leaving 20% of the overall mineral potential outside of the park's boundaries and potentially available for development. The Government of Canada chose the third option for the final park boundary that leaves 70% of the overall mineral potential outside the park, while retaining 70% of the grizzly bear habitat and 44% of the summer calving grounds of the woodland caribou herd within the park boundary. Concerns were raised about the impact that mining the region would have on the South Nahanni watershed. Now, Mr. Speaker, in reviewing these 3 options, I just want to refer to Parks Canada's own consultation process, and this was the final consultation report from August the 30th, 2010. Now, in that report, one of the things that happened was that participants were asked to indicate what their preference was for which option that had been proposed. And although there was only 3 options that there was a preference, there was actually a 4th option, but the only 3 options were actually indicated as preferences. Option 1, which is not the preference that was chosen by the government, had 92.3% of participants indicate that this was the option that they would prefer. Option 2 had 4.6% and option 3 had only 3.1%. So you can see overwhelmingly participants in the consultation favored that first option. And I want to refer, from that final report, I want to refer to some of the findings from the consultations with Aboriginal peoples in the Sawtooth region. In the report, it says a frequently expressed comment in the Sawtooth region consultations was that it does not make sense to have a national park reserve if you also allow mining to exist in the watershed. Participants stated that their distrust of the mining industry and the environmental assessments to protect the natural environment concerned that the impacts of minings would be harmful to the watershed downstream. It was suggested by participants that protecting the water should be a higher priority than obtaining the employment and financial benefits of mining. These were seen as small benefits, Mr. Speaker. While some participants saw a balance of economic and conservation values as beneficial, for example, option 1 was seen to accommodate miners to keep their leases and sought to protect the watershed and animals, many others felt that the mining should not be allowed at all in the watershed. It was suggested that the key concern in deciding on the boundary should be the conservation of wildlife and water. The beauty and importance of the Nazi Cho area was highlighted by many consultation participants in the Sawtooth. They stated that the area was very important to the peoples of the Sawtooth, Dehcho, and Kaska, which is Ross River Dene Council and the Liard First Nations, Yukon. One Toledo elder described the mountain itself, Nazi Cho, as sacred to these peoples. It has been used to teach and to heal. This area has power, powerful medicine. The area is so powerful that it will heal you, used in the past to heal peoples before white medicine. For these reasons, we don't want to lose this area to development, and it should become a park. Now, Mr. Speaker, of course, there was many other pieces of input with regards to the consultation, but I think that very succinctly sums up what the Saulteaux peoples were talking about in terms of preservation of the area. Further on in the public consultation report, there was an analysis of the proposed options. Option 1 was seen as the best way to facilitate maximum protection of the watershed and habitat of the important species, while also accommodating resource potential in the park. A number of the participants who preferred Option 1 qualified the choice by indicating that Option 1 represented the next best approach to protection of the entire South Nahanni River watershed, and preferred that mining leases be bought out. They also indicated that if mining activities are allowed in the vicinity of the park reserve and the upper watershed of the South Nahanni River, the most stringent environmental controls and management should be applied. Now, so Mr. Speaker, you can see clearly that the participants in the study preferred Option 1, talked about what needed to be in place in order to preserve this very important area, important ecologically and spiritually and culturally. And, of course, part of the concerns that the member from Western Arctic raised when he gave his speech here in the House was the fact that, despite the consultations and the preference from people in the region, that this was not the option that was selected. In addition, the member from Western Arctic raised some concerns with regards to funding and resources in order to actually support the development of this park and to protect its integrity in the longer run. And I want to refer to the report from the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development that was tabled in this House in fall of 2013. And this report was on the ecological integrity in national parks. Now, in the introduction in this report, one of the things that the Commissioner did was outline the benefits that national parks provide, and these include the following. They serve as storehouses of biological diversity, including species at risk. They provide vital functions in ecosystems such as carbon sequestration, stormwater surge protection, freshwater filtration, and pollination. Provide benchmarks for researchers to compare undisturbed ecosystems within national parks against lands outside of national parks that have been subject to human activities. And finally, protect areas so that the present and future generations will have opportunities to connect with nature, appreciate natural heritage, and support its conservation. So, Mr. Speaker, in the report from the Commissioner, she, of course, raised a number of concerns, and they were as follows. I'm actually going to focus on the resources for maintaining ecological integrity because that is one of the concerns that has been raised about whether those resources will be available. And the Commissioner in 7.68 found that overall spending on heritage resources conservation decreased by 15% in the 2012-2013 fiscal year, compared with the average of the preceding 6 years, with further reductions planned as part of decisions flowing from the 2012 federal budget. The planned staffing numbers in heritage resources conservation were reduced by 23% in the 2013-14 fiscal year, compared with the average of the previous 7 years. More specifically, staffing in the science workstream was reduced by 33% during this period, as 60 of 179 positions were eliminated. We also found that the number of positions that are seasonal increased from 37% to almost 60% for the 2013-14 fiscal year. This exacerbates the impact of the reduction in the number of positions because seasonal staff work for only part of the year. And further on in that same report, with the concerns that were being raised, the spending on Heritage Canada Resources Conservation at Parks Canada has recently decreased by 15%, and it goes on to cite some of the same numbers. But it says Parks Canada has not clarified how and by when, with significantly fewer resources, the agency will address the backlog of unfinished work, the emerging threats to ecological integrity, and the decline in the condition of 34% of park ecosystems that it has identified. As a consequence, there is a significant risk that the agency could fall further behind in its efforts to maintain or restore ecological integrity in Canada's national park system. Mr. Speaker, earlier when I posed the question to the member from Yukon with regards to whether the government would commit the sufficient resources in order to make sure that the ecological integrity of this proposed park reserve would be maintained, the member referenced the budget announcement, and I just want to put some facts on the table here. First of all, Parks Canada identified aging infrastructure and inadequate levels of funding and maintenance as a key risk for the department in its November 2013 Departmental Performance Report. The Departmental Performance Report also showed that over $17 million in approved funding for heritage resources conservation and $22 million in town site and throughway infrastructure funding was allowed to lapse in the 2012-13 period. When we're talking about the budget, you know, the member was correct when he indicated that the budget announced $391 million over 5 years to deal with crumbling buildings, roads, and dams. But what he didn't indicate, Mr. Speaker, was that the amount, first of all, that the amount won't cover the backlog, but more importantly, that the money is going, because it's being phased in over 5 years, what you actually have is that in 2014, only $1 million will be spent. In 2015, $4 million, and that the bulk of the money, $386 million, will be spent after the next federal election. And, of course, we've been seeing this kind of smoke and mirrors budget announcements in any number of areas. I'm the Aboriginal Affairs critic for the New Democrats, and, of course, we saw an education announcement that indicated that most of the money would flow after the next federal election. And so it's another one of those cases where, trust me, you know, the check is in the mail. And so I think it's important to note that money is not a slam dunk. And so if the government really does want to support the development of this park reserve, that if it really does want to support the peoples of the region, that they need to indicate very clearly their intention to ensure that money will flow. Again, you know, we are wholeheartedly behind the creation of this park reserve. We are wholeheartedly in support of this bill moving forward and making sure that this happens expeditiously. I think members will know that this has been a long time in the making, and it is well past time that we go ahead and do this preservation. But a number of other organizations have also raised concerns, and I want to refer to the CPAW's Northwest Territories analysis. And in their analysis, they indicate that protecting the South Nahanni watershed is broadly supported locally across Canada and internationally. In 2006, the UNESCO World Heritage Committee recommended that Canada protect the entire South Nahanni watershed in recognition of the area's globally significant values. Scientists have also recommended that the entire watershed be protected in order to secure its ecological integrity, including adequate habitat for woodland caribou, Dall sheep, and grizzly bears. The original study area for the Nazi Cho MPR included important habitat for grizzly bears and key calving and breeding grounds for the Nahanni and redstone herds of mountain woodland caribou. Both of these species are listed under the Federal Species at Risk Act and need large intact areas to survive. The area is also home to the northernmost populations of mountain goats in Canada and is home to Dall sheep, which are part of the genetically unique Nahanni population that was isolated during the last ice age. The boundary announced by the Prime Minister in 2012 falls far short of what is needed to protect the ecological integrity of the world-renowned South Nahanni watershed, leaving critical wildlife habitat, including caribou calving grounds and breeding grounds, and source waters of the Nahanni River outside the park boundary. This boundary disregarded public input in the park establishment process, as well as scientific evidence of what's needed to fully protect the ecological integrity of the area and the habitat of these sensitive species. The boundary takes full advantage of potential industrial development in the area, protecting less area than any option presented during the public consultations. Though relatively pristine, resource exploration, mine development, and road access have encroached upon the headwaters of the South Nahanni River. There is a real risk that the ecological integrity of the entire watershed will be compromised if the Nazi Cho MPR is not expanded to fully protect the remaining part of the watershed. Its role in completing protection of the greater Nahanni ecosystem, as well as its ecological and cultural significance, make it a critical area to fully protect. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, as I indicated earlier, New Democrats are fully in support of having this bill move forward to committee. And at committee, I am sure that there will be an opportunity for a very fulsome review of the bill, of a review of the final consultation report that Parks Canada conducted, an opportunity to hear from witnesses both from the First Nations and Métis peoples of the region, to hear from environmental organizations and from industry around their perspective on the particular option that was proposed. And certainly one of the things that I think many people will be looking forward to hearing about is how will that ecological integrity of the park reserve be preserved in the context of the other kinds of activities that can be allowed. As well, I think it will be very important for the government to clarify exactly what resources will be available, both in terms of financial and human resources, in order to ensure that Parks Canada will be able to do its job in terms of promoting and supporting the ecological integrity of that park reserve. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, in conclusion, New Democrats are supporting this bill at second reading, and I look forward to the discussion that will happen at committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Ancaster Dundas, Flamborough Westdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my colleague for her speech, as well as her commitment to pass this expeditiously. And I just want to ask Mr. Speaker, through you, clarification on what expeditiously means. Has she dealt with her colleagues, and are they ready to let this pass today?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, I want to thank the member for that question, and of course, as he well knows, that the process in this House is a negotiation between our two House leaders, so I would suggest that he speak to his House leader, and I'll speak to my House leader, and we'll allow the two of them to sort that out procedurally, because that's the most appropriate place for that discussion to take place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my honourable colleague for her very important speech, and one that was very well delivered and detailed. The Government of Canada, and I want to point this out, has expressed support for targets in terms of biodiversity. We've signed a UN convention on this. There are targets, therefore, and these are important. So 17% that should be protected, but we're currently only at 10% in terms of protection. So we have this new conservation plan, and I'm on the committee, the Environment Committee, and I've worked on developing this plan. So I'm pleased to see that it exists, but unfortunately, it is being implemented very slowly. Every time there's a new park created, we have the same problem. We've got the Rouge River Park, Natincho, and other parks. In this case, for example, we won't have enough natural habitat to really protect the animals that need protection. So I would like to hear from my colleague her comments on all of that.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, I want to thank the member for that very good question, and I'm actually going to refer back to, once again, the report from the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development. And the Commissioner specifically talks about ecological integrity and the importance of it. And what the Commissioner said is ecological integrity is a characteristic of healthy ecosystems. Those that have complete food webs, a full complement of native plants and animals that can maintain their populations and functioning ecosystems, processes such as nutrient, water, and natural fire cycles that ensure the survival of those species. And it goes on to talk about the importance of this ecological integrity. So, Mr. Speaker, if we recognize that a functioning ecosystem is very important, what we actually need to do is make sure that when we're developing parks and park reserves, that we ensure that we have enough of a land base to protect that whole ecosystem, and that once again that we put the resources in place to ensure that integrity remains intact.
Christian, any comments?
Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, yes, as my colleague answered my question, and she did so very well, as she has said, the park boundaries are very poorly determined. I have a quote here from Mr. Woodley, who is responsible for parks and for the Canadian Park Society. He says, unfortunately, I have to say today that the park boundaries proposed in Bill S5 will not meet the conservation goals indicated because much of the important land base for the wood caribou as well as grizzly territory has been excluded. A major part of the Nahanni River Basin has been excluded, but yet this is part of the region. So this is from Mr. Woodley, who is responsible for the Park Society, and he has made this comment on the bill. We're very pleased to see that a new park is being created, but why do the Conservatives not take into account to a greater degree experts' advice? It isn't true that protecting parks will damage the economy. On the contrary. So I would like to hear from my colleague whether she doesn't think that the Conservatives should realize that parks are good for the economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to thank the member for that thoughtful question. I think there's a couple of pieces around this, and I also want to go back to a quote that was provided. Stephen Cockfey, former Premier of the Northwest Territories, also indicated a grave disappointment in the way the boundaries were drawn, and he said in part that what happened was that local people were put in a corner because it was either the smaller protected area that they desired or no protection at all, and this was in the Manitoba Wildlands News, October 24th, 2012, and that's troubling when people are given such a stark choice, either a take it or leave it choice. You take this smaller area or you get nothing. And I want to reference the Silcotin decision, a very important decision that just came out of British Columbia. Well, the Supreme Court made the decision, but it was a British Columbia matter with regards to land rights. And in that Supreme Court decision, one of the things that the justices said was that there is a responsibility to consider use for future generations. And so once again, when we're weighing the preservation of the ecological integrity and we're weighing economic benefits, one of the things that absolutely must be part of that equation, part of that discussion is what is the impact for future generations? What will they be left with once we are all long gone? And so I think those are all very important considerations when the boundaries are determined for this particular area.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech and her very thorough answers. My question is going to be around the very similar topic of boundaries. I know that with the creation of the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve, that there's going to be a large piece of this land assembly that the people who live on those lands have actually requested them to be included in the National Park Reserve, and that I think it was with the consultation, 92% of the people had requested for option 1, which was the largest option that was being considered, and that a large piece of land that is rich in minerals, and it seems that the boundary that has been chosen by the government is leaving out a large piece of the land which is mineral rich. There's lots of resources that will lie outside of the park's boundaries, and this will, of course, allow for new mining stake, which is prohibited inside the park boundaries, to allow to occur just outside. And we know that with mining for resources, that it does affect the groundwater tables, and of course, this national park reserve is at the headwaters of the South Nahanni River, and how is that going to impact the tributaries as well as the other rivers that are feeder rivers from the South Nahanni?
The honourable member for
have been reduced. It seems to me a little bit of a strange way to go about things, the way this government is doing it. According to a 2011 report for the Canadian Parks Council, there are over 60,000 full-time jobs amounting to $2.9 billion and a great deal of tax revenue for the government. And that just shows how important it is to ensure the well-being of these parks, and we don't have to choose between a good economy and the parks, because as the report from 2011 shows, good park management creates a good economy.
And I said this earlier, but I'd like to reiterate that the Commissioner of the Environment stated that the budget for Parks Canada is having a negative impact on the integrity of the parks and on the ecological nature of the situation. So this isn't something that's going to help, on the contrary. I'd also like to mention, well, in fact, I already said that. So, Mr. Speaker, this leads me to the bill being discussed in the bill that we're looking at in Aticho Park. Now, we support this bill. We support the idea of creating a park. However, we are disappointed with certain aspects of this bill. Now, of course, we're happy to see that a park is being implemented there, that we're increasing the park's network. This park was created in consultation, and the groups all stated that they wanted to see a bigger area covered, but the Conservatives neglected public opinion in that regard and decided to protect the smallest project, the smallest area or zone possible. We didn't include very important zones, and that is a problem. Now, we fear that the size of this park is insufficient, Mr. Speaker, because it is a territory for caribou, and the waterways aren't protected either. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, we have a number of concerns with respect to this park. Now, I'd like to quote Alison Woodley. She's the National Director of the Parks Program for the Nature Conservancy of Canada, and they've conducted studies. She appeared before the committee at the Senate on S5, and she said, and I quote, "Unfortunately, I must say that the boundaries as proposed in S5 will not help us to achieve the objectives of conservation, because a large portion of the caribou, the woodland caribou territory is not included. The Dal sheep territory is not included, nor is the area covered by grizzlies. And now this is south of Nahanni River and includes very important species. S5 is not an significant, will not make a significant contribution in terms of conservation. So that's what Ms. Woodley said, and she is a specialist on the creation of parks and on conservation. Now, this is what I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker. The idea behind this is good. Consultations were conducted, but we ended up with a disappointing bill. And, Mr. Speaker, this won't help us achieve the objectives under the Biodiversity Convention. We committed to that. We signed it, so we need to be much more proactive. The Conservative government needs to be much more proactive, and we need to see more action. Mr. Speaker, I can say that when we take power in 2015, when we form the government in 2015, we will be much more proactive in terms of creating parks, on science. We won't be cutting 33% of all scientists. We will invest in science. We will create new parks to comply with the convention. When we create a new park, we will ensure that it will protect rivers and the flora and fauna in that area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his remarks and for the good work that he does in the House and in his riding.
The issue of public engagement, and my honourable colleague referenced that in part. But we have a government that when it can, it will skirt public engagement, it will tilt public engagement, the results of which it'll tilt in their favor in order to get the result that they're after. We see this time and time again, and we're seeing this here in this case too. And I wonder if my colleague would like to comment on this as a part of a larger story of the way this government tries to not listen to the concerns and the wishes of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very pertinent comments and question. And we'll see this with the Rouge Park as well. The same is true. Consultations were held. Fears were raised, concerns with respect to the ecological integrity of the park. But the Conservative government just seems to want to do as it sees fit. As the member for Scarborough Rouge River said, she will be at committee in order to ensure that the Conservative government will listen to reason and understand the importance of the issue. The same is true with this bill for the Natincho National Park Reserve. Now, there were 3 proposals. The people called for the biggest one, but they ended up with the smallest area, which will, in fact, do the least to deal with conservation. I thank my colleague for his question.
Questions and comments. Honourable Minister of State for Western Diversification.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it should be noted that our government has, in fact, increased the size of protected land in this country considerably since we took office. And this, of course, means a gain to the protection of ecological integrity for our lands across the country. With regard to this particular park, I was wondering if my colleague would indeed verify that this is of a net benefit to the protection of lands in Canada to see this particular piece of legislation pass, as well as if he could acknowledge that it is in the implementation of a parks management plan, Mr. Speaker, by which there is further engagement in terms of both visitor experience and the development of ecological integrity plans. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to acknowledge the work that the member opposite attempted to do when she was Parliamentary Secretary to the Environment. But unfortunately, that was when there were huge cuts in 2012 to the Canada Parks budget. And that led to 1/3 of scientists being laid off, reductions, and that would have helped us to have a better ecological study of the parks, of areas that will do the most to deal with conservation, to help us comply with the Convention on Biodiversity. Now, this reserve is, or this park is, a step in the right direction. It's not the park that the people in the area wanted to see, nor the Natural Conservancy of Canada either. Now, we are aware that at the Environment Committee, we worked on the National Conservation Plan, but we need to implement it. We're lagging behind. Only 10% of the land is protected, where our objective is 2020, 17%. We're lagging far behind that. When we form government in 2015, Mr. Speaker, we will improve the situation.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this is my first time I'm rising in this House since the incidents from yesterday, I just want to take a moment to thank all of the House of Commons Security Services and all of our security partners who helped, and my deepest condolences on behalf of myself as well as all of my constituents in Scarborough-Rouge River to the family of Corporal Nathan Cirillo, and our thoughts and prayers are with Constable Sam of the House of Commons security team who suffered a gunshot wound in the line of duty protecting our House of Democracy. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, in allowing me to say a few words there. And now moving on to Bill S5, which is making an amendment to the Canada National Parks Act for the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve of Canada. I want to, if I may, start off by reading actually, before I do, the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve is mostly is all in the Northwest Territories in the South Nahanni watershed, and the proposed area for this park currently covers an area of 4,895 square kilometers, and is situated entirely in the Toledo district of the Satu settlement area. And the proposed area for the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve has been long recommended for conservation in land use by the Aboriginal peoples of the Satu, who have been the guardians of that land for thousands of years. And what they have said is that the land use should be for conservation. And reading from CPAWS, which is the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society's Northwest Territories chapter, when I was doing some research to learn about the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve, the first thing that comes up is that the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve lies in the headwaters of the South Nahanni River watershed, upstream from and adjacent to the Nahanni National Park Reserve and World Heritage Site. These two parks working together are necessary to protect the globally renowned land, water, and wildlife of the South Nahanni watershed. So right away when I'm doing my research, the first word that came up is importance of conservation from the Aboriginal peoples of the Satu, who have been the protectors of that land, of those lands for thousands of years. And then from CPAW's Northwest Territories, the word that stood out for me there is protect. Is to protect that the land assembly and the groundwater tables, the entire watershed. And looking at my personal experience in Scarborough with the Rouge National Urban Park, the future creation of the Rouge National Urban Park, we know that the Rouge Park, current Rouge Park, and the proposed National Rouge Park, there's a land assembly of 100 square kilometers of land that's within the Rouge River, Duffins Creek watershed in Toronto, Markham, and Pickering, and it's the ancestral home of the Mississauga, Huron-Wendat, and Seneca First Nations, and has sacred burial grounds and village sites. And just this past weekend, actually, Mr. Speaker, I spent 4 hours in the Rouge visiting the sacred burial ground, an ossuary, or the location of a past ossuary, and spent time with an Aboriginal elder named David Grey Eagle, who has been there protecting these lands, and working with the Friends of the Rouge Watershed and many other local people who care about the Rouge Park. We had been fighting for that 100 square kilometers of park, but what the government has proposed for the study area, not even the actual final park size, but the study area is 57 square kilometers. And the reason I'm talking about Rouge Park here is because I see the exact same pattern with the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve. The park, when they did the consultation with the community for the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve, there were 3 options that were presented. Option 1, which had a total area of 6,450 square kilometers. Option 2, 5,770 square kilometers. And option 3, which is the smallest of the proposal, which is 4,840 square kilometers. And of all of the consultation of the people who sent in their responses and comments through the consultation process, 92.3% were supporting option 1, which was a 6,450 square kilometers. 4.6% supported option 2, and Mr. Speaker, 3% supported option 3. And what the government ended up doing is they made a little minor adjustments, and the option that's closest to the one that the government is actually putting forward is closest to option 3. So of all the people who were consulted, they're supporting approximately 3% of the people's view or vision, or what of the people who were consulted, what they want for that protected land area. And it just doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. What the government should be doing is supporting the comments of the 92.3% rather than the 3%. The 4,000, so the Nazi Cho plus the Nahanni National Park which is just south of the Nazi Cho National Protected Reserve, would actually protect approximately 86% of the watershed of the South Nahanni River. And protecting 86% of the watershed doesn't ensure that the entire watershed, doesn't ensure the ecological integrity of the entire watershed. And I think it's important that 100% of the watershed is protected and not 86%. Another thing that I think is important to note here, Mr. Speaker, is that the area is rich in mineral resources, and the final park boundaries that have been put forward by the government were selected so that the maximum amount of mineral resources lie outside the park boundaries. And this is very concerning, Mr. Speaker, because we know that new mining stake is prohibited within the park boundaries. So it seems that the boundaries have been adjusted and rejigged so that they could allow for new mining stake to occur just outside the park's boundaries, and which is very concerning because we know that through the mining processes, the watershed will continue to be affected in a negative way if it's not done in a sustainable manner. And it leaves me concerned, and I think it leaves me concerned with the 92.3% of the people who are in the area who are concerned about what the boundaries that were proposed were. Also, Mr. Speaker, it leaves out most critical wildlife areas that will now lie outside of the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve, and when I say most critical wildlife areas, it's the caribou calving and breeding grounds, major upstream tributaries of the South Nahanni River, which of course flow into the Nahanni National Park downstream, which makes it more of a concern because now it's not just the Nazi Cho National Park Reserve, but it's also the Nahanni National Park Reserve, which is being affected because its tributaries are now potentially going to be affected. And I'd like to quote the former Premier of the Northwest Territories, Mr. Stephen Kakfwi, and he said that he's disappointed with the way the boundary lines are drawn. He said in an interview that the Prime Minister is protecting the mining interests more than environmental interests. And I quote, "Unfortunately, I think the Prime Minister has let down Canadians in his choice." He went on to say that local people were put in a corner because it was either the smaller protected area that was put forward or it was nothing. And of course, I'm in the same position, and I think I can firmly state that all New Democrats are in the same belief that we want more protected areas. We support the creation of a national park. But it's not fair to put the community in a corner and say, well, you get this tiny little piece of land as a national park, or you get nothing. Why can't we just do it properly, Mr. Speaker? When we're going to do something, if we say we're committed to conservation and ecological integrity, then why don't we actually commit to conservation and ecological integrity instead of just saying, well, we'll only commit for a small piece and not the whole. Oh my goodness, Mr. Speaker, I'm now realizing I only have 1 minute left, and I have so much more to say about this. Another issue that I wanted to talk about is the maintenance of parks, and Toronto Star reported in December of 2013, after a report by Parks Canada, actually in Parks Canada's in their departmental performance report in November of 2013, that there's approximately a $3 billion backlog in the deferred maintenance at Parks Canada, and with new parks being created, and there's already being a $3 billion backlog in maintenance of these parks, I'm concerned. I'm concerned for the future of Nazi Cho, but I'm also concerned for the future of the Rouge National Urban Park that's going to be created in my backyard. And I want to know that when we're creating national parks, that we're actually committing to ensuring that they're protected for their conservation, the ecological integrity of the ecosystems and the habitats, and also that they're going to be maintained for future use for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague says, certainly we are very supportive on this side of the House the creation of a national park, and this particular one is one of them that we do support. The difficulties that we have with what the Conservatives have put in place is the fact that, again, they're not looking at their responsibility with respect to how to best protect the wildlife, and they seem to be more leaning towards allowing more and more development in the area, and that is quite of concern to many, including the Nanicho. So when I'm looking at, and I listen to my colleague with respect to the ecological integrity and the concerns that she raised with respect to staffing at the park, and my colleague from Nanaimo Cowichan also spoke about the decrease in conservation and spending under this government's watch. So maybe my colleague can elaborate, because I know she still had lots to add with respect to the cuts to the parks, and I know that that's been impacting even the process for the protection of the heritage lighthouses. So maybe she can actually speak with respect to the cutbacks to Parks Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing for her question. She's absolutely correct. The Commissioner for the Environment identified that there's consistently a wide gap that's persistent between what the government commits to and then what it's actually achieving. And I did mention from the departmental performance report in November 2013 and the $3 billion backlog in the deferred maintenance at Parks Canada. There's also been elimination of jobs within Parks Canada. We know that budget cuts have had a huge impact, and it's led to 33% staffing cuts in science in Parks in Canada. That's 60 of the 179 positions were eliminated, and we're creating new parks. We're having the existing Parks Canada infrastructure being responsible for the creation and maintenance of newer parks as well as the existing infrastructure, yet we're now saying we're going to take away 33% of your support to do that, and it just doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker. And there's also, if I may, in the 2013-14 budget announcement, there was announcements of money to be spent on infrastructure maintenance of the parks. However, the timeline has been absolutely ridiculous, I believe, because the budget announcement was said that in this year, 2014, the government would spend $1 million. In 2015, they would spend $4 million, and then, of course, after the next election, they would spend another $386 million. And I think it's just absolutely absurd that the government is committing to spend $386 million after the next election. When
question and commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wondered if my colleague could speak a little bit to the issue which he's just alluding to now around the government announcing endeavors and announcing projects, but actually not backing that up with enough resources to maintain these projects. It's not good enough just to announce to make a ribbon-cutting announcement. These parks, this infrastructure, if you may, requires ongoing maintenance. My colleague has spoken to the arrears, in fact, in maintenance and upkeep in these national parks. This seems to be part of a trend with this government, and I wonder if my colleague could speak to that.
The Honourable Member Scarborough Rouge River, short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will endeavour to have a short answer for you. My colleague from Davenport hit the nail on the head when he said that, the government makes announcements, shows up for ribbon cutting, and then doesn't really do much to maintain whatever it is that has been opened. And I'm very concerned that there's already a $3 billion backlog in deferred maintenance at Parks Canada. There have been 33% of staffing cuts in science in Parks Canada, and there's been a big, large budget announcement in spending, but the spending's not going to happen until after the next election. And that cannot be how one government cannot bind the hands of a future government, and they're promising money that a future government will spend, which will not be a Conservative government, Mr. Speaker. When after 2015 is when they're expecting that $386 million will be spent. That's going to be a new Democrat government, and they're saying that we're going to spend it. We will spend money to ensure that our parks are maintained, but why isn't this government spending the money that they're saying they're going to spend today?
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this place, especially on this day, on behalf of and representing the good people of Davenport in the great city of Toronto. Je vais partager mon temps.
I will be sharing my time today with my colleague, the member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. I should know that by now. Well, some might wonder what a guy from Toronto is doing standing up and speaking on a bill about a national park in the Northwest Territories. And what I want to talk about today is how the issues which this bill underline are issues that should concern all of us, whether we live in big urban centers like Toronto or whether we are a part of First Nations, maybe Aboriginal communities in the north. And that is around some of the issues around public engagement, some of the issues around ribbon-cutting policies that don't have the backup of budgets, the promises this government makes that they don't fulfill. And this park, albeit a park that we want to see created, but the proposal that's on the table underlines some of the deep concerns that we have on this side of the aisle around how this government does its business. And I wanted to enumerate some of the connections here, some of the systemic issues that this bill underlines. Mr. Speaker, we have in this country, I think right now, a crisis around social license and public engagement. In my city, we saw the public shut out, utterly shut out, literally shut out, of the consultation process around the reversal of the Line 9 pipeline. Now, if the government had the full confidence that this was a fine idea, then they should have allowed for a full debate, full access to public consultation. As it stands now, Many people in my community do not support the decision to reverse the flow of Line 9. And I present petitions in the House almost daily on that subject. And the issue is the same when you talk about, for example, in my riding, a nuclear fuel facility, which for 50 years had operated, had as part of its license an obligation to inform the public, to engage the public in the work that it had been doing, and was discovered, because no one knew about it for 50 years, that clearly they hadn't really been doing the job that their license had required of them, and the government seemed to be nonplussed by that whole affair. We have other.
The honourable member for York is rising on point of order.
This isn't a debate about Line 9, Pipeline 9. I wish the member would speak that's more germane to the debate at hand and not debate frivolous items at this point. Debates for another day.
All honourable members know that there is, standing orders related to relevance, and also know that the chair often gives members latitude to speak about associated issues, and so I trust that all honourable members, including this one, will make his comments relevant to the matter that is before the House. Honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, and indeed, as I set out at the beginning of this of my time here, that what I wanted to do was underline some of the problems in this bill in terms of the process, and how these problems in this bill are endemic of the way the government chooses to operate, the way the government chooses to get around the strong current of public opinion vis-a-vis the bills that it puts forward in this place. And so in referencing a nuclear fuel facility in my writing, it's hardly not germane to the conversation, because what we're talking about right now is public engagement. And in this particular instance, when you have, basically 93% of those who did input their opinion into issues relating to this national park, when you have 93% buy-in on one boundary configuration and the government choosing a boundary configuration much smaller, much more amenable to mining interests, but certainly not a decision that was shared by those that did contribute their opinion, then I think we make it. That's why we're making a connection here. That's why I think that it's important that whether it's a nuclear fuel facility, whether it's the Line 9 pipeline, whether it's Northern Gateway, or whether it's a national park, that we do the work, the hard work of engaging the public, listening, and finding that balance, and actually listening to what the public has to say. I think that the other issue that I'd like to connect between this bill, this park plan, and other issues that I would say haunt this government's approach is around infrastructure, deferred backlogs in infrastructure. We have a $3 billion deferred backlog in Parks Canada. This is what they've identified. But this is not dissimilar. I mean, people in places like Toronto understand what this is about. We've got a massive deferred backlog in maintenance of our public housing units, and this government continually reneges on its responsibility to work with other levels of government to fix what is actually a national crisis of affordable housing. Now, again, some members may say, well, what does this have to do with a national park? What I want to stress here, Mr. Speaker, is what we're talking about is a trend that we see with this government of making flashy announcements. They've certainly done some flashy announcements around housing. We still don't see any affordable housing. They make splashy announcements about a park, a big national park in Scarborough. They make flashy announcements about Syrian refugees, but then they don't deliver the goods, Mr. Speaker. They don't actually either provide the money, or they simply in a quiet way renege on their promises. So the question isn't so much whether we support the creation of this park. We support it. We have concerns about the decision by the government to go with a much smaller boundary, thus diminishing the protection, the environmental protection and conservation that underpins the whole idea of a national park. But also, you know, there's questions of trust here, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that slid in an omnibus bill, a bill that essentially chipped away at and in some ways blew out of the water protection of lakes and streams and rivers, and so this government has an issue around social license, around the trust of Canadians, and we urge this government to start to take their role more seriously vis-a-vis public engagement, transparency, listening to Canadians, and putting legislation on the table that doesn't play games with the facts, which doesn't avoid the deep desires of Canadians, especially when it comes to something as important as a national park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I've heard this a couple times now, though, from the opposition. I think it's important to say it is fair for the opposition to say that other people had a different preference. But they keep perpetuating this myth, the false representation that 90% of people wanted something different. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we deliver the facts when we talk about these things in debate in the House of Commons. 1,600 plus people participated in consultations. Less than 65 of them indicated a preference for any one of the options. So nowhere in that figure do we ever come up with 95 or 90% of people preferring a different option than the one the government selected. So I would give it to the opposition that there may have been, and there clearly are, and we recognize that, people with a different perspective. But it certainly was not 90% of the people. And I would call on the opposition to make sure that when they level these facts in the House of Commons, or their perception in the House of Commons, that they deal in facts. And the facts are clear. 1,600 people provided comment and participation. Less than 65 of them selected an option that is not 90%, and any suggestion otherwise is irresponsible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I heard a question, but I'll imagine one and answer it. How's this for a fact? There were 1,600 written comments, and of those 1,600, only 2 selected the boundary configuration that the government chose. 63 selected otherwise, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is that a minuscule percentage of those that offered an opinion about the boundary selected the one the government chose, and an even smaller percentage of the overall deputies in this process chose this boundary. I think that it's fair to say that a park of this magnitude is widely appreciated, but what we're doing here right now is urging this government to get it right.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my honourable friend from Davenport with interest, particularly with respect to his comments on consultation. And I wanted to actually ask him a question expanding particularly on that particular point as it relates to issues around consultation with First Nations, and in particular with respect to the Dene. Does the honourable member believe that consultation was appropriate in this case? Not only just the issue of consultation, but maybe I can expand that even further, and that ultimately that First Nation communities ultimately felt that they would benefit from this particular proposal.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, listen, Mr. Speaker, in a general sense, there's approval of the park project, but in a more broad context, if I may just broaden the context out, the government has a terrible record in terms of its process of engaging and consulting with First Nations across the country on a number of projects. This is a park where we want to see comprehensive conservation and engagement and involvement with all the communities, all the First Nation communities there. First Nation Métis communities.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I start my speech, I'd like to do what many other of my colleagues have done and acknowledge and extend on behalf of Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing our thoughts and prayers to the families and colleagues of Warrant Officer Patras Vincent and Corporal Nathan Cirillo, and also extend our thanks to the security on the Hill here, especially Constable Son and Sergeant-at-Arms Kevin Vickers for their quick action. And so, Mr. Speaker, it brings me now to the debate that's before us, and the debate that's before us is Bill S5, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, Naticho National Park Reserve of Canada, and I can tell you that this is certainly a park that has been long awaited for. It's actually adjacent to and north of the Nahanni National Park Reserve. And I can tell you that the area for the Naticho National Park Reserve has long been recommended for conservation and land use process by the Saulteaux Dene and Métis, the area's Aboriginal people. And we know that the consultation process when it comes to First Nations communities and Indigenous populations is not something that the government has been very good at doing. So when we're looking at this piece of preservation that we're looking at doing, so such conservation would also align with the Government of Canada's commitment to conserve the greater Nahanni ecosystem, and that's what it was supposed to do, and ecological integrity of the area. The problem here is that the government has chosen the smallest option to go with, which leaves much concern with respect to whether or not there'll be some development, and this is what there is some great concern about the development that will actually occur around that park and the impact that this will have on the wildlife. So once created, the Parks Canada Agency and the Saulteaux Dene and Métis would be working with other land managers and resource users in the area to meet conservation objectives while respecting other land use in the area and existing third-party interests. And, for example, existing mineral claims and land leases. And again, during the conversation, this is the concerns that we actually heard about, was with respect to the preservation of the park and the concern that people had surrounding development around the park. So here's one of the comments that was provided by Chief Frank Andrew whose World Wildlife Fund announcement on Parks Canada receiving the WW Gift to the Earth Award. And he says, water is important to life, and it is important to us to save our water. The South Nahanni River watershed will be well protected through Naticho, and that will be a very good inheritance to leave for future generations. However, we have to give some thought that he's actually talking about the water situation and the impact as well that could be had with respect to mining in the area, and that's why they were hoping to have a much bigger piece of the pie, I guess you could say. So again, I talked about consultation a while ago, so there is contention surrounding the size of the park, as I've mentioned, and during the consultation process, or the establishment of the national parks set out in Section 12.1 of the Canada National Parks Act, Parks Canada presented 3 options for the park's boundaries, and I can tell you that option 1 was a total of 6,450 square kilometers. It was told to be developed to best protect conservation values while providing an open area around the existing mineral interest. And we heard over and over again that option 1 was actually one of the most preferred choices, where there was a consultation and there was 1,600 participants, and 92.3 of them indicated a preference to option 1. Option 2 was a total of 5,770 square kilometers, and that would actually diminish the achievement of conservation goals and allowed more mineral potential to be available. And then there was option 3, which is actually the one that the government decided to go with, and that was actually the smallest proposal with a total area of 4,840 square kilometers. And it actually took advantage of the mineral potential within the proposed park reserve while providing, again, the word is some protection to key values. So if we look at the protection, the concerns that we actually have is with the size of the park, because it includes the omission of vital caribou breeding grounds and lack of protection for source waters for the Nahanni River. Again, you know how sacred water is, and without a good drinking water or a good base for our water, it's very problematic. So we know that First Nations consider water very sacred, as should all of us. So again, however, with little overt opposition to the size of the park from the local people, there is little political capital here, but we do know that it is actually quite important to look at that. So again, you know, I don't think that option 1 is option 1 was actually the one that we would have preferred that the government would have went with, and so did most of the people here. However, they went with option 3. So again, Section 16 of the Sault-Dene Métis Land Claim Final Agreement sets out the terms and conditions for the establishment of the national park in the Saulteaux settlement area. Included in the terms and conditions are several clauses for review of the plans for the park after a period of not more than 10 years. Again, you know, it certainly would have been to the best advantage to everybody to go with option 1, because it certainly gave a lot more options for the economic viability in the area, and as well as for the protection of the wildlife in that area. Something else that I think that we need to, and could you tell me when I'm at about 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, 2, 3 minutes? I'm at 4? Okay, 3. Okay, well then I'm not too far away, but I've got so much to say on this, but I will indicate that actually the NDP actually do support the creation of the national parks in Canada's north, as well as the creation of National Parks Network in Canada, including this particular park. And while we're talking about parks, I think that we need to take into account that this is the government that actually has cut a lot in Park Canada, and I can tell you that it's had an impact even on heritage lighthouses and the process that's going forward, because I know that the government has taken a lot of those resources and has put it towards the Franklin expedition as well, so there's been much of a slowdown there. So again, back to the park, the creation of the Nazi National Park Reserve is the result of 7 years of consultation and negotiation with the Aboriginal people of the region. Again, the concern is that the government went with the smaller piece of it. While the terms and conditions of the Constitutional Protected Saulteaux Land Claim Agreement have been met, including the creation of an impact benefit plan and a management committee, we remain concerned around the government's commitment to the park. So again, I'll reiterate, because this is the biggest piece of it, is that the larger park was actually the preferable option and could be expanded in the future. This government can create all the parks it wants, but without funding and careful protection of the ecological integrity of this and all of the national parks, the designation is relatively meaningless in terms of conservation, Mr. Speaker. So with that, I'll leave it to the questions and answers. And again, I thank everybody for their their patience and understanding today on the situations that we faced yesterday. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Nickelbelt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Algoma Manitoulin-Kapuskasing, for her good speech. But I would like to ask her, through you, Mr. Speaker, why, when the government had 3 options to choose from, it picked the third one, which is the weakest. The honourable member for Algoma Manitoulin-Kapuskasing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. My colleague, the member for Nickel Belt, who is very active in the natural resources area, I think he will understand my answer. From what we can see, the government is more interested in protecting mining interests than parks. An NDP government would be prepared to provide the necessary support and the needed resources to make sure that conservation is properly ensured.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of my constituents from Surrey North to speak to Bill S5, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with another member. I think I will keep it up till QP. I have a time till the QP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been a long recommendation by the Satu Dene and Métis, that area of, here I'm going to try pronouncing this park's name, Mr. Speaker. The name of the park, I'm going to miss this here, but I'm going to try. Nes Ishbu National Park. Reserve be used for conservation in the land use process, and I'm happy to see that this recommendation is finally coming to fruition. This proposed national park reserve is located in the Northwest Territories, northern 1/6 of the South Nahini River watershed in the Northwest Territories, Mr. Speaker. Myself and my colleagues, my NDP colleagues, support the creation of this national park and the contributions that our national parks makes towards conservation of key ecosystems and habitats in Canada. However, Mr. Speaker, I am concerned that this proposed size of this park will omit certain key ecosystems and habitats. Unfortunately, this proposed 4,840 square kilometer park will not include vital caribou breeding grounds, nor will it include protection for waters for Nahini River. Mr. Speaker, governing is all about choices. Every day when we arrive in this House, we are forced to make choices. At committee, we are forced to make choices also, Mr. Speaker. It is one of the responsibilities of this job that our constituents elect us to make these choices on their behalf. The decisions that we make in this House, in committee, will not always be the best interest of every interested party. With this bill, the Conservative government are demonstrating yet again that they value the interests of corporations more than the interest of local communities. Mr. Speaker, this is a trend that I've seen from this government. I've spoken on numerous pieces of legislation over the last 3 years, where the same theme emerges in every single bill, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives have shown their unwillingness to consider expert opinions, Mr. Speaker, experts' testimony, and the suggestions that these experts present. In this bill, the Conservatives are demonstrating that they value the interests of mining industry more than the opinions of the people in the region where this park will be established. Mr. Speaker, during the consultation process for this establishment of this national park. Parks Canada presented 3 options for the park's boundaries. Option 1 included a total area of 6,450 square kilometers and was developed to best protect conservation values while providing an open area around the existing mineral interests. This option was overall preferred choice, being picked by 92% of those who indicated a preference. Option 2, Mr. Speaker, was incrementally smaller with a total area of 5,770 square kilometers, and option 3 was the smallest proposal with a total area of 4,840 square kilometers. Despite the overwhelming preference for option number 1, which was the bigger park, the government has proceeded with option 3. Despite my concerns with the size of the park, Mr. Speaker, after 7 years of consultation and negotiations with with the Aboriginal people of the region, it is at least a step forward, a small step in the right direction to create creation of the Netshu National Park Reserve. But, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if this government will be able to provide the funding and support for national parks to meet its conservation targets. We can create all the national parks we can or we want, but this is truly an empty gesture without the funding necessary to maintain them, Mr. Speaker. So what is the government's track record on funding for national parks, Mr. Speaker? Unfortunately, it's not very good. Not good at all. For example, in December of 2013, the Toronto Star, Mr. Speaker, reported that there's an almost $3 billion backlog in deferred maintenance at Parks Canada. Mr. Speaker, that's $3 billion deferred backlog in maintenance at Parks Canada. This does not inspire confidence that our government will be able to maintain a new park in the Northwest Territories, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, the Commissioner for the Environment identified a wide and persistent gap, and I quote this, a wide and a persistent gap between what the government commits to and what it is achieving. This gives us no reason to believe that the new park reserve will be any different. In fact, the commitment that the government has made in 2013-14 budget announcement, Mr. Speaker, regarding the spending on infrastructure in the parks is laughable, Mr. Speaker. The budget announcement of $391 million over 5 years to deal with crumbling roads, buildings, and dams. This comes, Mr. nowhere close to covering the backlog that I mentioned, which is over $3 billion. And on top of that, the short-term spending projections for the short-term spending projections are also very ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. According to the government, this year in 2014, they will spend $1 million. In 2015, they will spend $4 million. And the remainder of the money that they've committed, so out of the $391 million, the 386 will come after the election, Mr. Speaker. How convenient is that? Unfortunately, they're not going to be in government in year 3, Mr. Speaker, because this sort of accounting doesn't wash well with Canadians. They expect better from our government. They expect our government to deliver on the promises that are made either during the election or the protection of our environment that needs to take place in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how much time do you have? 2 minutes? Mr. Speaker, I'll sum this up. Mr. Speaker, all of this is to say that the creation of the national parks and national reserves should be a priority for Canadian governments. However, empty promises are not the way forward. An NDP government, Mr. Speaker, in 2015 would provide adequate support to meet conservation targets, preserve biodiversity, and help local communities realize the economic and tourism potential that our national parks can provide. Based on this government's track record, I don't think it is committed to doing the same, Mr. Speaker. And there is, Mr. Speaker, in fact, we've heard from previous speakers that the Premier of Northwest Territories and other leaders are on record of how this government has actually gone out of the way to keep a very vital habitat for the caribou, the preservation of the river out of the park area. Mr. Speaker, if we're thinking about preserving and enhancing environment, we should not be rejigging the boundaries in order to make national parks truly national parks, rather than trying to cut corners where the actual effect of preserving and enhancing environment and habitats is not taken into account, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with that is again a very small step in the right direction. My colleagues on this side, we support this bill at this point, and we are looking forward to maybe amendments to listen to some of the concerns that the locals have presented, and I hope the government will take the opportunity to provide in the committee to provide that forum so that we can look this bill in details. Again, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And
the time for government orders has expired. Consequently, questions and comments for the member from Surrey North will take place after question period. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Huntsic. Mr. Speaker, the recent attacks against Canadian Forces members in our Parliament yesterday has raised a number of questions. Investigations are underway. However, we know that the authors of these crimes were known to Canadian authorities. Their passports had even been withdrawn to prevent them from fighting abroad with jihadist groups. If our police forces and intelligence officers are prepared to face organized groups, they can't on their own deal with that kind of terrorism. This is hitting the Western world, and on a daily basis, young people are being intoxicated with jihadist views, and this is attacking vulnerable young people. We must therefore put in place prevention programs that will attack the radicalization of these young people with the budget to support it, and on the other hand, step in when these people are showing signs of these problems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, firstly, let me say I'm proud to see this House remains unshaken and steadfast throughout the recent attack on our institution. This resolve, strength and perseverance is what makes our Canadian Forces who they are. Mr. Speaker, those of us who served in the Canadian Forces deal with sudden death all the time. As a fighter pilot, I've had about several dozen friends who have died suddenly. Anybody who is in combat has seen friends and comrades die suddenly, whether it's in combat, whether it's in training. Those are part of the job. Those are what we expect to happen. What we don't expect to happen is to be run down in a parking lot. What we don't expect to happen is to be shot point blank when you're standing on guard at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Mr. Speaker, those kind of things are not part of the business, are not acceptable, and should imbue us with sadness and some anger at the same point. So I want to pay tribute to people like Warrant Officer Vincent, Corporal Cirillo, who paid a price that they shouldn't have had to pay in the way that they did. And I want to salute all soldiers, sailors, airmen and airwomen for the complete dedication to duty defending Canada's values that we hold so dear. So I want to thank all those folks, Mr. Speaker. God bless them all, and God bless Canada.
The Honourable Member for Le Salimar. Mr. Speaker, let's be instruments for peace. Let's show love where there is hate, where there is despair. Let's help them find hope, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'm thinking specifically about the mothers who are suffering in silence and whose pain will be difficult to resolve. Mr. Speaker, we are lucky that we live in a country where peace and freedom are prevalent. We will never take those privileges for granted, and let's preserve them against all attacks. As members of Parliament, we have the privilege of sitting in this chamber where democracy rules and camaraderie as well. Not at all times, but most of the time, Mr. Speaker. These too are values that we all share. Let's make Canada a voice for peace, compassion, and solidarity.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Base Petawawa, I rise today to express sympathy for the family of Corporal Nathan Cirillo, a true Canadian hero who died in the service to his country. Our military family is a tight-knit community. We feel the pain and the loss of Corporal Cirillo's family. The day before this week's tragic event on Parliament Hill, I had the privilege of greeting the Grade 5 class from Our Lady of Sorrows School in Petawawa. As we stood in the Peace Tower above the Hall of Honour, a young boy of a serving soldier asked me if his dad's name was in the Book of Remembrance. Thankfully, I could tell him no. My thoughts on Wednesday immediately went to the children of serving soldiers of Base Petawawa, like the Grade 5 class and the Grade 10 Civics class from Bishop Smith High School, which was on Parliament Hill the same day, and all the children who are victims of senseless violence. We must never forget the risk every man and woman takes when they put on the uniform of a Canadian soldier, and the loved ones at home who keep the home fires burning.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay honour to Corporal Nathan Frank Cirillo, a young reservist, and Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent, a 28-year veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces, both tragically killed in service to their country. Nathan Cirillo was victim of a callous act of murder yesterday while performing his duties, standing guard before one of the key symbols of our fight for freedom, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Patrice est décédé juste à l'extérieur.
Patrice died outside the office where he provided support services to active serving and former members of the Canadian Forces.
Remind us that all living in freedom sometimes comes at a very high price, and it is the ultimate price that these two brave soldiers have paid. It engraves in our hearts our appreciation for the service of Canadian Armed Force members. The legacy of these two heart-wrenching deaths must be that Canada and all Canadians will not be deterred by those who seek to harm us, but will continue to vigorously defend our freedoms and our values.
The honourable member for West Loch St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the dedication of over 600 Canadian Forces personnel who departed from Fort Wayne Cold Lake in my riding to join our allies in Operation Impact. The timing of this deployment could not be more significant. On Monday, Officer Patrice Vincent, who had served with the Canadian military for 28 years, was struck down in Montreal by a homegrown terrorist. Now, in the wake of yesterday's act of terror on Parliament Hill, we are still grappling with the gutless murder of Corporal Nathan Cirillo. Mr. Speaker, those set on doing harm to Canada and its people should make no mistake. These senseless acts of violence will only strengthen the resolve of all Canadians. Our servicemen and women carry the memory of their fallen comrades with them on their mission. To the families of those Canadian Forces personnel who said goodbye to their loved ones this week, we sincerely appreciate the sacrifices you make and thank you for your service to our country. United, our country remains strong against those who threaten freedom and democracy, both at home and abroad.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to rise in the House today to welcome back a friend and honorary citizen of Canada, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. In his long struggle for the Tibetan people, the Dalai Lama has consistently opposed the use of violence and teaches that all life is precious, an especially poignant message to Canadians today. I stand to reaffirm Canada's support of His Holiness the Dalai Lama's unwavering commitment to nonviolence and peace. I look forward to meeting him in Vancouver tomorrow with my colleagues from the Parliamentary Friends of Tibet, of which I'm Vice Chair, and I call on the government to continue to urge the Chinese government to re-enter into negotiations with the Dalai Lama's envoys and consider his request to make a pilgrimage to Wutaishan in China. Today, I join with members of the House and all Canadians in wishing a heartfelt welcome to His Holiness the Dalai Lama.
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the men and women of our Canadian Armed Forces. This week's tragic events provide yet again another reminder of the sacrifice and courage of our brave men and women in uniform. As the member for Brandon Souris, it gives me great pride to have CFB Shiloh as part of our southwestern Manitoba community. Not only are we proud of the great work our service members do abroad, but also we are grateful for the work they do at home. They are mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters. They are our friends and neighbors, and most of all, fellow Canadians. Today we honor Corporal Nathan Cirillo and Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent. We will remember them. And we will remember all of their fallen comrades who served on behalf of our grateful country of Canada. As always, we will pull through this together with the same resolve that has seen our country through many challenges. May God bless all of our members of the Canadian Armed Forces and continue to keep our land glorious and free.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's heart and soul were attacked yesterday, but I rise today in this House to assure Canadians that both are still intact. Parliament represents Canada's soul, or heart and democracy, Mr. Speaker, and our National War Memorial represents our soul. The freedoms debated and confirmed in this House were secured by the sacrifice of tens of thousands of Canadians who died defending our values and freedoms. Canada's deepest loss is not the innocence of our capital, Mr. Speaker, but the loss of two Canadians who embody the best of Canada. Corporal Cirillo was killed standing guard over our soul and now joins the ranks of fallen he was honouring. This is the same week that we lost Warrant Officer Vincent to a similarly despicable attack. Our men and women of the Canadian Forces volunteer to serve our country, and they do so with pride. Corporal Cirillo and Warrant Officer Vincent were not attacked because of who they were. They were attacked because of the values their Canadian Armed Forces uniform represents. Mr. Speaker, Canada's heart and soul remain strong despite these attacks. All of Parliament stand with the families of the fallen, and we stand firmly beside the Canadian Armed Forces.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, Diwali is always an opportunity for all of us to reflect on the past year, to look ahead, and to plan for the future with renewed optimism. For me personally, never has the reason for this celebration hit closer to my heart than now. Yesterday, many people in my riding of Newton North Delta and all over the world gathered with family and friends to give thanks, to reflect, and to celebrate the victory of goodness in all of us. Ultimately, it is the goodness of the human spirit that triumphed in Ottawa. Hundreds put themselves in harm's way to protect and comfort, and help those who needed help and people they had never even met. We thank them. Every Canadian can share in hope for the future. Around the world, our multicultural nation is a beacon of hope. We pride ourselves on our openness, and we strive to build an inclusive society. One day late, and on behalf of my NDP colleagues, I wish everyone a very happy Diwali, happy Deepawali, or Naya Saal Mubarak. Next Wednesday, member from York Southwestern will be hosting our first Diwali on the Hill.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
The attack in Ottawa yesterday morning was an evil attempt to hurt and kill innocent, unsuspecting Canadians, men and women going about their daily lives, living, working, and even visiting our nation's capital. Our first thoughts must be with our fallen heroes this week, Corporal Nathan Cirillo and Warrant Officer Patrice Vincent, and also with those in hospital recovering from their injuries. They and their families are in our prayers, as are all our Canadian Forces members, including those in and near my riding at CFB Gagetown. But yesterday's act of terror signified more than just an attack on innocent people. It was an attempt to strike at our democracy and instill fear and doubt in our minds. That was the outrage we all shared yesterday. The fact that we gathered here today in Parliament, determined to continue our work and not be cowed by ISL-inspired terrorism, demonstrate this attack failed. It is also a sign that any attempt to intimidate Canada or threaten our democratic way of life will fail. God bless Canada. We remain strong and free.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of yesterday's events, I would like to express my sincere condolences to the family and loved ones of Corporal Nathan Cirillo for his selfless sacrifice and service to our country. Tragedies like this will remind us that brave men and women of our law enforcement agencies, our security services, and our Canadian forces risk their lives every day to keep us safe. I'm immensely grateful for their quick and courageous response. We come together on the Parliament Hill with different backgrounds and ideas, but with a common goal to make Canada a better place. Today is no different, Mr. Speaker. After yesterday's events, we must continue to rely on our values and remain united as Canadians. In solidarity, I stand to continue my service to this great nation and to work hard for my constituents in Surrey North. With love, hope, and optimism, we will persevere and we will prevail, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
I'd like to take a moment to thank the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces, and I'm proud to call my riding the home of Canadian Forces-based 8-Wing Trenton. Amid yesterday's chaos, it's important to remember the efforts of those who serve our country. Through the tragedy of yesterday's events, Canadians are coming together stronger than ever. Party lines have been blurred as we go forward in unity to ensure a safe, democratic country. Most importantly, our thoughts and prayers are with the family and friends of Corporal Nathan Cirillo. Corporal Cirillo was killed as he provided a ceremonial honour guard at Canada's National War Memorial, that sacred place that pays tribute to those who gave their lives so that we can live in freedom, democracy, and in a safe society. It is often easy to go about our lives without much thought of those who have sacrificed their lives and of those who continue to sacrifice to defend our values. However, it's only in our most vulnerable times that we can truly come together and appreciate those brave men and women, what they've done for their country and what they continue to do today.
The honourable member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to the brave members of the Parliamentary Security Service, to members of the RCMP, the City of Ottawa Police Service, and all police and military services that responded to yesterday's events with courage, discipline, and strength.
Mr. Speaker, have always protected us. But yesterday, many of us witnessed remarkable women and men doing their jobs bravely in the face of uncertainty and danger.
Moreover, the leadership and courage of our Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Vickers, has inspired all Canadians. I want to tell Kevin, my friend, just how grateful we are to him.
Arms, Kevin Vickers has a long and distinguished career in public safety and public service. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, my fellow New Brunswicker inspired Canadians by his courage and his discipline, and we're all forever grateful to him and the women and men who work with him for our safety in this place.
The honourable member for Lotbinière, Chutes-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, it's with emotion and gratefulness that I rise today to acknowledge the strength, courage, and unwavering commitment of all the women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces, showing dedication to our country for the well-being and security of us all. They serve with honour 24 hours a day. No obstacle or threat prevents them from responding to the call. Their faith and love for our country inhabits them and guides them. We are fortunate to have CFB Valcartier near my riding to protect and defend us. And we have come together, Mr. Speaker, as a society to live freedom and democracy that we are entitled to. I'd like to thank again the members of the Canadian Forces as well as all of the military bases across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Hamilton East, Stoney Creek.
Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart that I rise today to salute Corporal Nathan Cirillo, a constituent in my riding.
and a member of the Argyll-Sutherland Highlanders, a storied regiment of the Reserve Forces based in Hamilton. This soldier was an example of the finest of men and women who stand between Canadians and those who would seek to destroy our way of life. A single father of a young son, Corporal Cirillo, earned the honour of standing on guard, ceremonial guard, at our nation's war memorial. On such duty, soldiers are not issued live ammunition. Our service personnel are prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. But who would have believed on what probably was the proudest day of this man's life, he would lose it? Corporal Cirillo was murdered in the most cowardly fashion. Today, as members of this House resume our duties on behalf of Canadians, I know all in this esteemed House will join me in offering our sincerest condolences to this family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday's tragic events show unequivocally the bravery, the organization, and the commitment of the House of Commons and Senate security staff, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the Ottawa Police Services. Without hesitation, they put themselves in harm's way to protect all of us here. Members of Parliament, senators, our staff, and the support staff and visitors that find themselves here on Parliament Hill. Yesterday, we knew they were there. Our calm was a measure of the confidence we have in the men and women that greet us here every morning, every day. They demonstrated professionalism, efficiency, and courage. This is Canada's house, and they are the keepers of Canada's house. Mr. Speaker, the brave men and women of our police and security first responder units are people we need to personally thank. And across this broad nation, every Canadian thanks you. As the sun rose on our flag today, you were there. We know as the sun sets, you are still vigilant, prepared, and courageously standing on guard for thee.
Indeed.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Bravo!
Mr. Speaker, today we are here. Today we carry on. Can the Prime Minister please update Canadians and the members of this House on the horrific events of yesterday? And can he tell us what immediate measures are being taken to ensure the security not only of Parliament but of all Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, well, obviously I'm briefed on a regular basis. I will leave public comment on certain events to the police authorities as they conduct their investigations. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, we have been, as I indicated earlier today in the House, looking at our various laws and options under the law to strengthen the ability to survey, detain and arrest individuals who are threats to us. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I know individual security agencies will also be looking very carefully at the events of yesterday to determine what else has to be done. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the security agencies of Parliament themselves do not report to the government. They report to the speakers and to the boards of internal economy of the two houses. But I know that the RCMP, City of Ottawa Police and others will be working with them.
The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
While thanking the Prime Minister, we know that the information that's circulating on yesterday's tragic events is somewhat muddled and sometimes even contradictory. Now that the situation is under control, will the Prime Minister hold a public information session so that everyone can be aware of what has happened. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, the police will be giving more information later today on the tragic events of yesterday. Because police investigations are underway, it is up to them to inform the public. And I am looking forward to seeing that information very shortly. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, it appears that the assailants involved in the attacks Monday and yesterday had their passports revoked before they acted. Several other Canadians have had their passports revoked because authorities believe that they intended to join radical groups in other countries. What new measures, if any, are being taken in those specific cases? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the police, the RCMP, has indicated that a number of passports have been revoked. Mr. Speaker, this information, however, is not confirmed in this second case, yesterday's case. I will let the RCMP inform the public on this issue. But obviously, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at this part of the situation, and we are very concerned by the fact that there are Canadians who wish to undertake terrorist activities around the world. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, today, as we would expect, security on Parliament Hill has been reinforced. But, yet again, today, this place remains remarkably open, and so much the better for our democracy. As we adopt new permanent security measures in the days to come, can the Prime Minister reassure Canadians that their Parliament, the pillar, indeed, of Canadian democracy, will remain an open place for them? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in all circumstances throughout our history, the government has ensured that we have a safe, secure country, to ensure that Canadians feel safe, but that at the same time is free and open. And our departments and our security agencies will continue to act in that way, and that will remain their basic principle.
The Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, we stand here today united in our determination to keep this land strong and free. We are all committed to that goal. But we also know that from time to time we'll disagree on how to achieve that goal. Will the Prime Minister join me in committing that no matter what differences we may have in the days or weeks to come, that we will all approach this complex issue with the respect and dignity it deserves, knowing that, however we sometimes disagree, every member of this House is committed to the safety and security of all Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to see all members of Parliament and all parties unite around the idea that whatever our differences, we're committed not only to the safety and security of Canadians, but to the free and democratic society that we all hold so dear. And, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to remind Canadians at times like this, in spite of the fact that we are considered and are, in fact, a relatively young country, from the Great Pact of 1867, we have one of the longest unbroken forms of governance, particularly democratic governance, anywhere in the world today, unbroken by war, unbroken by civil disorder or national catastrophe for almost 150 years now. It's a tremendous country that we're all fortunate to be part of, and I know we're all committed to making it better.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, the essential thing in a democracy is to be able to ask questions, even in difficult circumstances, and particularly in difficult circumstances.
Commissioner Paulson straight out told Parliament that there were 90 individuals on a national security watch list. How many are there now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would not expect that number has changed radically in the past 2 weeks. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, that kind of information is really in the purview of security information agencies to provide in detail if they think that is appropriate. But the fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is there are serious security threats in this country, and in many cases those serious security threats continue to be at large and not subject to detention or arrest. I know that is something that concerns Canadians at large. It concerns the government, and we are working with our security agencies to examine how we can handle that situation.
Mr. Speaker, certain media are reporting that the passport of one of the assailants was revoked, while the passport request of another assailant was refused. It seems that these two assailants wished to leave the country to join extremist groups. Since 2013, this has been a criminal act in Canada. What actions are underway to ensure that those who are in the same circumstances are arrested? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, to add another fact, the RCMP, the police has indicated that they had an active investigation underway on the first terrorist in Quebec earlier this week. However, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that there are Canadians who wish to become fighters for foreign extremist groups. There are some who have already done that, and there are others who wish to do that. This is a major concern for our security agencies, and these security agencies and the police are working together to fight this threat. The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Again, Mr. Speaker, news reports indicate that one of this week's attackers had his passport revoked, while the other's passport application was denied. Both appear to have attempted to leave Canada to join extremist organizations. Well, since 2013, that is an indictable crime. What is therefore now being done to arrest others in the same situation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to repeat my answer, I'm not in a position to confirm all of the statements just made by the Leader of the Liberal Party. I know the police will comment on those in the days to come, but the police have said in the case of the first individual, the first terrorist, that that individual was subject to an active investigation, that his passport had been seized and in fact revoked. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that our police and national security agencies are aware of such individuals seeking to become foreign fighters. There are already such Canadians elsewhere in the country, and these agencies are doing everything within the law to resist and to deal with that kind of threat. And, Mr. Speaker, it's our judgment they may need additional tools, and we're examining that matter.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Canada can count on a talented and devoted public service, and today they've proved that once again. Today, as every day, and despite yesterday's tragic events, they are on the job across the country. These courageous men and women are ensuring that our government continues to function. That is their way of responding to intimidation and to violence. Can the President of the Treasury Board explain to this House what measures have been taken to ensure their safety? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Yesterday was a very trying day for many public servants who, in the face of a situation that none of us had ever contemplated being here, still worked on the public's behalf and on parliamentarians' behalf. I should say that we've been in constant communication with the public service to keep them up to date on the situation as it arose yesterday and as it will arise in the future as well. We will continue to do that, and I believe every public servant should expect that he or she has the ability and the right to work in an environment that is secure and free of potential violence.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Canadian families are very concerned by yesterday's tragic events and by the attack in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu earlier this week. As Canadians return to their daily lives, can the Minister of Public Safety tell us what is being done to ensure the safety of our fellow Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for her question. As you know, our government has put in place the Act to Fight Terrorism. It has 4 pillars: prevent, detect, prevent, among others, and that is why the RCMP has put in place a strong plan to fight extremism, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to work to ensure that our public safety agencies ensure that Canadians are safe. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. We all agree, Mr. Speaker, ensuring public safety is the first responsibility of this House. However, we are also responsible for protecting basic freedoms. Striking a balance between security and liberty will be our greatest challenge in the coming months. What is the government's plan to ensure that we strike the right balance? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we live in a state where there is the rule of law, so all the measures we put in place will respect Canadian law, and that is why our public safety agencies and our police agencies are working under a legal framework, and it's important for us as parliamentarians to ensure that we clarify the parameters, and that is why we have the intention to move forward to clarify the tools that are available so that the RCMP and other police officers can do their jobs so that Canadians can continue to live in safety.
Mr. Speaker, as we begin trying to comprehend the events of this week, it's become clear that members of the Canadian Forces may have been specifically targeted for attack. Like many MPs, I have a base in my riding, which is obviously at the heart of our community. Can the government assure the House that steps are being taken at bases across the country to ensure security for Canadian Forces members and civilian staff?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
We will continue to take the necessary precautions to ensure the safety of our men and women in uniform and at the bases. I know the Chief of Defence Staff is actively looking into this and taking steps, Mr. Speaker, but make no mistake, we'll remain vigilant against those at home and abroad who wish to harm us.
The Honourable Member for Scotland,
Mr. Speaker, we all recognize the need to ensure public safety, and we all understand that public safety is a primary responsibility of this House. But we are also responsible in this House for protecting our fundamental freedoms. These will both present continuing challenges in the coming weeks and months. How does the government plan to ensure that both public safety and our fundamental freedoms are protected moving forward from the events of the past few days?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we are a state of law. We make sure that all law enforcement agencies and national security agencies are working within the scope of the law. That's why we as politicians and parliamentarians have the duty to provide clarity so that they can work in this environment to keep Canadians safe. That's why this government has the intention to table legislation to clarify those power, Mr. Speaker, so we can sleep safe at night. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert.
Mr. Speaker, the latest reports on the Ebola epidemic are very troubling. According to the WHO, the Ebola virus has now caused 5,000 deaths and infected 9,000 people since the initial outbreak in March. The World Health Organization estimates that there will be up to 10,000 new cases every week between now and December. This is a major tragedy which is affecting Africa and which is worrying the entire international community. Can the government please inform this House of the actions that this country is taking to face this epidemic? The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Well, this is an issue that transcends politics and partisanship. Canada is at the forefront in responding to the Ebola outbreak. We're contributing $65 million to leading international humanitarian organizations like the World Health Organization, like the United Nations, like Médecins Sans Frontières. Mr. Speaker, we're also contributing to 1,000 doses of leading-edge vaccine. We're contributing millions of pieces of personal protective equipment, 1.2 million gowns, 1.5 million gloves, 2 million face shields. Mr. Speaker, Canada is showing international leadership on the Ebola file.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, while the death toll from Ebola is rising daily, the International Red Cross has said that the virus can be stopped within 4 months if the world is prepared to take all the necessary steps. This is a global crisis and it requires a global response. Can the Minister update the House on what additional contribution the Canadian government is prepared to make to the international response?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, since April, Canada has been at the forefront of the international effort to battle this terrible disease. And Mr. Speaker, we have been working with the World Health Organization, Doctors Without Borders, as well as the International Federation of Societies of Red Cross and Red Crescent. Mr. Speaker, as of yesterday afternoon, all of the organizations receiving Canadian aid money received their contribution agreements, and the funds will be released as soon as these organizations sign these agreements and indicate so to the government.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Canadians are also very concerned about the chikungunya virus, which is affecting hundreds of thousands of people in the Caribbean. The outbreak has led Jamaica to declare a state of emergency, and at least 200 Canadians have already contracted the virus, and many more risk being infected in their travels this winter. Can the Minister inform the House what steps the Public Health Agency is taking to protect Canadians from this virus?
The Honourable Prime Minister, Secretary of the Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Public Health Agency of Canada is actively monitoring the situation and taking all necessary precautions.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Diseases and viruses, unfortunately, know no borders. Canadians today must be well informed in order to protect themselves against the infectious chikungunya virus. Canadians traveling to the South and the Caribbean are especially at risk. 200 Canadians have already been infected. Can the Minister please inform Canadians on the measures that the government is taking to protect those Canadians who are most at risk? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Indicated the Public Health Agency of Canada is actively monitoring this situation.
The honourable member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister. This week, CSIS's Deputy Operations Director told Parliament that due to limited resources, the agency was unable to provide blanket coverage of the 90 individuals in Canada viewed as potential threats. Can the Prime Minister update the House on additional resources being immediately allocated to track these suspects?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government has not waited for terrorist attacks to adjust budgets. Since 2006, we have increased the budget of CSIS by 1/3, and we are doing the same thing with the RCMP. We are increasing budgets, we are giving them tools, and we are ensuring that we are able to track terrorists, and we will continue to do that with tenacity and with great vigor. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this week, the Director of Operations for CSIS told parliamentarians that with the limited resources available to them at the present time, it was difficult to ensure full surveillance of the 90 individuals. Can the Prime Minister please give us the most recent information on the resources, the additional resources allocated to find these suspects? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. As I've said, Mr. Speaker, the specific resources of CSIS have gone up by 33%, and we hope to have the opposition's support when we ask to clarify the law so we ensure that they not only have the budget but also the necessary tools to protect Canadians.
The honourable member for Papineau.
Well, let's talk about existing tools then, Mr. Speaker. In 2013, this House renewed preventative detention as a tool for law enforcement in these cases. In recent weeks, have any preventative detentions taken place?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very crystal clear. This government is increasing the budgetary resource both for law enforcement agency and national security agencies, and we are moving forward with more tools so that they can protect Canadians, keep us safe, keep this very place safe, keep every Canadian safe, and we will move forward, Mr. Speaker, and seek support from the opposition, which unfortunately we did not always have in the past.
Member for Laurier, Saint-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Canadians unanimously admire the courage of Malala Yousafzai, as well as her hope for a world where all girls will have access to education. Unfortunately, the ceremony to bestow on her Canadian citizenship was cancelled yesterday because of the tragic events on the Hill. Can the government tell us what date the event will now take place so that Canadians can celebrate her courage? And will Canada join the World Partnership to Promote Girls' Education? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, Canada is determined to increase access to education for children who need it, and the last funding conference for the World Partnership Fund certainly reflected Canada's interest in this area. We will continue to work with our partners to decide how we can make a real difference in this area.
Well, Mr. Speaker, all Canadians applaud Malala Yousafzai's courage and her vision for a world where girls have equal access to education. And we can't let her stand alone. It's been 4 months since the pledge conference for the Global Partnership for Education that the Minister just referred to has taken place. So the question is, will Canada renew its funding for this important initiative to stand with Malala and so many girls like her?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, Canada is deeply committed to increasing access to quality basic education for the children in needs, all children in needs and youth. And Mr. Speaker, the Global Partnership for Education Last Pledging Conference launched a very interesting discussion, crucial conversation in which Canada is a very active partner. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with Canadian and international organizations to determine how to achieve the greatest results for the people in needs. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo,
Mr. Speaker, the final arguments in the First Nations child welfare case continue today at the Human Rights Tribunal. First Nations children receive 22% less funding for child welfare services than what other children in Canada receive. What steps are being taken by the government to ensure that we are not discriminating against children living on reserve and that we are funding child welfare services to the same standards as all other services in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, among the measures taken has been an increase of 40% since 2006. We now invest close to $630 million on child and family services on reserve. But more important than that, what this government has done is introduce a prevention-based approach to delivering child and family services on reserve. And this is an initiative that is taking place as we speak and that will continue in the future.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're talking here about children, like the 4-year-old girl in a foster home who has a heart condition and needed a raised hospital bed to prevent fluids from building up in her lungs. If she lived anywhere but on a reserve, she would have that bed in a few days. But she is Aboriginal, and she had to wait for nearly 7 months. What is the minister's plan to ensure that children living on reserve receive the care they are entitled to and that they need? The Honourable Minister for Aboriginal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, as the member pointed out, children on reserve have the right to the same services as Canadians who do not live on reserve. As for the particular case he has raised, I don't have the details, but here in the House, we have adopted Jordan's principle, which guarantees that a child in need will not be subject to any kind of dispute between the federal and provincial levels so that we can make sure that the child gets what he or she needs. We know that health comes under provincial jurisdiction, but we adopted this principle so that we could avoid any problems.
Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament from Hamilton, I want to express my thanks to all of my colleagues for their kind words and condolences to Nathan Cirillo's family and loved ones, and to everyone who placed flowers at the James Street Armory in Hamilton, and to those who continue to sign the Book of Condolences at the Hamilton City Hall. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the most sacred place to pay honour to those who have fallen in the service of Canada was attacked. Would the Minister of Veterans Affairs please give us his reflections on the events of yesterday?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the tomb of the unknown soldier is a very short distance from this very place. Corporal Nathan Cirillo stood with the strength and determination of his regiment on guard for our most sacred place of remembrance. The tomb of the unknown soldier will now and forevermore be guarded under the watchful eyes of Corporal Nathan Cirillo, who remains at his post. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of a grateful Parliament, and indeed a grateful nation, Corporal Cirillo, we say thank you, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, over a year ago now, the Competition Tribunal determined that Canadian businesses are paying excessive credit card fees and that regulation is needed, and it needs to be stronger regulation. Can the Minister tell us when he intends to announce the Code of Conduct for credit card companies and explain how this will help reduce fees imposed on Canadian small and medium-sized businesses? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we have heard the concerns of small business, and we have introduced a Code of Conduct. It has been well received by consumers and industry groups, in particular small businesses. We are working to make sure there is compliance, and we're making sure that consumers and industries are both heard.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister of Finance knows, Canada's small businesses struggle to pay excessively high merchant fees to credit card companies. And I understand that in an effort to reduce these fees, the government intends to announce additions to its voluntary code of conduct for credit card companies. So could the Minister explain to this House why the government has chosen to institute a voluntary rather than a mandatory code?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are working with credit card companies and on a volunteer basis to address issues related to the interchange fee. But in respect to the code of credit, the code of conduct, we believe that can work. There's an enforcement mechanism that's voluntary, but everyone is partaking in it, and we believe consumers are well protected by it.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the decision to eliminate home delivery will make Canada the only country in the G7 without door-to-door mail service. And it'll make things especially hard for people of limited mobility. To make matters worse, Canada Post has cancelled a contract with a Canadian company and chosen to buy the new super mailboxes from the United States. Could the Minister explain why Canadian companies were not even involved or invited to bid on this contract?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, as the House knows, Mr. Speaker, Canada Post is an arm's-length organization with
with a very specific mandate to ensure that they are self-sustainable. That being said, they have a 5-point plan to ensure that they are self-sustainable going into the future, and that includes converting the last 1/3 of households that currently receive mail door-to-door into community mailboxes. They're proceeding with this plan, and with their plan 2, we'll make sure that they return to self-sustainability as is required under their act.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we know that only 1/3 of people receive their mail at home, and this is 5 million households. We know that seniors and people with mobility issues will be the most directly affected, but there will also be an impact on companies like one in my area that will not have access to contracts to build the new community mailboxes. Can the minister explain why American companies get these contracts? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Indicated in the House before, Canada Post is an arm's-length corporation. They have their own board of directors. They have their own management. They are there to make decisions in the best interests of Canada Post. We do not intervene in the day-to-day operations or decisions of Canada Post. However, they have to remain self-sustainable, and that's exactly why they're implementing their 5-point plan right now.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday's events were tragic and troubling, but hard questions must be asked and answers expected. 2 weeks ago, before committee, the minister revealed there are 80 individuals known to have returned to Canada from being involved in terrorist activities abroad. Why have they not been charged under Section 83.181 of the Criminal Code, brought in under the Combating Terrorism Act?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. As a Solicitor General, I'm sure that, like me, he has full confidence into our Canadian law enforcement, National Security Agency to enforce the law. Our job here is to provide them with the tool. I hope I can count on his support, the support of his party, to table legislation here, Mr. Speaker, that will keep us safe here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Speaker, I remind the minister there is existing law there now. However, he's mentioned several times today about new laws been brought in. If that is the case, will the minister or the government assure us that they'll be open to including an all-parliamentary oversight committee, similar to that system that is set up by our allies abroad in any new anti-terror legislation, to do 2 things, Mr. Speaker. One, that to ensure that all possible security measures are taken, and 2, to ensure that there's balance between security and rights.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it seems that my colleague wants his cake and eat it too. As you know, we have an anti-terrorism strategy, and it is important to reach out to communities and invest in prevention. This is what our agencies are doing. And if somebody wants to break the law and violate the criminal code, then that person will be prosecuted. We want to make sure that our law enforcement agencies have the tools they need so that charges become sentences.
Yesterday, Ontario Ombudsman Andre Marin released a report that found children are at risk in unlicensed daycares. He said the stakes in the childcare system are high. Mistakes put the lives and welfare of young children at risk. Unfortunately, across Canada, only 20% of children have access to regulated childcare. Can the government inform this House how many of the promised 125,000 childcare spaces were created?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Speaker, the Universal Choice Childcare Benefit has assisted literally millions of Canadian families to make their choices that are most relevant to them in their family circumstances, where they live, in providing for childcare. This government believes that moms and dads are the real experts in childcare, that they should be able, whether they work in shifts or they live in rural areas or they have relatives helping to take care of kids. Mr. Speaker, all of them deserve support, not just those who depend on 9 to 5 institutional care.
Research shows that investing in childcare is not only beneficial for children and their parents, but to society and the economy as a whole. But according to the OECD UN, Canada ranks last in spending for early childhood education among comparable countries. Will the Minister inform this House what steps this government is taking to invest in early childhood education and childcare so parents have more choice?
Honourable Minister.
Precisely what our strategy is about, Mr. Speaker, focused on choice for parents as opposed to a one-size-fits-all institutional approach of the NDP. I should also mention, though, that since our government has taken office, there are 225,000 fewer Canadian children living in poverty below the low-income cutoff line. And she speaks about resources in the province of Ontario, Mr. Speaker, a province to which we have increased the Canada Social Transfer by $4.6 billion, or over 60% since 2006. We are giving Ontario and the other provinces historic levels of resources to address childcare. We expect them to use those resources wisely.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister of National Defence please update this House on the status of Operation Impact, Canada's contribution to the fight against terrorist forces of ISIL in the Middle East?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
I want to make it very clear that Operation Impact is on schedule and going ahead as planned.
Hear, hear.
Today, 6 CF-18 fighter jets and 1 Polaris refueling aircraft departed from CFB Bagotville, and a further 120 Canadian Armed Forces members departed from CFB Trenton, where they will be based in Kuwait. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety recently referred to 90 individuals that pose a potential risk to Canada's security. When we take that into account, preventive detention measures and the measures in the anti-terrorist legislation, which were renewed in Bill 7. What is the link with the recent events? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, because of our government's actions, law enforcement agencies have the tools that they need to charge people and investigate them. Now, we will continue to clarify the legislation and to improve it to give them better tools. Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, if Via Rail wanted to end passenger rail service in eastern Quebec and New Brunswick, it couldn't have found a better way. Since June, there's been a kind of yo-yo situation. They are trying to save money, but they can't get the passengers back that they've lost over the last 2 years. Could the minister say if she will act to stop the dismantling of rail service in eastern Canada?
Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, Via Rail is an independent Crown corporation that makes its own decisions with respect to operational matters. That being said, I can tell you that they too have a mandate as well, and their mandate is to make sure that they meet the needs of today's travelers and do so without having too much of a drain on taxpayer dollars, because it is funded by the taxpayer, Mr. Speaker. So with those two pieces of information, Via Rail sets its schedules, sets its operations, and indeed determines on what frequency there's going to be travel in that certain part of the country. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are very concerned about the humanitarian situation as it develops in Iraq. All Canadians are deeply troubled by the barbaric actions of ISIL, and especially the humanitarian tragedy their actions are creating. ISIL is a source of concern for all Canadians. Can the Minister update the House on the tragic situation in Iraq and the assistance Canada provides?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada is the 5th largest donor in terms of humanitarian aid in Iraq. And just last week, we announced, we launched with UNICEF, Canada launched with UNICEF, the No Lost Generation initiative in Iraq. And this initiative, Mr. Speaker, will assist up to 200,000 children to in Iraq and help them access education opportunities. Mr. Speaker, this is concrete action that reaches out people in need, the most vulnerable, the youth, Mr. Speaker. Le Canada est le 5e plus grand donateur d'importance en Irak et les Canadiens peuvent en être très fiers.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
After what we've all experienced in the past 24 hours, I believe we've made Canadians proud today. And I think we should thank everyone here for both the questions and the answers. Now, today we asked about public safety, childcare, small business, First Nations, and cuts to Canada Post. But the government House Leader not agree that this was an excellent example of this House of Commons at its best. And did we not just show the world that Canadian democracy stands tall and that it proudly continues?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of how our House has conducted itself today, but I'm very proud of that every day. We live in the best country of the world, the best democracy in the world. We can all be proud of that, and I hope that will continue for many, many years to come.
Member for Bar-du-Trieux, Nicolas Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, next Sunday in Sorel-Tracy, there will be a march against the presence of supertankers on the St. Lawrence between Quebec City and Montreal. The river is becoming a major highway for oil shipping, and the federal government is still refusing to increase standards to board off a major spill or deal with it. But the river in the Lac Saint-Pierre area is recognized as a World Biosphere Reserve. Why is the minister turning a deaf ear to the repeated pleas of municipalities along the St. Lawrence, which are concerned about a lack of an adequate plan?
Mr. Speaker, our government is very well aware of the fact that as we continue to sign free trade agreements around the world, that we will have increased traffic in our waters. That's why we embarked upon over a year ago a world-class tanker safety panel to provide us with a state of play in terms of how we were in the country right now and preparedness, and secondly, what we could do to make it better. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are in good condition here in this country, and we do have recommendations, and we've taken steps to make it better. For example, I announced funding a week and a half ago for Ocean Networks Canada, which will put in place a system of networks and a system of sensors to make Canada the smartest coastline monitoring country in the entire world. It's these kinds of steps and investments that do make a difference.
That concludes question period for today. Before moving on to the Thursday question, I would like to provide a brief update to reassure all parliamentarians and everyone in our parliamentary community. Yesterday, I had regular meetings with the Sergeant-at-Arms and the Director General of Security Services to receive reports as the situation unfolded. Today, I've asked for thorough reports, which I will share with the Board of Internal Economy on measures to ensure the continued safety of the parliamentary precinct.
This morning, I met with the party whips to obtain all information that we'll be able to send on to the MPs. I will be continuing to communicate so everyone is up to date.
Investigation into yesterday's events. Parliament is closed to visitors today and tours have been cancelled. However, I have stressed that these must be temporary measures. Parliament must remain an institution that is both open and secure. Access to the grounds of Parliament Hill will be controlled, and I do ask that all employees ensure their IDs are visible at all times. I've also asked for a review of screening protocols and will report the results to the board as well.
I've also made sure that we have the EAP resources available for all staff who require further support.
Finally, I will be ordering a comprehensive review of all actions that were taken yesterday, examining our security systems and procedures, identifying what worked, and making improvements where necessary. Members will ask, indeed Canadians will ask, how this came to occur and what specifically will be done to prevent future occurrences. These are legitimate questions and they require comprehensive answers. I resolve to work with the leadership of all parties, and indeed all members, to ensure that the House obtains answers to these vital and important questions. I would just like to briefly echo the sentiments that were expressed this morning, specifically thanking the brave men and women of our House of Commons security forces, the RCMP, and the Ottawa Police. Our thoughts are also with Constable Son, who suffered a gunshot wound to the leg. Thankfully, I can report that he is in stable condition and expected to make a full recovery. And of course, our own Kevin Vickers, on behalf of all members, I do add my voice thanks for his bravery and courage. Thank you. It being Thursday, we'll now go to the Honourable Opposition House Leader for the Thursday question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each and every week it is a real privilege to rise in my place here in the chamber of the House of Commons to request of the government what will fill our agenda for the subsequent week. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that it is also a very real privilege to do so each and every week with absolute freedom from fear over the safety and security of this place. Cet endroit est la pierre angulaire.
This place is the very cornerstone of our democratic institutions, and preserving its openness and transparency is especially important, as well as preserving its security and safety. To that end, I would like to repeat all the thanks that have been coming in for the brave men and women who are responsible for the safety of Parliament. Our Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Vickers, he more than deserved the tributes and the thanks that have come flowing in.
As you just mentioned, are with Constable Samir and Son, who sustained a gunshot wound to the leg during the commissioning of his duties to bring yesterday's attack to an end. I was glad to see in Mr. Vickers' statement today that he's in stable condition and expected to make a full recovery.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to thank you personally and your team, as well as all the clerks and the procedural staff for having done everything in your power to make sure that we could return to work this morning.
With a more profound sense of the privilege to do so today, on behalf of all members of Parliament and indeed all Canadians, I would like to ask my honourable colleague, the Government House Leader, what to expect on the agenda of the nation's legislature for the remainder of this week and the next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first, please let me take the opportunity to extend my own appreciation and thanks to our Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Vickers, the House of Commons Security Services, and their security and law enforcement partners for their extraordinary work yesterday. Much has been said, all of it deserved, and I can't think that anybody here thinks we can say it too much. All members of the House and the institution itself were incredibly well served by them yesterday. We have every right to be proud of them. Les députés de la Chambre et l'institution.
All members of the House and the institution itself were incredibly well served by them yesterday, and we have every right to be proud of them. I also want to acknowledge yesterday's efforts of your other officials and the indulgence of my counterparts and their staff as we all managed our way through the logistics surrounding the next meeting of this House.
Things do change from time to time, Mr. Speaker. However, here is the plan as I have it for the next week. We will continue this, Mr. Speaker, today debating the bills I have indicated on our projected agenda. Firstly, with Bill C-35, the Justice for Animals in Service Act, Quanto's Law, at second reading. Kind of appropriate since we were among many of those very police dogs and other service animals yesterday taking care of us, and perhaps it would be a good tribute to them to see this bill advance. We also have Bill S-5, the Nacho National Park Reserve Act, which we could continue debating, as well as Bill S-2, the Incorporation by Reference in Regulations Act, at second reading. Tomorrow we will start the report stage of Bill C-41, the Canada-Korea Economic Growth and Prosperity Act. If there is unanimous support, perhaps we can also take up third reading tomorrow as well. In any event, on Monday and Tuesday of next week, we'll continue with any uncompleted debates on today's and tomorrow's bills, as well as Bill C-21, the Red Tape Reduction Act, at second reading. Starting on Wednesday and for the remainder of next week, we will debate the Economic Action Plan 2014 Act No. 2, which my honourable friend, the Minister of Finance, introduced this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-35, Justice for Animal in Service Act.
Resuming debate. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. No. Resuming debate. Veuillez prise du débat. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very honoured today to speak on Bill C-35, known as Quanto's Law. I realize that the primary focus of this bill is on law enforcement animals, and this is entirely appropriate, given the heightened risk that these animals face in the course of assisting the police and other law enforcement officers in dealing with the criminal element. Certainly, they deserve of our respect and for the greatest protection that this legislation promises. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that we not overlook the fact that this legislation will also provide a greater measure of protection to service animals. Service animals are animals that have been trained to perform tasks that assist people with disabilities. Service animals are not considered pets. Most service animals are dogs, and I think most of us are familiar with the role that guide dogs play in helping men and women who are blind or have low vision or who want greater mobility to achieve independence and freedom. Socialization and training of service dogs starts at a very young age. Foster parents teach the puppies basic obedience, house manners, and socialization to different environments. This helps the puppy become well-adjusted to different situations, experiences, and people. These are skills that the dog will benefit from when they later are assigned to provide future assistance to their owner with a disability. Although assistant dogs have traditionally helped people with disabilities such as blindness, or more recently deafness or mobility disabilities, there is a wide range of other disabilities that an assistance dog may keep to help with as well, including psychiatric disabilities. A psychiatric service dog is a specific type of service dog trained to assist their handler with psychiatric disabilities such as post-traumatic stress disorder and schizophrenia. Like all assistant dogs, the psychiatric service dog is individually trained to do work or perform tasks that mitigate their handler's disability. Training to mitigate a psychiatric disability may include providing environmental assessments in cases such as paranoia and hallucinations, signaling behaviors such as interrupting repetitive or injurious behaviors, reminding the handler to take medication, retrieving objects, guiding the handler from stressful situations, or acting as a brace if the handler becomes dizzy. I note that the bill's proposed definition of service animal requires that the animal be certified in writing as having been trained by a professional service animal institution to assist a person with a disability. In this respect, the bill is consistent with Part 6 of the Canadian Air Transportation Regulations. Mr. Speaker, responding to concerns about how to make air travel as accessible as possible for passengers with disabilities, while at the same time respecting necessary measures to protect the collective safety of all passengers and crews, Part 6 of the Canadian Air Transportation Regulations requires airlines engaging in domestic airline operations using an airplane with 30 or more passenger seats to permit service animals used by individuals with a disability to accompany the person on a flight. The animal must be properly harnessed in accordance with standards established by a professional service animal institution. However, the air transportation regulations require that the service animal be certified in writing by a professional service animal institution as having been trained to assist a person. The bill has taken a similar approach in requiring the certification of the service animal. For example, the Canadian Guide Dogs for the Blind issues an identification card certifying that both the dog and the passenger with the disability have each completed the training provided by the organization. Most service animal institutions provide an ID card, but some may provide a certificate, a license, or identification papers confirming that the service animal has completed the required training. Air Canada allows certified, professionally trained service animals which are assisting customers with disabilities to be carried free of charge in the passenger cabin at the customer's feet. The animal must be harnessed and certified as having been trained to assist a person with a disability by a professional service animal institution. Air Transat's policy is similar. When accompanied by certification and documentation and traveling with a person with a disability, certified service dogs are welcome in the passenger cabin of their aircraft. I believe that this requirement for certification is entirely appropriate. Certification entails training at an approved training facility in accordance with set standards. For example, in British Columbia, under the Guide Animal Act, dogs are the only type of animal that can be certified. To obtain certification, a Guide Animal Certificate under the British Columbia Act, the guide service dog must be trained by a training facility that has been approved by the BC Minister of Justice. This includes all accredited by Assistance Dog International or the International Guide Dog Federation. The BC Minister of Justice has also approved a number of other schools that train to the same standard. Upon successful completion of the program, the training facility provides a graduation certificate. Once the dog is certified, a disabled person who is accompanied by a certified guide, service dog has the same rights and privileges and obligations as a person not accompanied by a dog. Specifically, they may enter and use any accommodation, public transportation, eating place, lodging place, or any other place to which the public is invited. Bill C-35 will require that the special role played by law enforcement animals, military animals, and service animals is specifically recognized by the criminal law. Mr. Speaker, I want to carry on now with something that is probably a little more familiar to me, and that is with regards to the service dogs that we saw in this place yesterday. The service dogs that are utilized by the RCMP, by OPP, by the Ottawa City Police Force. Those are the service dogs that we are most accustomed to when we hear about these types of things. And I wanted to zero in, if I could, Mr. Speaker, specifically with the RCMP service dogs that I'm more familiar with. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP service dogs were established in 1935 by then Commissioner McBrien. And what he recognized, Mr. Speaker, was that the dogs that had been utilized since 1908 in a volunteer and in a volunteer capacity had such an immense opportunity to be utilized by police that he enacted in 1937 an RCMP training school for police handling dogs. In 1940, the RCMP won its first case in Canada involving a dog search. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, within a very short period of time in which dogs were created with the RCMP in mind and other police forces across Canada, they became invaluable. They became invaluable. In 1965, the RCMP dog services moved from Calgary to Innisfail, Alberta, where they still stay today. Every RCMP dog in Canada, Mr. Speaker, is trained at Innisfail. It is commanded by one officer in charge, 10 NCOs, non-commissioned officers, and 6 public staff. Police service dogs, as we saw here in this place yesterday, Mr. Speaker, have a lot of other opportunities that they may be utilized for, such as missing persons, tracking persons, using them for narcotics dogs, explosives dogs, crime scene evidence where they can track evidence that's been dumped by a person who the police have alleged has done a crime. They are used in VIP protection. You will see police dogs here on this hill when there is a very important person coming to visit the Prime Minister. They are used for crowd control. They are used in hostage situations. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, they were utilized a lot yesterday. We may not see them, but they're here. And these dogs, Mr. Speaker, is why I think Bill C-35 must pass through this House quickly. I want to remind this House of a few incidences with regards to police service dogs in the history of Canada. And Mr. Speaker, please interject when my time is. I know I have a fair amount left, but just let me know. Mr. Speaker, I want to go back in time here a bit so that you can understand where we are today, and understand from there. On May 25th, 1965, the first police service dog was killed. PSD Cindy was stationed out of Crescent Valley, British Columbia. She was dispatched with her handler to a barricaded person. The dog attempted apprehension but was stabbed to death. But as a result of the dog making the initial apprehension and attack to that person, it saved 2 lives. It saved the handler's life, and it saved another investigator. Then, on December 18th, 1967, Vancouver Police Department police service dog Valiant was murdered. He was, Mr. Speaker, attempting to apprehend an escaped convict serving time for murder. He was sent into the location, located the suspect under a bed, and was shot. The dog continued to guard the suspect until the suspect was taken into custody. One must remember, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Bill C-35 and what we are trying to introduce with regards to the respect of police service dogs being harmed in action, these dogs are unrelenting in what they understand is their job. They will protect their handler at all costs. They will protect any person that they are charged to protect at all costs. Mr. Speaker, the next police service dog that was killed in action was on August 31st, 1975. It was an OPP, or an Ontario Provincial Police dog, PSD Cloud 2. Again, this dog was searching for a murder suspect. It tracked and apprehended the suspect, but the suspect had a gun and was able to shoot the police service dog. Here's what's important about coming back to Bill C-35, Mr. Speaker. Under this specific case, there were no charges laid for killing the dog, none whatsoever. And that's the importance of Bill C-35, is recognizing that these dogs are just not your normal animal, or dog or animal that you have in your house. These dogs have an actual role to play in society. They are here to protect us. They are here to understand that their job is to do what we sometimes may not be able to do. We have a very difficult time tracking. We have a very difficult time doing a lot of things that dogs are very capable of doing, Mr. Speaker. On May 11th, 1976, Vancouver police dog PSD Justin was shot at. The dog apprehended the suspect, caught the suspect, but was subsequently stabbed several times. The dog was able to continually keep hold of the suspect until his handler and other investigators were able to apprehend. The dog passed away several minutes later. Again, it goes to show, Mr. Speaker, that the importance of Bill C-35 is to recognize that these dogs are invaluable. And they were brought forth just about now, 80 years ago, by the RCMP, and many years before that by other police forces, in recognition of the importance and the valued contribution that they give to not only police officers, but other Canadians across this land in other different types of scenarios. Mr. Speaker, the next dog that was killed was on September 13th, 1996 in Chilliwack. Again, it was a person search in which the person ran into the bush after what I'll call a gas and dash, and failing to stop for the police. The dog picked up the scent of the suspect, went into the bush, was able to apprehend the suspect, and then unfortunately was stabbed several times. But the dog, again, as I've mentioned many times, Mr. Speaker, is the lead in this type of investigation. And the handlers have the utmost trust in their dog, and the dog has the utmost trust in their handler. Bill C-35 recognizes this importance. Mr. Speaker, the next police service dog to be killed in action was PSD Caesar by the Edmonton City Police Force on June 23, 1998. There was an armed standoff, and the dog was utilized to attack the assailant. The dog was shot point blank and died just about immediately, but it gave enough time for the police to apprehend the suspect, and no other officers were injured. The next police service dog to be killed, Mr. Speaker, was that of PSD Bandit on June 25, 2000 in Nova Scotia. Again, police service dog was tracking a suspect that had been involved in a domestic dispute. The police service dog was able to track and find the suspect. Unfortunately, the suspect had a knife, stabbed the dog several times. The dog passed away. But the handler and other investigators were able to then apprehend the suspect without further incident. May 20th, 2001, Mr. Speaker, PSD service dog Sear from the RCMP in Saskatoon. Dog was sent in to apprehend an armed suspect, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and was shot 3 times. I think you can see where I'm going with this, Mr. Speaker. The dogs are so vitally important to police from coast to coast to coast with regards to being able to track, find, and apprehend suspects. But unfortunately, from time to time, they pay the ultimate price. And the ultimate price seems to be forgotten from time to time when it is a police service animal. There are several other incidences of police service dogs dying, Mr. Speaker, but the last one that I will speak to is to this specific bill, Bill C-35, and that is Quanto's Law. And that was police service dog Quanto from Edmonton City Police, who was attempting to apprehend a person who had stolen a car. They located the suspect, and the Quanto was stabbed several times, succumbing to his injuries, but they were able to apprehend again the suspect. In every one of these instances, Mr. Speaker, the police service dog instinctively protects his handler and puts his or her life in front of those of their human counterpart. Mr. Speaker, police service dogs are the epitome of a man's best friend. They will, under command or sometimes instinctively, protect their handler at all costs and will fight, as I have illustrated many times, and will serve themselves before they allow their handler to go into harm's way. Bill C-35 pays tribute to these animals, recognizing that if a person does harm to an animal, there will be consequences, as there should be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will take any questions.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Pontiac.
Bien, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time after yesterday's tragic events that I've had the opportunity to speak in the House and ask a question. It's a privilege that I recognize is fundamental to our society. I thank all of my constituents who contacted me and my offices to see if I was all right and if my staff was also safe.
I have to rise in this chamber after the tragic events of yesterday, and I do it with a heavy heart, but at the same time with tremendous pride in our democracy. And I would like to thank my constituents that contacted me, so many of them contacted me to see whether or not I was safe and my staff was safe. Je remercie
I thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I have to say the basic issue is not a problem for me in this bill, that is to say, to protect service animals in this way, except that I'm wondering why we are taking discretionary powers away. Why do we not have confidence in judges? This government does not have confidence in them, and the person who gave the speech doesn't either. They don't believe that the judges can protect these animals and their interests.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I guess I illustrated in my speech several times where police service dogs have been murdered, and I'll call it murdered, and no charges were ever laid as a result of that particular part of the investigation. A lot of the other parts of the investigation were charges were laid, but it seems like the dog was just left behind, and that should never be. They are actually a member of a police force, and they should be recognized that way.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention, and of course I'd like to recognize the hardworking member for Richmond Hill who has brought this piece of legislation through hard work of his own and recognition for service animals in his riding and across this country. Indeed, there's been two gentlemen here that have put a lot of great work into getting this bill this far along. Mr. Speaker, my question for my honourable colleague is, well, he articulated well the loyalty and determination of service animals, not just police service animals, but all service animals to Canadians, to the people that rely on them heavily. The one thing that is also an important factor of all this is the investment that goes into the animals. My honourable colleague mentioned the certification that's required. I'm just wondering, because I don't think he touched on it too heavily in his speech, if he could talk about, from his experience and his knowledge on this file, what some of the costs are and what it takes to get a service dog from puppy to a fully functioning, capable, and certified animal, and what kind of investment that represents for people, for organizations, and individuals that rely on them, and what that loss really is when they're injured or killed and taken out of service from a person, beyond the emotional loss that we face, the monetary impacts that includes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Yukon for the question. So, to give you an understanding of how this works, Mr. Speaker, the handler and the dog in most cases start right from pup, right from about 8 to 12 weeks, and then they start working in progress to where they can get to a facility such as Innisfail. The cost to train up a dog and get them to the point where they are a police service dog is approximately $60,000. It's a significant amount of investment that is made to ensure this dog is trained to the ability to which it is going to be working with. That doesn't include the ongoing maintenance of that dog and the handler that goes into daily, if not daily training, in which the handler, on most cases, takes 2 to 4 hours of training with the dog every day to ensure that its abilities stay at a peak level and the handler's abilities stay at a peak level.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Salle et Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member on the government side who has just spoken to Bill C-35. And also, indeed, following yesterday's events, I believe that it's very appropriate to be discussing this because this concerns security and the services rendered by these police and other kinds of animals and the other services they provide. As you know, Mr. Speaker, so often the government will update the program of the day, the projected, and indeed the government made this change so that we could study C-35, which we support. So the question I have for my colleague who just gave this speech is, I don't understand why there aren't more government colleagues who will be speaking to this bill today, which has just been added to government orders today. It has a certain significance, but from what I can see, there won't be many government members speaking today, so I'd like to ask him why.
Honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for her question. I guess my simple answer to that would be that there are a number of us on this side that can speak quite eloquently to this subject of Bill C-35 with the amount of police officers that we have on this side of the House. But I would suggest to you that I have probably one of the most, some of the most knowledgeable facts on it, and I believe that I can speak for everyone on this side for as long as I wanted to on this particular topic, Bill C-35, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Palliser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for a very informative speech. My question is, through you, Mr. Speaker, what would be an amendment or what would be a procedure to add to the bill that if a person destroys a dog, knife or gun or whatever, that they're financially responsible to pay for the life of that dog? Is that a feasible proposition or not, I wonder, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. Certainly, through the court process, there is restitution orders that can be applied for. As with any restitution orders that come forward, I would strongly suggest that that probably is in place and could be in place with regards to this without an amendment to the bill.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member for Kootenay, Columbia, for his speech. There are many aspects of C-35 that I find worrisome. One of them, of course, is the mandatory minimum sentence provision. The member must know, or I hope so, I hope he knows, that in Canada, mandatory minimum sentences are considered to not have any deterrent effects, given the many cases where service animals were attacked We know that there have been many. Why is this mandatory minimum sentence included when there will be no deterrent effect on service animals?
You have about 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. Again, I've mentioned several times in my speech with regards to the police service animals that have been murdered since 1965, and on very few occasions, if any, has there been a charge laid with regards to the actual killing of the animal. It has always been a subsequent charge to whatever they were investigating, but not the animal itself. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, this is a murder of a police service dog that has a huge investment and is very near and dear to the handler, and it takes a long time to replace. And I believe, and strongly believe, that there must be a mandatory minimum sentence.
Resuming debate. Would it please the débat, the honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to rise in the House today to speak to this bill. And of course, I should inform you in this House that I'll be splitting my time with the fantastic Member of Parliament from Churchill. But before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I think it's incumbent upon all of us, before we begin today and maybe over the next few days, to start off by thanking the men and women in uniform who were so valiant yesterday. The term duty and valor going together is something that really was resonant for us, especially with where we were situated and where many MPs were situated. And to see one security guard in our caucus room standing between us and the horror that was outside is an image that is burned in my mind. And I know I can speak for all MPs, but specifically for those of us that were in that room at that time, that we will be forever grateful to that security guard. And with that, I do pay my respects and offer him a huge thank you from all of us on this side. So when you look at many of the news clippings and news footage that we've seen from yesterday's horrific incidents, in many of those scenes, we saw police dogs, we saw service dogs. And it is just so fitting today that we're able to stand up here and talk about this bill, Bill C-35, an act to amend the criminal code, the law of enforcement animals, military animals, and service animals. And Mr. Speaker, it is just, I think, such a fitting opportunity for us to be able to stand today and think about the officers that work with these fine animals. And I know we heard a great speech from my honourable colleague from across the way. I believe he's from Kootenay, if I have his region and his constituency correct, sir. But I think it's the importance for us to be able to talk about this today, Mr. Speaker. You know, C-35, what I didn't mention when I talked about the title of this bill is it's also called Quanto's Law, in memory of an Edmonton Police Service dog that was stabbed to death trying to stop a suspect that was fleeing last year about this time. The perpetrator pleaded guilty to animal cruelty and other offenses, including evading the police, and he was sentenced to 26 months in prison and banned from owning a pet for 25 years, Mr. Speaker. So it truly is, I think, incumbent upon us to look at ensuring that we find ways to protect these service animals. And I think it's important for us to be able to support this bill and get it to committee, because part of this bill is talking about mandatory minimum sentences, Mr. Speaker, and minimum sentences in general. And I think it's incumbent upon us as parliamentarians to ensure that every bill that we look at has the opportunity to go to committee and bring forward stakeholders and experts and talk about the importance of making sure that the laws that are being presented by the government are meeting the societal values and making sure that we're protecting animals, people in general. And, you know, if we're talking about animal cruelty, especially when you were thinking about what happened to Quanto in Edmonton, you know, it brings the picture together about ensuring that we're protecting all animals. I can think of an incident in Sudbury where the community rallied around a dog, and we ended up calling the dog Buddy the dog, who was shot in the face by his owner and left to die on the side of the road. And he was found by some great people, and he was brought to a vet's clinic, emergency, and surgeries and everything else. The community rallied around Buddy the dog and raised enough money to pay for the vet bills, but unfortunately, Buddy died a couple days later. And so, while I know we're here talking about service dogs, we also need to consider the importance of animal cruelty, and things that happen to Buddy the dog should not go unpunished, Mr. Speaker. But also, you know, looking at some of the other police dogs, service dogs, over the last little bit, I talked about Quanto. The RCMP unveiled a monument to Quanto, I think, which is something that is quite important. We've also seen a dog just recently up in the Northwest Territories help the RCMP when they responded to an armed and barricaded adult male in a house. This individual was arrested 5 hours later without incident, and the RCMP used their emergency response team, a crisis negotiation team, and a police dog in the arrest, Mr. Speaker. So again, the police dog is playing an important role in the police force. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, we also need to talk about service dogs in general, because this bill is including them. And in my previous employment before being elected here, I had the opportunity of doing a couple of jobs in which I was able to work with animals. The first one, I was a supervisor for residential homes for individuals with developmentally handicaps. And there are many dogs that were being utilized by these individuals to help them with their day-to-day lives, Mr. Speaker. Specifically, I'd like to focus on autism service dogs, dogs that are now being trained to work with individuals with autism. We've been seeing the prevalence of autism increase right across the country, Mr. Speaker. And with the increase in the prevalence of autism, we have more individuals living their day-to-day lives with autism. And it is now showing evidence that these service dogs for individuals with autism are helping specifically children with their social interactions, with relationships, helps them expand their verbal and nonverbal communication skills. It's teaching them life skills. It's increasing their interest in activities, and it's decreasing their stress. And if any of those of us in this House that have ever worked with an individual with autism, know someone diagnosed with autism, or have someone in our family with autism, we know many of the skills that I mentioned previously come difficult for some. And to ensure that they can live active, participatory lives within the community, it is fantastic to hear that we can actually provide them with a service dog so they can become more independent. And that's something I think we would all want, Mr. Speaker. In this House, and from coast to coast to coast across our great land, from British Columbia to St. John's, Newfoundland, we would like to make sure that these animals are protected.
Absolutely.
Because you know what they're doing, Mr. Speaker? They're actually aiding and helping some of our most vulnerable citizens, and taking them out of that category of being vulnerable and making them more independent. So, Mr. Speaker, would you mind telling me how much time I have left? 1 minute and 20 seconds, and I just got started on the autism dogs. But, Mr. Speaker, I also was the Executive Director of the United Way right before I got elected. And I was able to work closely with the CNIB, who obviously have their service dogs for individuals who are visually impaired. And the St. John's Ambulance program in Sudbury would be bringing service animals who are certified, and we know we're talking about certified animals being protected in this bill, are certified, and they're therapy dogs, providing therapy to seniors and to individuals who are going through difficult times like post-traumatic stress disorder, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very, very happy to be able to stand today to speak to this bill, to talk about the importance of it. I'm glad I've been able to do this and talk about sending it to committee, where we can really look at some of the provisions that the government has put in there to make sure this is the right thing to do. And that, I think, is important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was indeed a very different day for all of us here. It was a stark reminder that we do live in troubled times. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, it afforded us an opportunity to perhaps reflect and remind all of us that we have a lot more things common in this House as parliamentarians that we might sometimes not think that we have. I want to join my colleagues on all sides of this House in expressing my appreciation and gratitude to the law enforcement officers under the guidance and leadership of our Sergeant-at-Arms for their heroic efforts yesterday in ensuring our safety. So a big thank you to all of them. I want to thank my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for Sudbury, for his speech on this particular piece of legislation, a piece of legislation that seeks to protect police service animals and service animals in general. I have a simple question to ask the Honourable Member. I appreciate his indication of support for this particular bill. The question is simply this. With his experience in the United Way and in his previous life and knowledge that he's had over his lifetime, I wonder if he could share with us his sentiments on the importance of this piece of legislation to police services across the country that have dog units and canine units and horse units, as well as to the families that are availing themselves of the services of these selfless animals that are at their service every single day.
For Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question and his comments. The first one in response to his comments is I do agree. In this House, we have a lot more commonalities than we might think some days. And while we may be on this side and you're on that side, we still walk out the same door every day, and we still go and try and make our communities a better place, no matter which side of the House we sit on. Thanks. In relation to seeing what I've seen, I'm going to use a very specific story, and I will be brief, Mr. Speaker. I've seen a young boy who had autism, who had some very difficult times in his life, and not to spill too many beans because it is very personal for that person, wasn't able to really be functional in the community. Over the use of a couple of years of having his dog, his friend, and his mate, as he calls him, he's now going to school on his own with the dog. The schools had to make some accommodations, but they have, and his life is completely changed. And this dog is his life companion, and he's made so many strides because of the importance of this dog that we as parliamentarians should be able to do something to help these animals as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Salle Aymar. We don't have much time, so a short question, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Sudbury. He told us about the mission that service animals have, helping children, helping young adults, and adults with autism. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that, if you could elaborate, and how this helps the community in general.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Colleague for her question. It helps the community by giving more independence and more community involvement to individuals that sometimes have been marginalized. And in this day and age, when we can do anything to make sure that individuals that have a diagnosis of some sort that are no longer marginalized, if it's giving them a dog, if it's making sure that they have the services they need, if it's making sure that they get the funding that they need, then we as parliamentarians need to start looking at doing that. But when it comes to specific use of service animals, we have seen numerous cases of individuals having their lives changed, from individuals from having vision and sight to losing their vision and becoming blind or with a visual impairment, and then getting the dog and then getting their freedom and their life back, as they say, that they can get back out in the community, get back on public transit, get out and do grocery shopping, things that we overlook or sometimes take for granted. But the individuals, like I said, I am just so pleased to see individuals with autism now making huge strides because of the supports that they're getting from service animals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Deputy for Churchill.
Speaker, and I'm honoured to follow my colleague, my esteemed colleague from Sudbury, in his speech, where he relayed our party's position on Bill C-35. As we know, it is an act to amend the criminal code referring to law enforcement animals, military animals, and service animals. We've made it clear that we support this bill at second reading and believe that it should be studied at committee. We want to study the bill more closely in committee so we can hear from experts on two problematic clauses: the introduction of minimum sentences and the introduction of consecutive sentences. We know that concretely the bill amends Section 445 of the Criminal Code. It creates a new offence for killing or injuring a service animal, law enforcement animal, or military animal while the animal is on duty. It also sets a minimum sentence of 6 months if a law enforcement animal is killed while perpetrating the offence. And number 3, it provides for the sentences imposed on a person to be served consecutively to any other punishment imposed on the person for an offence arising out of the same event or series of events. We are, as we've pointed out here, obviously there's no disagreement about the need to support the work of our security personnel and to ensure the safety and humane treatment of the dogs that they depend on. In fact, the tragic events of yesterday reminded us how important it is to have every tool at one's disposal to be able to ensure safety. And this morning I actually noticed one of the service dogs that appeared to be out there with with an officer and making sure that we on Parliament are safe. And I, like my colleagues, want to share that the sentiment that we are so appreciative of the brave women and men of the police forces, the Canadian forces, and the House of Commons Security, who did everything they could to keep us safe yesterday and are doing so today, and often, as we saw yesterday, at great risk to themselves. But, Mr. Speaker, getting back to this bill, we're concerned that, once again, the devil is in the details. This is a laudable bill that has been tainted by the introduction of minimum sentencing, which clearly reflects the continued repressive agenda that the government has been bringing forward. Once again, the government is also showing its desire to deprive the courts of their discretion in sentencing. We believe that the Conservatives should be more aware of the consequences of minimum and consecutive sentencing for the criminal justice system. And we also believe that it's important that this bill go to committee because we need to hear from experts about the consequences of minimum and consecutive sentencing. We know that Bill C-35, also referred to as Quanto's Law, is in memory of an Edmonton Police Service dog that was stabbed to death trying to stop a fleeing suspect in October 2013. And while we believe it is important that penalties exist against those who attack enforcement animals, we are concerned that this is a backdoor attempt by the government to once again bring in minimum sentencing that we've seen over and over and over again in various pieces of legislation. And sadly, we see today in the case of this bill, we've seen it in the case of other bills, the Internet privacy bill, that hinge on a particular traumatic event, whether it's the suicide of young women that were bullied, or in this case, an enforcement animal that was killed on the job, as a way to, yes, get to that issue, but to do so in the most regressive way, by emphasizing the importance of mandatory minimum sentencing, and once again depriving the courts of their ability to apply discretion. I'm particularly concerned that in the use of such traumatic events, that the government tries to portray this as though that they are the only ones that care about this, and anyone that expresses concern or has questions or critiques on their bill is automatically on the wrong side of the debate. Mr. Speaker, I share that concern when it comes to the way we're going to deal with yesterday's tragedy. And I'm very proud that today in the House we all rose to show solidarity, to express solidarity with each other, with Canadians. But I'm concerned about the potential for division based on legitimate disagreements around principles, legitimate disagreements that are integral to our democracy, and the possible vilification for those that don't agree of those that don't agree with the government's agenda. In this case, I firmly believe, along with my colleagues, that it's important to bring Bill C-35 to committee, to have a vibrant debate on it, to hear from experts, and possibly to look at how we can eliminate the most regressive elements of this bill, elements that, frankly, have little to do with preventing the senseless deaths of law enforcement animals, and more to do with simply padding the conservative crime and punishment agenda. But, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't actually express, my added concern that, there's much interest in seeing this bill go forward. We've also indicated, like I said, our support for this. But it's interesting to me that so many members on the government side are so passionate about this issue, a serious issue, Mr. Speaker. And yet, I hear often the references to animal cruelty, a very serious and tragic practice that still exists in our country, something that we must eradicate. But it strikes me that sometimes we don't have that same kind of gusto or drive from the government side to deal with other aspects of disrespectful and even, I would say, neglect of humans, in fact, in our own country. And I'm reminded this week, as the Human Rights Tribunal hears from Indigenous community members and Indigenous leaders that talk about the cruel conditions in which First Nations youth live in. Conditions that unfortunately point to neglect by the federal government, that point to the way in which the federal government has let go of their fiduciary obligation to the well-being, to the health, to the education, to the overall wellness of First Nations youth, and instead has continued with an agenda and even rhetoric that in fact status quo, that they're doing everything they can, or they've done more than others have, which isn't a good enough excuse. And Mr. Speaker, as an MP who represents a part of this country where we have high rates of poverty, particularly child poverty amongst First Nations youth, I'm used to visiting communities where you see kids that aren't dressed for our cold weather, that go to school hungry, that live in mold-infested homes with 12 or 15 other relatives. And I'm always struck by the fact that it's unacceptable that in a country like Canada, in the year 2014, that children, of any background, have to live like that. And it's not of their own volition, it's not of their own choice, but it's as a result of systemic policies obviously a very dark history that these children live in some cruel conditions. And so while we sit here and talk about the importance of respect and protection for enforcement animals, I'd also like to see that same kind of commitment and interest, both in terms of messaging, but also action for humans, particularly for children that live in our society, our most vulnerable citizens. I believe that that's why we're here. We're here to make those right decisions. Again, whether it's in terms of our security forces, whether it's in terms of our communities, Canadians expect that kind of leadership from all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de La Salle.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate the member for Churchill for her remarks that really do show us all how some very important points all tie in together. And I thank her for so rightfully speaking and so strongly speaking on behalf of her constituents. I really admire her for the way she speaks. There are very vulnerable people in her riding, and sometimes we can forget about things that are happening in our own country. Sometimes it's easy to put blinders on, and she speaks so eloquently. Now, I'd like her to expand on something, and that is a trend that we've seen, and that is the government taking away discretionary authority on the part of the judges. This often seems to appear in the bills that are being brought forward by this government.
Churchill.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments and her question. She raises a very important point, and it's one that's very important in the way we look at bills. You know, the independence of judges are at the very foundation of our democracy. It's the very foundation of governance, and it's a serious, serious concern within the NDP. We see the government taking every opportunity to attack that independence and to find ways of interfering with our judges' discretion. It's unacceptable. We've expressed that concern several times, and we're doing it again today. And we do hope that when this bill gets to committee, those parts, those most problematic parts in the bill will be taken out.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rimouska, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Churchill for her excellent speech. Now, I'd like to talk about a related concern. Members on this side of the House have brought forward bills, or rather bills have been brought forward to increase punishment for those who are cruel towards animals, whether they be pets, companions, animals that are used for various services. And my colleague for Parkdale Hyde Park tabled a bill, and I'd like to hear the member for Churchill speak to this concern and speak to the will on the part of the official opposition to prevent cruelty to animals. The honourable member for Churchill, you only have 1 minute. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this very important question. And I'd also like to underscore the work of my colleague for Parkdale Hyde Park, who brought forward a bill on cruelty towards animals. So it shows that we're taking the initiative, we're being proactive, we're becoming involved in this area, and my colleague has been very involved in this issue. So we really have been showing leadership in this area. And as we said today, we support the principle, the spirit of bills like this, but there are problematic aspects to it. So we do not have a problem with the spirit of the bill. That's why we hope that in committee there will be an opportunity for Conservative members to show their goodwill and improve the bill by protecting animals while avoiding attacking the independence of judges within our legal system. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Toronto, Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start by indicating I'll be splitting my time with the member for Rimouski, Neguet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. As with all my other colleagues, it's my pleasure to rise today to have the privilege of being able to speak on a day such as this after the tragic events of yesterday. I've had a chance outside of this chamber to express my appreciation to the security services of the House of Commons, Mr. Constable Samern Son, who actually suffered a wound trying to stop the attacker from entering this honourable place, and especially Sergeant-at-Arms Vickers, who ended the threat. I'd like to also say that on a day like today, after a day like yesterday, given the subject of this Bill C-35, an act to amend the Criminal Code, law enforcement animals, military animals, and service animals, that my mind is drawn to a monument not far from where Corporal Cerrito was murdered. Just a little farther down the street, down Elgin, and to the left is Confederation Park, where you will find, since 2012, the Animals in War Monument. It's a very poignant monument. It shows a German Shepherd, I believe it is, a dog, from World War I with a kind of a cape that contains various items that the war dog was assisting a soldier carrying. There's a picture on the day of dedication of RCMP Corporal Luc Patenaude and his own police dog, Cujo, standing alongside the war dog cemetery. I'd like to read, if I might, Mr. Speaker, the Animals in War plaque, which I think is highly relevant to the whole idea of sacrifice that we were reminded of yesterday, and the theme of sacrifice and actually ultimately the fundamental humanity of a relationship with animals that the member for Kootenay so eloquently spoke of. The plaque says the following, quote, "For centuries, animals have demonstrated an enduring partnership with humans during times of war. They have served as a means of transportation, beasts of burden, messengers, protectors, and mascots. Still, today, dogs use their unique, sharply tuned instincts to detect mine clusters and conduct search and rescue operations. We remember the contribution and sacrifice of all animals." End of quotation. I think it's a marvelously done monument, and I think it helps, again, remind us of this connection between animals and ourselves. The way we treat animals in our society, Mr. Speaker, is also a measure of our own humanity. And sadly, I believe our criminal laws, and not to mention provincial laws across this country, are sadly lagging behind other jurisdictions. As someone who counts an animal, and I'm proud to say it, happy to say it literally as a member of my family, that's the way I think of it, just with respect to my mini schnauzer, I personally believe that animals' presence in our lives humanizes our existence. We can just think of some of the examples my colleague from Sudbury gave, the detailed stories from the member of Kootenay about the particular importance of animals in the police services, but we can also think of animal therapy in seniors' homes, hospitals, and so on, that increasingly is recognized as part of advanced cutting-edge therapy, going back to basics being part of the future. I was touched how the member of Kootenay spoke. He used the word murder, and he emphasized that a couple times in his speech and then in the answers to his questions. He wants us to not think of this as just the killing of an animal, the death of an animal, but the murder. And you don't use that language unless you're talking about a profound relationship, where partnership, friendship, and even a familial bond is part of how you think about the loss of that animal. And from my perspective, I think the member for Kootenay hit the nail exactly on the head. This is exactly how we should be thinking of animals in the professions, effectively, that he has listed: enforcement animals, military animals, and service animals. We also have to remember that in certain contexts, the war dog being one example, but police dogs in particular being another, that it's not just that they're partners, but if we're honest with ourselves, the form of service that they represent is sacrificial, that they are deployed in circumstances that can lead to them being more likely to suffer harm, if not be killed, than their partner, or to use another language, their handlers. And so the idea of something extra being owed to these animals is something that I have absolutely no problem with. But I do think that the understanding behind this bill can't stop at the gates of these particular animals. I think that if we push further on exactly what's motivating the extra protection for these animals in the circumstances in which they can be hurt or killed, we would find ourselves thinking about animal rights in a very different way across the board. We would be thinking about cruelty to animals in Canada in a broader frame. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would remind you as Deputy Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, that you introduced a private member's bill C-414, which has now been taken up by the member from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. And you tabled that bill, Mr. Speaker, on the very day that I was sworn in this House, and it was my distinct pleasure to second that bill. And I would like to quote, for the benefit of everybody in the House, words you said in introducing it. Quote, "This bill would do two basic things. It first recognizes that animals are sentient beings as opposed to a piece of wood or a piece of furniture, which is the way the criminal code currently treats them. The other thing that it would do has a very clear consequence. The number of convictions for animal cruelty would increase dramatically under the criminal code. We have estimates that only 1 in 1,000 cases of animal cruelty can result in convictions under the criminal code, and this would address that issue." So the bill that I referred to that is now being taken up by what I think is currently C-592 is part of an NDP commitment as a strong advocate for ending all levels of cruelty to animals, including such things as forced breeding. And this can only be accomplished by repealing old sections of the criminal code dealing with animal cruelty and proposing newer, tougher laws to protect animals. But I do believe that it can't be done only on a piecemeal basis. It has to be done by government legislation to create a proper overhaul. Now, this bill is, although a government bill, it is in the mode of piecemeal legislation. And I would very much like to urge the government to think about the potential for this bill to be the start of something that is more of an overhaul, that looks at the picture from a more general perspective than simply this deserving case of service, police enforcement, and military animals. Mr. Speaker, I have how much time left?
1 minute, 40 seconds.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to emphasize that the bill has my full support to go to committee. I believe my colleagues have the same view on that. But I would urge the movers of the bill and my colleagues from Richmond Hill and Kootenay who have taken the lead on it to ask whether or not the elements of mandatory minimums and necessary mandatory consequential sentencing are really needed for what they're trying to do. They have the support of this side of the House. The key is to actually criminalize in a way that can't be avoided from a prosecution point of view, and to make sure that the ability to prosecute in the right circumstances is there. The idea of taking discretionary judgment away from judges when it comes to sentences seems to me to be an entirely different issue from what ultimately was motivating my colleague across the way in his speech. It's frankly simply not necessary for what he is trying to achieve. And the last thing is that, yet again, this is a bill that, because it has mandatory minimums, will raise issues around constitutionality. It once again reminds us that we have bills coming before this House where we have to rely on the competence and the good faith of the Minister of Justice to have vetted the bill to make sure that it actually meets the current constitutional standards for sentencing. And I can never be convinced that that's the case because we never see the legal opinions. I would be, once again, this is the third time in 2 weeks I've asked the government to consider a committee introducing the legal opinion that was given to make sure that this particular mandatory minimum would not offend the Charter. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Kamiskwata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Toronto, Danforth, for an excellent speech. I know that the issue of mandatory minimums is an issue that really is of concern to him, and I'd like to hear him on the basic issue of mandatory minimums. We know that in Ontario in 2012, the Supreme Court invalidated some sentences for possession of weapons, and the Canadian government is going to go just to the Supreme Court on other issues. But nevertheless, the Supreme Court of Ontario has said so. The Ontario Bar and the Quebec Bar are against it, and they say that they may be unconstitutional. This is an argument that was presented in the committee when we studied C-10. So I'd like to have his opinion on the Superior Court of Ontario's, or the Ontario Court of Appeals' position on that as it relates to this bill.
Toronto, Danforth.
I thank my colleague for the question. It's not just an issue of one single decision. There have been others before, perhaps one or two others, that also found that this was a breach of charter rights because of these minimum sentences. And so really it's an issue of proportionality and the idea that the sentence should be appropriate to what actually happened in a crime. And normally, mandatory minimums are not, or minimum sentences rather, are not a problem in the sense that they're rather low in terms of sentences that are handed down by judges. But sometimes it truly is the case that the minimum sentence is not appropriate from the perspective of justice as to what the person deserves for the person who committed the crime. So it's fundamentally the issue that is of concern to the Supreme Court and other courts as far as constitutionality is concerned.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Kamiskwata, Les Basques. Thank you very much. And on another subject that's also related to this issue, I asked the question of the member of Churchill, and I'd like his opinion on this as well, on the will of members in the House, indeed, to have more severe penalties for cruelty to animals. Now, this is a very specific bill because it deals with service animals or police dogs, etc. But I think we've shown on this side of the House that we have no objection to what the government's fundamentally looking for in this bill. And it's in line with the bill put forward by my friend from Parkdale Hyde Park. So I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion of this issue. Well, yes, it's exactly as my colleague said, from Churchill rather said. We have no problem with the principle and even the grounds or the reasons behind the bill. But what I tried to say at the end of my own speech was that imposing minimum sentences as part of the bill is not necessary. We support the idea of penalizing acts that are specified in the bill, but we don't need to add minimum sentences to accomplish the goal that's at the heart of my colleague's speech.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to be able to rise in the House today. As is the case for many of my colleagues, it's the first opportunity I've had to rise and speak since yesterday's incidents, and I would like to take advantage of this to thank Sergeant at Arms Vickers, but also the House of Commons security detail who have done an extraordinary job. And obviously there were other police forces who came to support the work of our constables here on the House team. And I'd also like to thank my staff, because we talk about the members and the employees here on the Hill who were directly in contact through this incident, but all around the Hill there are many offices that are occupied by people who are not just ourselves, people who work in our offices, people who work for the clerk, etc., and those people were all directly affected. So I'd like to be able to thank all of them for their work and also to congratulate them for their exemplary behavior during these difficult hours. I'd also like to thank the people of my riding for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques for the support that they have shown through the many messages they sent either to me or my office and my associates, and it was greatly appreciated. I'd like to thank them very much for their thoughts and prayers. So, therefore, I'm very pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-35 to amend the Criminal Code, and it's called the Justice for Animals in Service Act. It's a bill, as was mentioned by many of my colleagues, that we will support at second reading because we support the basic principles in this bill, and we hope that it will be well studied at committee. We also hope, however, that the committee will pay particular attention to some of the elements that were mentioned several times here and upon which I will concentrate here, and particularly mandatory minimum sentences, because this bill imposes mandatory minimums and would amend Section 455 and would impose a 6-month sentence if a service animal was killed in the carrying out of a crime. So if these animals are hurt, trying to do something about that is a laudable objective. There are already some provisions in the Criminal Code dealing with this kind of thing, but the government preferred to put forward a message which seems acceptable to many in the House, to put this whole notion of mandatory minimum sentences into the bill. So it's problematic in several ways. Since we started seeing the imposition of mandatory minimums in 2008 with this government, these mandatory minimums don't leave, and this has been shown many times, there's no scientific or sociological study that can demonstrate the contrary of what they claim. The government's not basing this on studies of the repercussions of imposing these kinds of sentences when they put this forward, and it's not clear that they can really be effective. If they'd done their homework, if they didn't just move through with ideological motives, I find it unfortunate. In my question to my colleague from Toronto, Danforth, And we talked about a decision from the Court of Appeal of the Province of Ontario. There was one case, or even two, where the provisions dealing with possession of weapons, we saw the Court of Appeal of Ontario reject the mandatory minimums because they said it was cruel and unusual punishment. The punishment had no relation really to the crime that was committed. So this is nothing new. We've talked about this many times with very respectable organizations like the Canadian Bar Association, the Quebec Bar Association, and they're only two among very many associations who have said exactly the same thing to us. So we cannot be surprised to see provincial courts repeal federal legislation or invalidate them when they've been warned through the House of Commons or even through the committee's work that this would be the precise result and the consequences of this kind of mandatory minimum sentence. Obviously, the government has moved forward with this for the arms possession offense, and the government has even added insult to injury by adding things into their latest omnibus bill, changing the criminal code by amending it and adding in all of these mandatory minimums for drug offenses as well, for possession of, for the intent of trafficking, and regardless of the offense that is targeted by the legislation, it's the same logic that applies. There's no decrease. Because there's no decrease in the number of people who commit these offenses in light of the mandatory minimum. This has been demonstrated many, many times. And I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, that this is not an issue of efficiency. It's just a basic issue in the way that this government operates. The provision dealing with mandatory minimums really, in effect, amends the whole accountability of the government. Why? Because the power to establish or to hand down a sentence should belong to a judge and not the government. And so they're transferring that power to one of the three heads of government, which is the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. So they are transferring it over to the executive. Even if we're talking about that at the provincial level, the administration of justice is a provincial area of jurisdiction, but they have to still respond to the Minister of Justice at the federal level in this House. And so we're taking a power that is legal and handing it over to the executives. And why am I saying that? Because judges who decide on the sentence and those who are the prosecutors, who are the ones who prepare the case, can in fact use this whole range of mandatory minimums so that they can choose in the end the punishment that they themselves would like to mete out. And so the prosecutors are in a much better position to choose that for themselves now, more so than the judge himself or herself, who's hearing all of the arguments from the Crown and from the defense. And it seems to me that it would just be common sense to allow the judge, who has all of these components in hand, all of these elements before him or herself, to decide on the sentence and not allow one of the parties before the court, that is to say the Crown, who would obviously not have the interest of the person being defended at heart. So the process is biased. When we're talking about mandatory minimums, there's a whole issue, a range of issues that's not respected by the government. There are issues of governance, when you're transferring significant powers to the judge, and to the executive branch of the government here. So I found it really unfortunate. The government, despite all of the arguments that have been put forward, is stubbornly moving in that direction. And I think that all of the members in the official opposition, and I would assume from the other parties in this House, would have supported studying this bill very quickly so that we could find a resolution that would have made penalties much more severe when we're dealing with cases of cruelty to animals, whether it's military animals, service animals, or even for animals working for disabled people. But once again, the government's decided to take the more thorny path, and this is the issue that we're going to put in the forefront when we study this at committee, and we hope that the government will listen to what we have to say. Thank you.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. Honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. It's a speech that really deals with the problem that's at the heart of this bill. It's a laudable bill, but it's debatable that it's really proceeding in the right way. I would like to bring my colleague back to talk about another bill tabled by one of our colleagues, particularly to the one Bill C-512, tabled by the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine, which dealt specifically with assaults on police animals, police dogs, and her bill dealt with aggravating circumstances. And I would like my colleague to tell us what the advantage that would be tied to using this aggravating circumstances as opposed to using mandatory minimum sentences.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Néchet-Téliscouata-Les Basques. I believe what this bill shows us is two things. First of all, is that there can be deterrent factors that can be applied, or measures that we know are constitutional. Mandatory minimum sentences do not appear to be constitutional based on what specialists have said. Secondly, we have to consider the issue of being stricter, that's the case here, on this side of the House anyway, regarding cruelty to animals. My colleague from Toronto Danforth mentioned very rightly that these animals help humanize us, and it is a benefit to us to have them with us. So we want to ensure protection for all animals around us, service animals, whether they are military or law enforcement animals. This shows that we really want to support all of these animals, and so we hope that they will reconsider mandatory minimums in this case. Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Salle-et-Marne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He really very clearly explained our concerns as the official opposition regarding these mandatory minimum sentences. He showed very clearly that this is not the first time the government has included these mandatory minimums in its bills. I would like him to tell us more about how these mandatory minimums undermine the discretionary powers of judges, and why it is important to separate the legislative authority from legal authority to ensure that that separation, that division of power exists and of authority exists in our society and in our democracy. The honourable member for Rimouski-Néchet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for reminding me of these arguments. The issue of mandatory minimum sentences, well, I think we have to trust our judges. They are appointed by our government. In any case, legal case, they hear the entire story, all of the evidence. They will base themselves on their experience, on their backgrounds as well, and they have to look at the legislation, of course. The legislation will give them direction. Now, the issue of mandatory minimums means that they cannot put in place any kind of context or consider any context in making their decisions. They have measures imposed on them. Often, the sentences end up having no relation to the offense. The judges cannot consider all these various factors, even though they have heard all the evidence, all the facts. So in terms of governance, well, we saw that for the social fabric, these sentences are very damaging. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Salle et Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I'm quite proud to rise in the House today and to continue this work as a member of the House and as a representative of my riding of La Salle et Mar. I'm very pleased that we have the possibility of debating a bill here today, Bill C-35, an act to amend the criminal code, law enforcement animals, military animals, and service animals, because this concerns all service animals. I'm also quite pleased to share my time with the member for Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. Mr. Speaker, I must say a few words about the incidents of yesterday. I felt safe throughout the incident from the very first moments when the incident began. A security guard came to assist us right away, entered the room where we were gathered, and really took charge in the room to ensure our safety and our protection. I'd like to join all other members who expressed their thanks, all security and parliamentary staff, also police officers and RCMP members who ensured that we could be here today in this House to debate legislation, to continue our work. I also wish to thank my team, but also all parliamentary staff who went through this ordeal with us. They also did an excellent job. I'd also like to recognize and thank my riding staff who contacted and communicated with our riding and people in our riding to tell them that things were under control here, thanks to security staff. The bill before us deals with the special relationship human beings have not just with service animals, but also with animals around us. Mr. Speaker, I worked in the agricultural sector, and through that and through my work at the Museum of Agriculture, I was able to learn more about animals, other service animals, and these are farm animals. Many agricultural producers in Canada take very good care of these animals. And we continue to have very high standards for the animals we raise in transporting them, and also when these animals go to slaughter, we ensure that there are standards in place to ensure everything goes smoothly, and we must continue to ensure that the standards are there in any of those three sectors when it comes to agricultural animals. Why did I want to mention them? Because we don't speak of them very much or very often. We are more and more removed from the reality of our agricultural sector. We, of course, need sustenance every day. But there are producers, animals, who also work for us in a completely different way and who deserve to be treated, these animals, of course, in this sector, that are to be treated in a way that is more than adequate. Now, in terms of service animals, this usually means dogs, because usually we are dealing with dogs. The dog is, after all, man's best friend, as the expression goes. Over the years, dogs have been able to help humankind in many ways based on their characteristics. And I must tell you personally, on a personal note, that in general, I'm not too comfortable with dogs. I'm not, well, when I go door to door, I must admit that sometimes I have interesting experiences with the canine species. I believe this is true of many politicians and also mail delivery personnel who may have the same relationship with dogs, because we can have interesting experiences. But I must tell you that I've met many seniors during my door-to-door rounds, and often these seniors have an animal in their home to keep them company, and often these animals are dogs. For these seniors, these animals provide very important company in their lives. That's why I want to recognize all of the good and the work that these animals bring and do for our communities. Another member also mentioned the importance of these animals in the lives of people with disabilities. For example, Mira animals who provide assistance to the visually impaired, and also animals who assist people with disabilities, and as my colleague mentioned, animals who help people with autism, for example. Often the animals act as intermediaries, they are not just companions or assistants, they also help with relationships with other people. So I want to recognize all of the work these animals do. I also, as others, saw the canine units at work yesterday, and they helped secure the perimeter and did excellent work. Now, to come back to Bill C-35, we do support it at second reading. Our only concerns, and they are significant concerns that we have expressed a number of times. It's not something we just discovered. These concerns have been debated often, and we have brought them up very often as the opposition. These concerns regard mandatory minimum sentences. We, of course, agree that canine units and service animals provide great assistance. But why impose mandatory minimum sentences in this bill? Once again, the judge's discretionary authority is being undermined. I told you earlier, Mr. Speaker, that I'm not very comfortable with dogs and I'm a little bit afraid of them. Of course, I don't intend to commit any offense. However, I don't know what my reaction would be if I was attacked by a dog. Often, the way we react is to defend ourselves. So I believe it is up to judges and not the legislative authority to impose a sentence. There is the judge, the prosecutor, and the defense counsel, and it is up to the judge to hear the case and to decide on a sentence that is fair and appropriate in that case. I want to underline the excellent work done by service animals, and we saw it firsthand yesterday. But we have seen it elsewhere as well for a long time. But I want to rise and to state that I'm against mandatory minimum sentences that undermine the discretion of judges. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank, from the bottom of my heart, the security staff here on the Hill who did such an excellent and professional job keeping us safe. I also want to express my solidarity with all workers and staff members here at the House regarding yesterday's incidents. My question for my colleague is quite simple. This bill seems to be part of an ideology that goes against the independence of the judiciary in our country and to impose political opinions on our judges. Does my colleague believe that this trend endangers the division of powers and authority between the legal and judicial systems? The Honourable Member. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for what he stated. And I also wanted to once again thank all the staff in the House and on the Hill, and also especially the security staff who greet us, but also protect us and keep us safe each day. We spoke at length about our democracy yesterday and the importance of democracy. What is an asset? What is characteristic? It is the division of the authority. We have a healthy democracy here, as we can see from the debates in this House here. As representatives of Canadians, we have the opportunity to debate various bills. We must also ensure that the legal side of things is represented, because it has been around for much longer than I have been here. We have to respect that there is a long tradition and a much experience on that side. Amending the criminal code is quite a serious affair. The current government has made many amendments, and we do not yet know what all the long-term consequences will be of these amendments. This is why I find it troubling to once again see mandatory minimum sentences proposed in this bill. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague from La Salle Aymar for her speech. Once again, we see that in a bill that is important, that may have various consequences. I'm thinking about the false feeling of safety that can be imparted by cumulative sentences and mandatory minimum sentences. The government is instilling this false sense of security. What is troubling is that we also find that it is only the NDP that is here to continue this debate because, as my colleague stated, we must be careful in amending the criminal code, and we must ensure that we are serving the public good while respecting the institutions from the three pillars of our democracy. I'd like my colleague to tell us what she thinks of this lack of respect on the part of the government and what kind of trust she has in the government's ability to be open during committee work to make changes. The honourable member for La Salle Aymar, you have only 30 seconds. Very briefly, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for reminding us again that we must be careful. We must have healthy debates in our healthy democracy. And that should be true in committee as well. We'll debate this bill in committee. That's where we will have the opportunity to bring amendments with the help of experts who will be our witnesses. Let us all, from all parties, listen to these experts, and let's ensure that this bill is amended appropriately.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleagues and especially the member for La Salle Aymar for having shared her time with me. And I'd also like to thank her for her remarks earlier today on safety on the Hill. I think she really paid a wonderful tribute to our security guards, and I think that it's very appropriate today that we be debating C-35. It's an act to amend the criminal code, law enforcement animals, military animals, and service animals. Recently, we've all been witness to extreme violence on the Hill, and I think it's only fitting that we pay tribute to those who are responsible on a daily basis to protect us, protect parliamentarians, members of parliament, senators, legislative assistants, all those working on the Hill. And we owe an enormous debt to the security services on the Hill. And today we're debating Bill C-35. And it's actually an opportunity to point out that service animals are also there for us. We've seen many times in society that we can depend on them. At times, whether it's consciously or not, they've had to risk their lives to protect us, to be loyal to us and loyal to our society. So we owe them a debt. And now we have a bill before us, and its spirit is lofty. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to read here. It's Quanto's Law, and it was called Quanto's Law.
That was stabbed to death trying to stop a fleeing suspect in October 2013. A certain suspect pleaded guilty to animal cruelty and other offenses, including evading police, and he was sentenced to 26 months in prison and banned from owning a pet for 25 years. I think that's particularly interesting, Mr. Speaker. The current law, as it stands, Article 445 of the Criminal Code, already establishes penalties for committing an offence whether it be killing an animal, maiming an animal, wounding, poisoning, etc. An animal, certainly when it comes to police dogs, it would certainly be incorporated into this law. So we already have a law. The law right now proposes that for everyone who commits an offense, if it's an indictable offense, the person is liable to a maximum of 5 years in prison. The person is punishable on summary conviction. The person is liable to one or both of a maximum of $10,000 in fines or imprisonment up to 18 months, and or imprisonment up to 18 months. This law would change this. C'est un peu nuancé, mais je vais...
Now, the difference is perhaps subtle, but I'm going to try and explain. Those who are guilty of an offense, that is to say, a person who has attacked an animal, the type of animal that falls under the category of Bill C-35. So for all those who are guilty, then 445 will be amended. And so everyone who commits that offense could be liable for up to 5 years of imprisonment and with a minimum of 6 months. So once again, there's a minimum sentence being imposed here. Now, if a service animal is injured in assisting a police officer, or if there is an indictable offense, then they will be liable to those mandatory minimum sentences. But there could also be consecutive sentences, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when judges bring down sentences, there can be consecutive sentences, and it can be simultaneous sentences, Mr. Speaker. But in this case, there will be consecutive sentences, so they will be cumulative. If you kill a service animal that is on active duty, so to speak, then you can have consecutive sentences. It won't be if the animal in question is assisting. So there's a subtle difference, Mr. Speaker, but there is a difference. What we are talking about and what is important to point out is that there will be a minimum sentence of 6 months, and the sentence can go up to 5 years. Now, this is a bit of a flawed bill, Mr. Speaker, because once again, we're talking about a mandatory minimum sentence. In other words, discretion is being taken away from the judges. Now, if a judge is familiar with the facts, and if that judge is really capable of assessing the sentence that should be imposed, and they should have the discretion to do so, Mr. Speaker. They have the facts before them, and so they are perfectly capable of establishing the sentence that should be brought down. If you impose a sentence on a judge, then we've seen this, they're very, very reticent to do that, to impose that sentence, and in some cases judges have refused to impose that sentence, and then this may end up being appealed, Mr. Speaker. So the spirit is lofty in this bill, but I think that because of this, the bill could be challenged. I think it could end up even in the Supreme Court and be challenged. Why would you bring forward a bill that could be challenged from a constitutional perspective when you could change that bill because it is a lofty bill, Mr. Speaker? I think that members of Parliament should pass this at second reading. I'm saying at second reading, Mr. Speaker, so that it can be referred to committee and so that there can be a more extensive debate and so that we can listen to experts and figure out what the consequences of the measures would be. And I think we can reach a consensus, Mr. Speaker. I don't know that for sure, but I think that we could, because we think the spirit is lofty. We have Article 445 of the Criminal Code, which is a good article. However, mandatory minimum sentences are being imposed in this bill. So if the government were willing to remove that part of the bill,
then we would have something to work with, because I think the experts who are going to come before the committee would be able to testify to what we could do to improve the bill, and I think we could therefore reach a consensus. Now, I believe that many experts will not agree with the mandatory minimum sentence aspect of this bill, but I would like to hear them. I would like to have an opportunity to hear their perspective and their opinions, and I would like to better understand whether this bill or not is constitutional, whether or not we should go forward with it. So we have time to refer this bill to committee. I think the debate will be very interesting. I hope we have time to have a fulsome debate. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I think once again the Conservatives have made a fundamental mistake in the wording of the bill. This is something that the Conservative government seems to constantly do in bills, that is, impose mandatory minimum sentences. So I would like the government to also take a look at what's being done in other jurisdictions. For example, in Quebec, there is general acknowledgement that cruelty to animals has to be the subject of harsh sentences, and we need better sentencing. Yes. In Quebec, this debate is going to take place, regardless of whether there's a bill before us or not. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, given that there are mandatory minimum sentence in this bill, unfortunately, and I'm not just referring to Quebec here, but unfortunately, the provinces will end up with people who have been found guilty, who are going to prison. Prisons fall under provincial jurisdiction. Prisons will end up costing money to the provinces because the federal government is actually downloading the cost of the provinces by imposing these mandatory minimum sentences. So provinces once again end up paying the cost of these federal decisions. Now, let's not forget, under the criminal code, there are principles underlying sentences that are going to be imposed by judges. And what I'd like to know, if these kinds of sentences that the government is imposing really respect those principles. I think it's important to talk about it, to debate this here in the House, and to debate this in committee. So at second reading, I support this, and I hope that we'll have an opportunity to listen to experts in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I think he'll agree with me that there are concerns about this bill, and unfortunately, if one looks at the past 3 years and the government's record, the Conservative government's record, one sees that all suggestions and proposals brought forward by the opposition tend to be turned down. So when bills are brought forward by the government and we propose changes, they are turned down. And we find law and order type bills, all these law and order type bills, whether they come from the government or they're sponsored by private members. We see this trend, and I'd like my colleague to comment on the way the government is closed to suggestions for amendments to bills that only make sense, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a very relevant question. Now, the government has often boasted that it creates jobs. Unfortunately, most, if not all, those jobs are part-time. And we see the government also imposing mandatory minimum sentences, and we know perfectly well that this will end up being appealed. So what are they doing? Creating jobs in lawyers' firms? Is that what legal firms? Is that what they're doing? I think those lawyers have enough jobs. I don't think they need to be fed more jobs through bills like this.
You know, the average person on the street does not have the means to pay for a lawyer who can help them get to a court of appeal and then to the Supreme Court. It's a very expensive process, but unfortunately the government seems to be doing this, and unfortunately people are often ending up before these various levels of courts rather than allowing the Parliament to do its work properly and to accept amendments. The NDP brings forward amendments. They are constantly turned down, and then we end up before the courts over and over again on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, Mr. Speaker, and this has to stop. There has to be more respect for Canadians, and bills have to be brought forward that make sense. We have a lofty bill here, a lofty spirit underlying the bill, and we could keep that lofty principle without taking away the discretionary authority from judges. Let's leave the wording to the bill here in Parliament so that all members of Parliament have an opportunity to contribute and participate in debate. Now, the NDP is participating in debate. Others don't seem to be interested. That's unfortunate. Regardless, Mr. Speaker, I hope that when this bill gets to committee, we'll have an opportunity to show that mandatory minimum sentences are completely inappropriate in a bill such as this one. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar, you don't have much time. There's not much time left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague said that in the criminal code, there are various principles that are described, and there are sections that cover these kinds of offenses. So what I would like him to tell me is this. Does he think this bill is bringing anything new forward, or is it repeating what's already in the criminal code? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie de la Madeleine. You have 1 minute. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague from La Salle-Mar raises a very interesting point. Now, this government has a law and order agenda, as the member for Beauport-Limoilou pointed out. And so I think what they're trying to do is reinvent the wheel over and over again. What they're doing is imposing mandatory minimum sentences, and I would say perhaps that's the only new thing here. Now, I do think that it is lofty to want to protect service animals that assist our security forces, our police officers. So it is a lofty principle, Mr. Speaker. However, mandatory minimum sentences only make the bill flawed. So why would you go ahead with a flawed bill when we could all agree on a bill that would work, that would be reasonable, and that deals with a very important issue, especially given what we have witnessed over the past couple of days, whether it be in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, here in Ottawa, or anywhere else in Canada. So we have to discuss these issues. We have to help our security forces, and we have to give them all the tools available. However, we shouldn't be bringing forward these bills that will only end up being turned down on appeal.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East. I would caution the Honourable Member that she'll only have about... I'm sorry. Member for Vancouver East will have her full 20 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, that was going to be my first question. I just sent a page to find out whether or not we were going to 5:30 or whether or not it was extended. So I have a full 20 minutes. Wonderful. Wonderful. I'll speak slowly. Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I am very happy to be rising in the House today to speak to this debate on Bill C-35, and it is, I guess, an irony and timely that we are dealing with a bill that deals with law enforcement animals, military animals, and service animals. And I just want to reflect for a very short moment on, of course, what took place in the House yesterday. And I think, like all of us, and I know members have stood today and offered their personal reflections, and it was really wonderful to hear the speeches this morning from the leaders of the various political parties, from the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, and to hear the statements in the House. And I think it's one of these days that you don't forget. I've been here 17 years, and I guess I never believed that I would experience a day like we experienced yesterday. And I think what I'll take away from it is, yes, there was a sense of great anxiety and stress about what was taking place because, of course, you don't know what's going on around you. But I think what I'm going to remember is the sense of camaraderie and professionalism and people just staying calm and staying together. I mean, listening to the stories together, we all have our own personal experience of where we were, who we were with, what we heard. But listening to pages, to staff, to the security personnel, and hearing the different perspectives of where people are is really quite remarkable. And just even talking to our own staff today in the lobby. And so I do come away with, I think, a feeling that collectively everybody kept their cool. And I don't, it doesn't sink in till later how really close we came to a terrible, terrible disaster, much worse than what happened. And we're very grateful to that. So things to remember, but back at work. And certainly that is the hallmark of this institution, that it's the people's business. We come back, we get on with our work, we get on to debating bills because that's what we're elected to do, and we don't do that with a sense of hardship. We do it with a sense of mission, with a sense of sincerity and genuineness, I think, about who we are and what we need to do. So I'm very glad to be back in the House today, to see my colleagues in the House from all sides, and in particular to be debating this bill. I've heard the debate earlier in the day, and I'm going to be making some of the points that some of my colleagues have made. And, I think cruelty to animals, intentional cruelty, is something that, just about everybody, is something you can't stomach, and it's something that hits us all, and it's something that you feel compelled to do something about. And of course we have the law, we have our criminal justice system to provide the protections not just to persons and property, but also to animal welfare. And that's a very important thing, and I think Canadians support that very, very strongly. As we've heard in the debate today, this bill does come from a particular incident that happened in 2013 of a police service dog that was stabbed to death in its duty. And we have this bill before us. And I do think that as legislators, it's very important that we examine the bill very carefully, because I think on the surface of it, one could say that this is a bill that deserves support. It will specifically introduce a new amendment or create a new offense that specifically prohibits anyone from killing, wounding, poisoning, or injuring trained animals that work for the police or persons with disabilities or the Canadian Armed Forces. So I think the principle of the bill is something that is very supportable, and of course that's what we're debating here today, is the bill in principle at second reading. And we in the NDP will be supporting this bill to go forward to committee. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, as the official opposition, our job is to look at the details, to go through legislation, and to kind of get underneath the top layer there and figure out what the bill really does, and maybe importantly, what the consequences of a bill are. And of course, I think as we've come to know in the House with this particular government, is that it is important to look at the details. I mean, how many omnibus bills have we gone through and found terrible surprises in those bills, like really awful pieces of legislation that have chucked out other pieces of legislation. And so the details in a bill become very important, Mr. Speaker. And that's no different for the bill that we're debating here today. And I would say that in looking at this bill, it's concerning because while we have a bill that I think has good intention, when we look at the details, we can see that it introduces minimum sentencing, and it does reflect a pattern that we've seen from this government repeatedly, over and over and over again, and it's very disturbing. I've said in this House quite a few times that we should be keeping a list of how the criminal code has changed so significantly. You know, we've had all of these bills come through. Some of them have been government bills. Many of them have been private members' bills. And they're kind of like these little boutique bills, and they, one by one, pick off this section or that section of the criminal code. And, I mean, I guess somebody keeps track of it. Although I do recall that one of the terrible things that happened in this House through legislation was the Law Reform Commission. And I'm sure the Speaker will recall this because he would have debated this in the House when it came forward. The Law Reform Commission of Canada, whose job it was to actually go through legislation and evaluate it in sort of a long distance and give us an overview, to give us an oversight, they were abolished. So there is sort of a big question here as to who keeps track of what all these changes cumulatively mean and what the consequences are. Now, we certainly tried to do that as the opposition. We try to keep track of all of these bills and look at all the little holes and changes that they create in the criminal code and see what the total effect is. And that's a lot of work. So here's another example of a bill that, you know, on the surface of it may look fairly innocent, but in the detail actually does have consequences because it is a bill that is bringing forward minimum sentencing and also provisions around serving consecutively. And so some people may say, well, what's the big deal about that? Is there any problem with that? The problem is, Mr. Speaker, that our judicial system is based on history, a tradition of prosecution, of defense, but also the role of the judge in terms of being able to use discretion, be able to look at individual cases as being unique. And when we create laws that become, in effect, a one-size-fits-all, when we create laws that are so hyper-prescriptive, we create problems because when we do it to an extreme, then the law doesn't necessarily fit and can't meet the circumstances of what a particular case might be about. That's why we have judges. That's why we have judges who can look at the law, can apply provisions, can use this word discretion. I sometimes worry that discretion has become a dirty word in this place, and yet it's a hallmark of our judicial system. So creeping mandatory minimum sentences, and I don't know how many bills we've now had in this House that have had those provisions now put in them. It's not just this government, by the way. There were mandatory minimums with the previous government as well, and there always was the existence of some mandatory minimums. So it's not like there's never a situation where they shouldn't apply, but now it's become so pervasive in the system, it's almost become the lowest common denominator, you know, slap in a mandatory minimum. So I kind of have this little picture in my head of a group of interns or staffers, someone who are combing through the criminal code section by section and saying, mandatory minimum, we could put one there, we could put one here, we could put one there. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but I sometimes do feel that that's what's going on, that there's this pattern of seeking out instances where mandatory minimums can be applied, and it is fundamentally changing our judicial system. So, Mr. Speaker, that is certainly a problem with this bill, and I think it is very important that we, in committee, examine the bill in great detail, and I hope very much that when it goes to, I presume, the Justice Committee, that the government members don't use their majority to then slap on time limits. We're facing that in the Public Safety Committee right now with a bill that has to do with an issue that's very important to me, which is safe injection sites in this country. And, you know, it's a complex bill. It's an important bill. And I just found it incredible that at committee, you know, there's 2 meetings for witnesses. End of it. That's it. 2 meetings. When we get to amendments, I think it says no more than 5 minutes or something like that. The censorship and the limitations that's now placed on debate of bills and examination of bills is quite ferocious, and in and of itself is very harmful. We're not here to hold stuff up. I mean, occasionally that does happen. We might have a bill that we just dig in and say we're going to hold it up as long as we can, but by and large, we're not here to hold things up. We're here to give a proper consideration, both in the House at second reading, in committee with amendments, and then when it comes back into the House for report stage and third reading. So when this bill goes to committee, I do hope that the committee will be fair and will consider that there shouldn't be limits placed on the bill in terms of the timeline for its consideration, so that the committee can actually look at some of the questions that I've identified and that I know others today in the debate have also identified. For example, one of the questions that I would want to know, and I'm not on that committee, but I'm sure others will raise it, is to look at the Justice Department reports that actually tell us that mandatory minimum sentences have not had a demonstrable deterrent effect. Now, that's something really to consider. So we go to these extraordinary lengths to change legislation and to have it go through the House, through the Senate, the whole process, and yet there's really no evidence to show us whether or not it's a deterrent. And in fact, the opposite may be true, in that the misuse of mandatory minimum sentences leads to, as my colleague just earlier said, leads to a downloading to provinces. It leads to overcrowding, skyrocketing costs. I mean, these are very real consequences. You know, provincial budgets are tight. Again, question, who's tracking that? I've seen some information come out on the impact of mandatory minimum sentences. There are some organizations, I think the Canadian Bar Association has been doing some work on trying to track what the impact is. I know on the, I forget the number of the bill, but the bill that dealt with mandatory minimums for drug crimes, there's been some work, and in fact even in some court decisions already. There was one court case in British Columbia where a judge basically refused to go along with the mandatory minimum aspect, and that is now under review. So there are some very serious questions that need to be considered in this bill, and it needs to be done in the context of a larger impact in terms of the criminal code and our justice system. And I do think it's very important and incumbent upon us not to ignore that fact. If we just look at these as one-offs, we'll never understand the full picture. And I guess what bothers me the most is that I have a stronger and stronger sense that the way the government operates is that for every problem they identify, they see the solution as a new law that's harsher. And some of these questions are complex social questions. And there's no evidence to suggest that a tougher law, a law and order approach, is going to actually solve anything. And in fact, it might very likely make situations worse. So these things really bother me, and I've certainly seen these changes taking place over a number of years. But to come back to the bill itself, I mean, we think that there are some good aspects in this bill that warrant our support. And in fact, a number of us in the NDP caucus, I know that my colleague from Notre Dame de Grace-Lachine, my colleague from Parkdale High Park, they have put forward initiatives that deal with animal cruelty. I myself have a bill that also deals with this issue. I've presented thousands and thousands of petitions in the House about cruelty to cats and dogs in terms of the use of their fur from overseas and how it should be banned as it's been banned in other countries for fur. So there are a number of initiatives that we have within the NDP to protect from animal cruelty, and certainly I think we have a huge appreciation for the role that law enforcement animals and military animals and service animals play in our society. And again, I come back to yesterday where that was very visible. So these are highly trained animals. They're well cared for. They're intelligent. And we don't want to see them come in harm's way. We don't want to see vicious attacks on these animals, just as we don't want to see attacks on people. So, you know, it's not like we don't care. In fact, we care very, very much. And I think the evidence of the bills that we've put forward ourselves in private members' business is evidence of that. But still, we have to worry about this bill. And I guess I have a concern that it's just going to flow right through, and we won't have that examination. But I think we should, and I think we want to make sure that the provisions in Bill C-35 are no different from the penalties and fines already set out in Section 445 of the Criminal Code for all animals other than cattle. So, you know, there's a lot to examine here, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the fact that my colleagues have spoken today. We do want to say to the government, why is it so important that the government wants to take away sentencing discretion from the courts? Are they aware of their own Justice Department work about mandatory minimums and whether or not they're a deterrent? And are they aware of how mandatory minimums are undermining the entire legal process? I don't know if there's that knowledge on the government side, whether or not they're curious to know the answers to those questions. I can only say that we are, and we think it should be followed up. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to add my voice to those along with my colleagues in saying that we certainly support this bill going to committee. It does require further examination. It does need to be looked at in the context of other legislation where mandatory minimums have been brought in. We need to look at the impacts on the provincial system. We need to look at the costs, and we need to ask some tough questions. And we need to be intelligent and rational about how we proceed on these kinds of measures. We need to look at evidence, not political doctrine. And at the end of the day, I think that's what's most important. We're here to uphold the public interest. We're here to uphold the notion of merit and evidence and analysis. So let's remember that when we consider this bill further, and hope that we can make some sensible decisions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague from Vancouver East, who really raised and elaborated on this tendency that the government has to amend the criminal code. And she also spoke really with a great deal of intelligence on the long-term repercussions, indeed, of these changes that are made piecemeal to the criminal code. And the repercussions of which we cannot realize all of the impacts now. Looking at what's happened in the United States, indeed, what have been the consequences of the Bush years on prisons, for example, in California. There are facts that we can study, indeed, to enlighten us as to whether or not heavier sentences has any kind of deterrent effect on criminality. She also spoke about the financial costs to Canada, but also to the provinces, and as well as the social costs of imposing these mandatory minimum sentences for all of the reasons that are evoked in the various bills that we've studied in this House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her thoughtful comments. And she's reminded me of yet another aspect that we need to consider when looking at this bill, and that is what has taken place in the United States. And when I was doing a lot of work on the bill that came forward with mandatory minimum sentences for drug crimes, this was, several years ago, before when it came forward in its first form. I actually did a fair amount of research in the U.S. about what was going on, and I was so. This is before the election of President Obama, by the way, and I was so surprised to learn that in individual states in the U.S. There are various commissions that have been set up to look at the impact of mandatory minimum sentencing. And in some states, I don't remember all of the states, but there were a number of states where they're actually repealing because, one, their prisons are just absolutely overflowing, and particularly with young African Americans, men, mostly for drug crimes. And these are people who are, in effect, sentenced for life because, their opportunity to come back into society and to contribute becomes more and more marginalized and limited. So I did find it really interesting that on the one hand, in the United States, even under the Bush administration, there was a movement beginning away from mandatory minimum sentencing, and yet here in Canada, we were embarking on this course that seemed quite incredible. So I'm glad the member raised this because I think for Canadians who follow this, they should be quite concerned that we're actually taking a very regressive path. And we often think of ourselves as being so advanced to the U.S., whether it's healthcare or enforcement issues. And yet, in some instances, I can tell you, we're actually doing a lot worse. And this would be one of them, that we're falling far behind. So I'm glad that the member raised this point. I think it's very important. And just as they're doing in the U.S. To review their sentencing procedures, we should be doing the same in Canada. It's not too late to do that here. So I thank the member for raising it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jeanne-Lebert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to dig into this aspect a little further, the issue of mandatory sentences, even though we're talking about a very good concept in terms of what this bill is meant to tackle, but the issue of mandatory sentences in terms of the disastrous effect and the fact that previous mandatory sentences in this country have been ruled unconstitutional. What would I wonder if my colleague would care to comment on the sort of repeated attempts by this government to introduce mandatory sentences, even though previous ones have been deemed unconstitutional by our courts.
Just before I go to the Honourable Member, just remind all Honourable Members that there's great latitude given in terms of relevance, but that members ought to remember what is the bill that is before the House and to keep their comments consistent with that. The Honourable Member of Vancouver East.
Certainly, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is very relevant that we are looking at the question of mandatory minimum sentences because this is a feature in this bill. And I think the question I heard from my colleague is, why is the government continuing to do it when it's been challenged, when there is now mounting evidence that there's problems with mandatory minimum sentences? In this case, it happens to be 6 months in prison if a law enforcement animal is killed while helping a police officer enforce the law. So that's the particular provision that's included in this bill. And to answer the question, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I don't know that there's a rationale why they continue to do it, because I think it has become a very political question. It's not a question of evidence. It's not a question of judicial oversight. It's this mindset. It's this rigid attitude that somehow a mandatory minimum is going to fix the problem, and it's going to make people feel better. So it's a very emotional thing. It's not based on evidence. And in fact, as I said, the evidence shows us that it's going the other way. So that's very problematic. I don't think we want a judicial system based on what we think people perceive is tougher. We need to be basing public policy decisions on evidence and merit and public interest overall. So we've got a very big situation here that we're facing, and that's why we're focusing on this particular aspect in this bill, because it really bothers us that yet again we're seeing this same pattern emerge.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from my Vancouver East for her very interesting speech. I don't want to repeat myself, Mr. Speaker, but you know we are looking at this bill at second reading in order to refer to committee. That is why we're supporting it at second reading. I'd like to draw on my colleague's great experience. I believe she has been in politics for 17 years already. And I'd like her to comment on this. Since we want to study the bill in committee, well, actually, often what we see in committee is that they use their majority in order to reject any proposals from either opposition members or experts. So I'd like to ask her how much she trusts there will be good work done on this in committee.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a bit of a speculative question, but it's certainly worth answering, and especially today, where question period, the debate in the House today was very collegial, and we talked about working together, and we kind of talked about goodwill and, having respect. And I know those are all things that we actually do share, but somehow it gets lost on the way, and sometimes it gets horribly lost in committees where real dogfights take place. It is very disturbing that when you get to committee, the committees used to be very collegial. They used to, I can remember when committees actually used to issue quite a lot of unanimous reports because there's a lot of negotiation, give and take, and they would come out with a unanimous report. And I see a member across the way who would remember that. That's very rare today because now there's this kind of shadow from the PMO. There's a rigidity to how to view a bill in committee. And I think a lot of members of committee, the opposition members, we really feel like we're being shut down. And it's really unfortunate because this is some of the good work that MPs can do is in committees. You actually want to improve a bill. You actually want to make constructive suggestions. So the question to me from my colleague is, do I think that will happen? Well, there's always hope, but unfortunately we have seen a very strong pattern in committees of, the government member votes just kind of washing over, and that's been very unfortunate. Now, maybe because this is a kind of a bill that we all do support in a way, and it is about the welfare of animals that we all care about, maybe there will be some goodwill to actually constructively look at amendments. Let's hope for that. I don't want to be cynical, so let's have this bill go to committee and hope that we can actually come out with a better bill. Wouldn't that be a good thing?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jean-Lebert.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to express the pride with which I rise in this House today, in particular, to exercise my right freely in this House as a member of this democratic House after yesterday. I wish to thank the entire security team who protected us, ensured our safety.
That can really, really, truly express the gratitude of which I think everyone in this House has for those gentlemen, for these gentlemen that work to protect this House and all the Canadians that come to visit it each day. So to stand here in this House today, on this day, to speak to this bill is of particular pride. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-35 is a bill that, in its essence, is something that I'm very proud to support. I come from a riding that has a large amount of animal lovers. I myself am a cat person. I just recently lost my companion animal, but her face is the face that when I open my iPad, it's her little face that I see each time. So the desire to protect our animal companions, our animal partners, is something of import. And before I forget, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just let you know that I will be splitting my time with the member from Ottawa Centre. We are only beginning to make that connection between those four-legged friends that we put by our sides as companions. In the domestic sense, in the leisure sense, we spend a lot of time, energy, and money in the care of these companions. And for those animals and handlers who have that very unique relationship where they are working partners, where these partners willingly put their lives on the line to protect their human handlers, who without question put themselves between their partners and a bullet, their partners and a knife. It is only right that we pay the respect their due for their unwavering sacrifice and their unwavering dedication. And this is where we come together on this bill, on C-35. To be able to say, to harm this animal is to harm myself, is something that is extremely important. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, where we begin to diverge is in the how this is going to be expressed. How are we going to quantify the lives of these animals? And unfortunately, this very noble bill is tainted somewhat by the efforts to yet again introduce mandatory minimum sentences. Mr. Speaker, as I understand our government, or governance, we are divided into three spheres. We're divided into the executive, we are divided into the legislative, and we are divided into the judiciary. And there are laws, there are codes that are in place that create checks and balances so that no one of these sectors, if you will, can overpower the other. And with the creation, introduction of minimum mandatory sentences, we run into a situation where we invade the jurisdiction of the judiciary. We take away the ability for our judges, who we entrust with their wisdom, with their knowledge of law and the intricacies of human nature and human actions. We take away their ability to justly administer the law. We call it the justice system for a reason. It isn't the vengeance system. It isn't the vindictive system. It is the justice system. And to mete out justice, one has to have the ability to take all things into consideration. Justice may be blind, but it isn't deaf and dumb. Mr. Speaker, the ability for a judge to be able to take all the evidence into consideration is something that we protect. It is something that it is our job to make sure is done and in a way that speaks to our society. But unfortunately, yet again, this government introduces minimum mandatory sentences with an eye of using basically a sledgehammer to kill a gnat, basically. The importance of being able to create a full picture of what a person has done, what crime a person has committed, is the hallmark of our justice system. And the sledgehammer analogy that I used is referring to the fact that for some reason this government seems to shy away from the details, the minutiae of the creation of legislation. Let's put a bill together, let's make it wrong to do this thing, and let's throw them in prison forever. And that is not what our job is. Our job as legislators, and the reason why we have debates, Mr. Speaker, is to take a concept, to take an idea, to take a bill, and go through that bill with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that each and every detail, when we come to conclusion, results in a bill that serves the people of Canada, that protects the interests of those we are trying to protect, that protects the rights of those who might be falsely accused, and allows for the judgment from our judges to take extenuating circumstances, to take all the information that is presented to them into consideration in handing out a just sentence. The details of this bill are virtually absent. It is definitely, we empathize with where this bill comes from. It is nicknamed Quanto's Law, and we understand where it comes from, and we agree wholeheartedly that our companion animals, those who serve the people that protect us, those who help find contraband material at our borders, those who help find mines in war zones, those who help find lost souls in avalanches. Those animals are protected. But are they going to be really protected with mandatory minimum sentences? I had asked my colleague earlier in regards to whether, the effect, the actual effect, or my colleague spoke to the actual effect of mandatory minimum sentences. And this is something which she mentioned. We have no real proof that mandatory minimum sentences work. Mr. Speaker, I hope that in this spirit of camaraderie, that it was expressed today, we can sit down and take a very noble bill in committee and look at how we can give judges the latitude to give the proper punishment that is deserved to individuals who harm our friends, and without making it something which is basically killing a gnat with a sledgehammer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and representative of the riding next to mine for his speech. He reminded us of the significant day we had yesterday, and also the role that companion animals play, and these can include cats, which he likes. This is very important for people, for the people in the ridings we represent. These animals are very important to the seniors living in our ridings. I'd like him to also tell us more about how important these companion animals are in terms of the services they provide in terms of security, but also for the psychological well-being people get, and how important that is as a factor. The Honourable Member, in response. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for this question. The relationship between our companion animals and ourselves are truly unique and special. The time it takes for service animals to be trained and to develop a relationship with them is very long. We need to treat these animals as allies and as partners.
They do deserve the protections that this bill would offer. What I do put out there is that mandatory minimums is not the way to go. Give our judges the opportunity and range to respond in kind to whatever threat is posed to our animal friends.
Questions and commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Néchette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke at length about the mandatory minimum sentences. We've heard about it very often in this bill. This is very important to us. I stated that that mandatory minimum sentences takes away the powers of the judiciary and gives it to the legislative side. And it goes further than that. The powers are then transferred, and the authority is then transferred to the executive. We can see it in the powers that are provided to the ministers at the provincial and federal levels, and I'd like him to comment on that. The Honourable Member in response.
For the question, yes, indeed, as I spoke to or mentioned in my speech, the issue of separation of executive, of the judicial and legislative is something which is fundamental to our system of governance. And the introduction of mandatory minimum sentences is dangerous to those divisions, because it does indeed take away the flexibility and the wisdom of the judiciary and places the balance in the hands of both the executive branch and the legislative branch, where one can consider the total governance of our nation to become imbalanced in that nature.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too wish to speak with some qualified support for the idea of this bill that we're debating today, C-35. And before I begin my comments, I too want to express my gratitude to these people who are here today. We see in front of us the guards who basically saved our lives yesterday, to all the people who were first responders to us. We can't thank you enough. And let's be frank, Mr. Speaker, often on a daily basis in this place, in this precinct, we take that for granted. And after what we all went through yesterday, our hearts are with them because of what they did for us on a daily basis, but of course yesterday. And to the RCMP who did the same, to the Ottawa Police, I particularly want to point out to Canadians that our local police here did the same, and it's very fresh in our memories what happened yesterday, but I just want to take this opportunity, having the first time to rise in the House to speak since the horrific events of yesterday, to thank them and to be so grateful for them, and to know that they did their jobs. We know that, but if they hadn't been able to do their jobs, we might not be standing here in this place today, and we should never take that for granted, and we should be so thankful to them. So again, I just want to thank all of them for what they've done in the past, but particularly what they've done yesterday and will continue to do in the future. Mr. Speaker, it is really important when we're discussing Bill C-35. We understand the context of this bill. It is Quanto's Law in memory of an Edmonton police service dog. And, I recall many times in this place bills that have kind of, attributations to events or to personalities. But this is quite unique, and I think if you were not aware of the context of this bill, you wouldn't really appreciate the fact that we're talking about the protection of animals in the sense, but also the importance of what they do, and you'd be kind of scratching your head as to, they're debating in the Parliament of Canada about dogs, and it would be seemingly strange, but the context is important because of the horrific violence that happened to this police service dog, and I guess it ups our game in terms of how we look at, the protection of those who serve and who are first responders. And I think that's a good thing. I think that's something we should celebrate. And again, just thinking of what the events of yesterday, I think now more than ever we appreciate every device that is used to help people, to protect people. And certainly in the case of the Edmonton Police Service dog, that this law is inspired by Quanto's Law as we know it, but Quanto's the dog. It was horrific. I mean, the fact that the dog was stabbed to death in pursuit of a fleeing suspect really grabbed people's attention back in October 2013, a year ago. And it really did push people to act. But, we did have other people who, in fact, Deputy Speaker had a private member's bill, and one of my colleagues had a private member's bill on this law, on this issue. And I think what we were trying to say in previous bills that were tabled is that we have to look at the whole context of first responders. And when we look at particularly service dogs, it's not only what they do for, in the case of police services, but also rescue dogs. And think of, I know many of my colleagues have stories and have talked about this, but what they do to help people who are stranded. There was a couple of stories this past fall of kids who were strayed, who'd walked away from home, and often it's because of the dogs that are there who are able to find and search and see that these kids return home safely. And I was inspired by a couple of those stories this year. And I think it's really important that we look at the whole constellation of first responders, and that's what this bill is trying to do. And that's really important because when we're looking at the people who are first responders, they are supported by technology, obviously. They're supported by those who are doing the backup to do, well, like we saw yesterday, logistics, communications. But to have dogs that are highly trained and supportive gives the confidence to those first responders that they are going to be supported. And again, if you don't understand the kind of work that our police services do or our military, you might not appreciate how important service dogs are and service animals are. And this has a very long tradition and history, if you look back in history. So it's not particularly new. What's new is that we're actually recognizing this as important enough to put into amendments into the criminal code and to make sure it is recognized. Just to branch out a bit beyond police service dogs, I know, having traveled a bit in my capacity of foreign affairs spokesperson, we also see this in overseas and our military using service dogs to accompany them. I can think of the work that was done in training in Afghanistan of dogs to help in terms of IEDs, in terms of explosive and munitions. And just think of the work they're doing. They're there to provide safety for our military abroad, for civilians who might be affected by conflict, and that these dogs are there to sniff out explosives so that we can either demine or take away explosives that might be used to kill people, and that they provide extraordinarily important service. And so we have to understand it in that context, Mr. Speaker, that when we're talking about rescue animals, particularly dogs, that's I know best, that this is important. And you also have to understand the importance of these animals in terms of what they're able to provide, not just in the way they're trained and to aid and abet support the work that first responders are doing, police, military, etc., but they also provide an important support for those people who are working in highly stressful situations. And we have come to learn a lot about the importance of animals and mental health and the effect that dogs can have. I think of what's happened with veterans, for instance, and there is a lot of work being done with veterans and using animals, particularly dogs, to help them. I've seen it with seniors as well. I've seen it with kids with autism, etc. And so it's really important to understand this, and it's really smart to be able to provide these kinds of services to people because it works. I know in my home case we have a dog in our home, Wesley. He was a rescue dog from Nunavut, from Iqaluit, and he's this little West Highland Terrier and a mix of some other things, a Heinz 57, if you will. And I just know the kind of support he provides our family, my two teenage boys, who might not be able to talk to me about everything, but certainly they can confide in Wesley. And we know that really does help. So if we're seeing this as an important good, both for first responders to make sure that people are safe and being able to provide that service, and we see that there are times where they are put in harm's way or put in perilous situations, and we have examples like the one from last October, it makes sense to put this reform into the criminal code. And I acknowledge that the government promises speech from the throne, and we look for their commitments on some of the other issues that we noted in the speech from the throne coming forward as well in regulation legislation. And so it's important. But, Mr. Speaker, it is important to note what my colleagues have noted, is that when we're talking about criminal code changes, in fact, I was recalling our colleague and Deputy Speaker from Windsor, when I was first elected, noting the government's agenda on the justice matters, we'll call them, said it would be really smart to have an overview of the criminal code. But one of the things that we should stay away from is just putting mandatory minimums on all legislation, which seems to be a dominant response of this government. Why? Well, simply because the criminal code is something that is certainly passed by the Parliament, and it's important that we get it right. But that then the judiciary, as my colleague from Montreal stated, it's up to them to then be able to have some leeway, to interpret and to sentence appropriately after having had a full hearing of evidence and people being able to provide their case. This is really important when it comes to this piece of legislation and others, simply because what we've seen in the past is that judges, if they believe that it's a mandatory minimum law is is put in place, that it restricts their ability to actually sentence in a sensible way, which means that justice sometimes cannot be done as a result of the mandatory minimum declaration. So that's why on this side we believe that a mandatory minimum approach should be something that is restricted to, in fact, very few cases. And I think the one case where we have evidence where it might work, and it was certainly our colleague from Windsor, who has taught law and understands these issues in depth, was in the case of drunk driving. But other than that, we haven't seen evidence that it does work. So we believe that this is a good initiative. We think we should go forward. We should take it to committee. We should improve it. And we should make sure that the government understands that, like in other justice issues and bills, we should resist, or they should resist, perhaps, the temptation to have mandatory minimums. But on this day, let me say that I think there's a lot of agreement on the issue. There's a lot of support and getting behind it and the importance of the issue. And to that, I say that's a good thing. And let's work together to improve it and make sure it's the best bill we can provide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 6:14, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Consideration of motion M505, Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations, standing in the name of Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler, seconded by Mr. Leaf, moves that the House call on the government to take action to prevent forced marriages and any kind of non-consensual sponsorship in the immigration system by amending the Immigration and Refugee Protections Regulations so as to A, ban the use of proxy, telephone, and fax marriages as a means to spousal sponsorship, B, disallow explicitly in Section 5 the use of proxy, telephone, or fax marriages for the purposes of immigration, and C, set out administrative measures that communicate clearly to visa officers how to detect a proxy, telephone, or fax marriage. Debate. The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in the House today to introduce my motion, which pertains to telephone, fax, internet, or proxy marriages, specifically as they relate to immigration to Canada. The issue is both timely, I would say urgent in fact, as well as deeply troubling. My motion is related to forced marriages in that the sad truth is that these practices can be used to force individuals, usually women and girls, into non-consensual marriages. Allow me to elaborate, Mr. Speaker, on this issue that I'm bringing forward today. A marriage by proxy is one where one or even both participants are not present at the ceremony and are represented by another person. Sometimes these marriages are conducted via telephone, the internet, or even by fax. Some visa offices around the world encounter marriages by proxy on a regular basis, as it is a cultural practice in some parts of the world. Rest assured, Mr. Speaker, such marriages are not legally recognized when performed in Canada. They are currently recognized by Canadian immigration law, however, when conducted outside of Canada. I'm not telling you that all of these arrangements are invalid. Simply put, my motion asks the government to make the necessary regulation changes to disallow telephone, fax, internet, or proxy marriages for the purposes of immigration, in particular spousal sponsorship. I'm sure that all of us would agree it is essential to protect Canadians as well as those who dream of a new life in Canada. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we must do whatever we can to strengthen the protection of vulnerable women in Canada and to support the right of immigrant and newcomer women in the strongest possible way. The motion we are debating today provides that strong protection. Now, let me be clear. This motion is not an indictment of cultural practices related to arranged marriages. An arranged marriage is a marriage in which families take a leading role, but both parties have the free will to accept or decline the arrangement. What we are debating today is the issue of forced marriages, whereby one or more parties to the marriage have not given their consent. But the focus of this motion, Mr. Speaker, is the increasing concern that some marriages by telephone, fax, internet, or proxy can make it easier for someone to be forced into a marriage to which they do not consent. Indeed, as I have stated, Mr. Speaker, there have been reports of spousal sponsorship cases that were in fact cases of forced marriage facilitated by proxy. The effects on the victims are devastating and far-reaching. as it also impacts children and communities. Unfortunately, violence against women and girls continues to affect tens of thousands each year, and harmful cultural practices such as forced marriage still exist as a reality for some women and girls. Men and boys can also be victims, but women and girls are particularly vulnerable. As a member of the Status of Women Committee, these issues of violence against women and girls are top of mind for me. But also, Mr. Speaker, forced marriages have an impact on the integrity of our immigration system, which is the focus of the regulation change required to solve this problem. And I can think of at least two possible scenarios that illustrate this point. The first involves a Canadian or permanent resident being forced to marry a foreign national and then being compelled to bring that person and their dependents to Canada through family sponsorship. For example, let's say a young woman is pressured by her family or others to marry a foreign national so that her sponsored spouse can then come to Canada and bring with them any dependents. The second is the possible situation of a Canadian or permanent resident forcing a foreign national into marriage and then compelling that person to come to Canada as their sponsored spouse. In this scenario, a woman abroad could be forced against her will to marry a Canadian citizen or permanent resident and then be compelled to come to Canada as a sponsored spouse. In both of these situations, the marriage can take place by proxy, telephone, fax, or via fax or the internet, and then can be used as a basis upon which to apply to immigrate to Canada. This is not how Canada's spousal sponsorship is intended to work. Nor should it be allowed in other immigration streams that support keeping families together through the migration process. These scenarios not only underscore our responsibility as legislators to ensure that we uphold and strengthen the protections for vulnerable women, they also bring home our responsibility to protect our immigration system from abuse. It's time to close this loophole. Mr. Speaker, central to our country's success, prosperity, and social harmony is the fact that we are united as Canadian citizens, not by shared ancestry, but a pledge of mutual responsibility and a shared commitment to values and traditions rooted in our history. As the daughter of immigrants myself, and therefore a first-generation Canadian, these values are central to my personal beliefs, and I will work to protect them as a Canadian and as a parliamentarian. This includes ensuring that everyone who interacts with our immigration system is treated fairly, and that we are doing everything we can to help them successfully integrate as citizens of our country, regardless of their country of origin, their ethnic heritage, their economic circumstance, or their gender. While not all telephone, fax, internet, or proxy marriages are forced, it is clear from the information received by visa officers in Canada's regional offices that some most certainly are. I don't think it's an exaggeration to characterize forced marriage as a form of family violence. It is an extremely harmful practice that must not be tolerated. To protect the integrity of our immigration system and to protect those who might be victimized by harmful practices, the government has made it much harder for people convicted of crimes that result in bodily harm against members of their family or other particularly violent offences to sponsor any family class member to come to Canada. These are the kinds of actions the Government of Canada has taken recently to address family violence in the context of immigration. So as you can see, family violence is not tolerated in Canada under any circumstance, and individuals who don't respect Canadian law and commit a serious crime should not benefit from the privilege of sponsorship. But millions of girls and women continue to be brutalized by violence, including through the inhumane practice of early and forced marriage. And sometimes these are conducted by telephone, fax, internet, or proxy. As promised in last year's speech from the throne, this government will take steps to ensure that it does not occur on Canadian soil. Lastly, I want to recommend to the government one specific exemption to any new regulation which would be implemented, that is, members of the Canadian Armed Forces in active military service. These dedicated, brave men and women should be exempted from any new regulations disallowing telephone, internet proxy marriages for the purposes of immigration. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to let you know that telephone, fax, internet, and proxy marriages do facilitate non-bona fide marriages and may facilitate forced marriages as well. The regulation change that my motion asks of government would protect women, girls, and vulnerable people, as well as protect Canada's immigration system from abuse. I ask all members of this House to support this fair, reasonable, and common sense motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the member opposite aware of any province that legally recognizes proxy marriages currently in Canada?
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you for that question to the honourable member. In fact, these marriages by proxy, internet, fax are not currently allowable in any province in Canada. And I think perhaps the member may have been referring to maybe concerned that might be the case. So I want to reassure him that it is not. And so my bill focuses exclusively on disallowing these marriages that have taken place elsewhere where they are allowed for the purposes of immigration. So rest assured to the member through you, Mr. Speaker, that these do not occur in Canada and are not allowed or registered. They are not registered in any province in Canada.
Questions and comments, honourable member for Churchill.
And I'm wondering how the member could address the concerns that civil society has raised that, in fact, this piece of legislation, while it claims to deal with forced marriage, actually attacks a legitimate couple's ability or creates obstacles to legitimate couples' ability to achieve family reunification through the immigration system.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the piece that the member opposite is not perhaps fully understanding is that many of these marriages, it has been shown, are in fact not valid, not legitimate, and are conducted simply for the purpose of immigration and abuse of our immigration system and our generous spousal sponsorship provisions. And so I would say to the member that whereas these are not acceptable in Canada, that for that reason alone they should not be acceptable as a basis upon which to allow those married in this fashion to immigrate to Canada.
Questions and comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate my colleague, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South, for her initiative in bringing this motion forward and for her excellent speech here today. Now, Mr. Speaker, my question is simply this. Can the Honourable Member comment on how this, her motion, supports our government's commitment to end early and forced marriage? And does she have a sense on how the opposition parties are, whether they are supporting this, her motion or not?
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
I thank the parliamentary secretary for that question, and I would. I'm pleased that this motion is definitely, Mr. Speaker, in line with a number of other initiatives that this government has taken to reduce incidences of violence against women. In particular, we have initiated programs to protect temporary foreign workers from it, for example, who have been abused, or other refugees, for example, who have been found to have been abused by their new spouse. And so we are trying very hard, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that vulnerable women and girls are not taken advantage of in this way. When he mentioned the opposition, it brought to mind, for example, something that the Liberal leader, in fact, the member for Papineau, said before he was leader of the Liberal Party of Canada, and that is that words like barbaric should not be used to describe honor killings, forced marriages, female genital mutilation, because those words are unnecessarily jarring and pejorative. And I would disagree strongly with that, as I think many members of this House also would, and as would this government, and our actions speak for themselves. This motion closes a loophole for the immigration system for abuse, and also those who wish to propagate these, what I would say are indeed barbaric practices.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm honoured to rise in this House and express our opposition to this bill on behalf of the official opposition. Violence against immigrant and refugee women in Canada is a real problem with systemic roots. Immigrant and refugee women are at higher risk, and this government is empowered to make critical changes. Sadly, this motion is not one. Sponsorship laws must be changed so that women who experience domestic violence can safely leave their marriages without fear of deportation. Humanitarian and compassionate grounds for staying refugee deportations must include the threat of violence against women. Foreign embassies and consular officials must be trained to deal with instances of domestic violence and forced marriage. Legal aid must be increased to support divorce and custody cases that are brought forth by immigrant women. Culturally sensitive shelters, medical aid, police services, and counseling services must be increased, funded, and sustained. All this I've heard directly from women and service providers across the country as I have consulted for my motion, M444, to create a national action plan to end violence against women. As well, the issue of forced marriage has been raised in these consultations by those who are experts on this subject. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us is particularly insidious because it seeks to exploit the reality of forced marriage, which is violence against women, in order to mask something that, according to all experts, has nothing to do with it. The premise of this bill is entirely speculative, and no credible data exists to substantiate it. The language of violence against women is once again being used so carelessly for political gain. In my years on Parliament Hill, I have rarely come across a bill that is so misleading on the nature of a problem and that relates to such a serious issue like violence against women. That is why New Democrats will be voting against this motion. And I urge a government member to withdraw it and truly deal with the root issue, which is violence and inequality that women face. My colleague, the member for Pierrefonds-Dollard, explained to me that while the study of immigrant and refugee women was taking place in her standing committee, Conservative members of Parliament were inexplicably insisting that proxy marriage was a problem, while expert witnesses were testifying that, in fact, it is not. In fact, what we see in this motion is a veiled attempt to further hinder family reunification in Canada. Proxy marriage is a legal marriage that takes place long distance, over the telephone or even Skype. Forced marriage is a form of domestic violence and a global human rights issue. It takes place without consent, has nothing to do with immigration, and is already classified as a crime in Canada and most countries around the world. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, forced marriage is the subject of several myths and the rhetoric that I've heard to justify this motion that only exacerbates those myths. The South Asian Legal Clinic of Ontario, SALCO, has been working since 2005 to create empirical data and research on the subject of forced marriage, and in the report published in 2013, they were able to dispel those myths. Quote, number one, forced marriage is not an immigration issue. Forced marriage impacts Canadian citizens and is not restricted to a particular geographic area or culture. Number two, forced marriage is not a thing of the past. It is very much an issue that continues to affect Canadians today. Number three, forced marriage happens only in certain cultures. The survey results reveal that forced marriage, in fact, takes place across cultures and religions. To quote Deepa Matu from SACO, she said, quote, "This motion confirms that the current government lacks the tools for proper identification and understanding of forced marriages. There has been no indication from the research done by the South Asian Legal Clinic of Ontario and the Department of Justice that forced marriage victims face proxy marriages." This proposed motion suggests once again that our lawmakers and government are focusing on potential fraud elements in spousal sponsorship situations, but the issue of forced marriages continues to be ignored and sidetracked. End of quote. Inventing a link between spousal sponsorship, immigration policy, and an egregious form of violence against women is not only irresponsible and fallacious, but it is also dangerous as it fans the flames of the exact xenophobia and racism that makes the lives of immigrant women so vulnerable. I am gravely concerned, Mr. Speaker, that South Asian communities are targeted and persecuted by these myths in particular. Arranged marriages exist in South Asian communities as they do in many cultures, but these marriages are often consensual and loving and must not be confused with forced marriage or immigration fraud. The Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations already investigate sponsorship marriages for genuineness, and we have heard from lawyers as well as community leaders that South Asian marriages are targeted unduly for these investigations. This motion will only heighten those unjustified suspicions and create unnecessary delays in reuniting family members across borders. We must diligently respect the rights of the South Asian community, as with all minority communities in our multicultural landscape. To quote Chantal Desloges, another experienced immigration lawyer who strongly disagrees with this motion, quote, "Marriage sponsorships for Pakistani couples now take close to 3 years for processing. As a result of this, due to cultural reasons, many couples choose to do an inexpensive and fast proxy marriage in order to get the sponsorship filed. Then do a public wedding once the couple is able to move to Canada together," unquote. Chantal also speaks to the needs of another highly targeted community when she says, quote, "What is to be done about the situation of refugees, for example, Afghans or Syrians, where it is physically impossible for the intended spouses to marry in person," unquote. Mr. Speaker, in my role as critic for the status of women and as an elected representative, I am consistently in contact with women who are the victims of violence. I have dedicated a large part of my mandate to the eradication of this violence, and I'm taken aback by how callously this motion pretends to help the victims of violence, while in fact it is only an attempt to further close down our immigration regulations. And it will be used to further stigmatize members of ethnic groups that are already unduly scrutinized. We must strive to create and implement an agenda that seeks to eradicate violence against women and, very importantly, seeks to achieve the equality that all women deserve. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship.
Is it Bond? I thought it was Adam Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. Mr. Speaker, you called him, and it's supposed to be Adam Bond.
Order. Pardon me. My list is incomplete. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. And before I begin my remarks, as I rise for the first time with the floor, I wish to note, as many of the members of the House today have, the deep gratitude we have, in particular, for my situation, the folks we affectionately call the blue shirts, the parliamentary precinct security guards with whom I spent most of the day yesterday in their lunchroom under lockdown. They were both professional, courteous, and in good spirit in very trying times, and put themselves in harm's way with a bravery that all of us are indebted to, and I would like to thank them and pay them my respects personally from the floor of the House. thoughts are also, of course, with the 6-year-old boy whose father has been lost. The flags are at half-mast across the country in respect, but our hearts are held high, and our love for that young child and our support for him remain as high as possible and stream straight into the night tonight as we remember a soldier who lost his life in the line of duty. We now turn our attention to the motion in front of us, and it is a confusing motion. It's one of those bills and motions and pieces of legislation that comes forward with a name and an intent to go in one direction, but it heads off completely in the opposite direction. It focuses its language around the issue of trying to prevent proxy marriages, but is really focused on the issue of forced marriages that it seeks to try to address. And it's this confusion which makes it a difficult bill to debate because we're not really sure what the intent of this private member's motion is. It would be much clearer if the government would simply bring forward legislation that changes our Immigration Act and changes our criminal code in a way that was much clearer, much more direct in its intent, but also sought to ban a practice that wasn't already illegal. My question to the motion sponsor indicates that proxy marriages in many provinces, in fact all provinces, are not recognized. And so we are seeking to make illegal something which is already illegal. And redundancy is at the heart of where our concern about this motion lies. We understand and we support moves to prevent forced marriages and to prevent forced marriages from being the pretext for immigration or any other legal follow-up in this country. We understand that, and we are in total support of the concerns that have been raised by all members of the House in speaking to this issue about how seriously a forced marriage violates our principles of what we see as both a spiritual and a legal arrangement that deserves a much greater respect. And we note that forced marriages, have a disproportionate impact on young women, a disproportionate impact on women who have been subjected to violence, and the evidence presented by the South Asian Legal Clinic is very clear on this. And this is a concern that the House should be concerned of, and Canadian government and Canadian law should deal with, and in fact does. The issue of proxy marriages, though, is what the motion seeks to sculpt and limit as a legal reality. And we have concerns here. Many of you may know that I was a city councillor, and as a city councillor, you become a public notary while you hold the office. And I remember getting the instructions from our city clerk's department, but also in conversation with legal colleagues, about the absolute importance to be present to witness all the documents. You're part of a legal process, and you must bear witness to the person signing and presenting the identification. And the same is true for marriage. Well, it's very easy to understand it and see it as simply a spiritual or religious exercise, the joining of two families as an emotional or romantic conclusion to a courtship. It is also, though, fundamentally at its core, a legal arrangement. And when you extend that legal arrangement and blend that legal arrangement with technology, problems start to arise, in particular if forced marriage, of course, is involved. But when you extend or use technology to record or codify or make legal that union, there are concerns that are raised. And the idea of a marriage by fax, I think, is one of those areas where we share a concern. But we don't think this is going to deal with the pretext of this motion, which is about preventing forced marriages. A fake marriage, a bad marriage, a marriage made out of convenience to do an end run or circumvent the laws of the country are a serious matter. And we share those serious concerns. None of us want to see marriage or any legal arrangement used to circumvent laws. That's not appropriate. But the issue here, is one where we have to also accommodate modern realities, where borders change quickly, where family situations and a profoundly dysfunctional immigration system in this country prevents people from being next to each other even when they are properly legal married, is a concern that we all share. I'll give you an example. There's without naming names, there was a case that came into my constituency office of a Canadian citizen who was working overseas in one of the Commonwealth countries, who has a PhD and was a professor, and married a colleague, another PhD recipient, another person with highly prized skills. And when she came back to Toronto to teach in this country, her partner was told he could wait 2 years before rejoining her, or he could come here for 2 years and not travel or work for 2 years. This is absurd. This is the legal marriage that wasn't done by proxy, wasn't forced, and nonetheless is not honored here. And I note, as I listen to some of the remarks that are being made here, that with great ease, the members opposite can denigrate people with real credentials from somewhere else. No wonder foreign-trained professionals have such a difficult time getting recognition of their citizenship and their intelligence and their capacity in this country when people with degrees from Ivy League universities are joked at for having gone abroad to receive them. Shame on you. Shame on you. As I said,
Could the members listen to their colleague that has the floor, and if members are not able to do so, perhaps they can remove themselves from the chamber, I guess, if that's what it takes. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
We are speaking about whether or not legal arrangements overseas are recognized here in this country. And as I've said, when a Rhodes Scholar goes off to Oxford and his credentials are mocked, when somebody teaches at Harvard and his credentials are mocked, no wonder it is that people who come to this country with credentials from elsewhere, whether they're marriage certificates or university degrees, feel so alienated when they arrive in this country and have to take extreme measures to get their legal reality recognized. It's a shame. And those of us whose parents come from other countries, and those of us who have family members who are trained in other countries, are appalled when the laws of this country are not applied evenly to all Canadian citizens and people are mocked for their international experience or the documents and information they bring to this country. So I would ask the members opposite to please bring forward motions that are clearer, that are named appropriately, and that address the issue they're trying to bring resolution to. Because when they confuse us or mock us, they don't do a service to this House. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Citizenship and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome this opportunity to take part in this very important debate today. As my honourable colleagues know, women in Canada have been building this great nation of ours through their contributions to every facet of Canadian life and history. One of Canada's most well-known feminists, Nellie McClung, once said that people must know the past to understand the present and face the future. Mr. Speaker, indeed, whether they were born here or arrived as newcomers to Canada, our history is full of stories of strong, outstanding women who were a part of the foundation of our country's success. Inspiring and driven women start businesses, they create jobs, they contribute brilliant ideas in fields like the arts, science, technology, medicine, and so much more. Canada is a country that respects the equality of opportunity for all individuals, no matter their gender, nationality, or religious beliefs. And Mr. Speaker, as I look around this House today, I am proud to see that our Parliament now has a record number of women representing the interests of their communities and their nation. Our government is committed to breaking down barriers and supporting all women on their journey to becoming leaders. Of course, this also includes providing immigrant and newcomer women with all the tools they need to succeed and flourish in Canada. That's why our immigrant settlement services are flexible and designed to meet the diverse needs of newcomers, including women who may be facing multiple barriers such as low literacy rates, lack of child care help, and limited transportation. Once in Canada, women also have access to a range of employment-related supports that help them build their skills to enter the workforce and advance their careers. Our government is focused on supporting the rights of immigrant and newcomer women in the strongest possible way. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, violence against women and girls continues to affect tens of thousands of Canadians each year, and barbaric cultural practices such as forced marriage are still a reality for some women and girls. Men and boys can also be victims, but women and girls are especially vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. That's why we must always do whatever we can to protect victims from these barbaric cultural practices. The motion we are debating today provides another tool to protect these victims and allow them to live fulfilling lives in their new home, Canada. First, let's be clear about what we are debating today, which is the issue of forced marriages. In a forced marriage, one or more parties to the marriage have not given their consent. Conversely, an arranged marriage is a marriage in which families take a leading role, but both parties have the free will to accept or decline the arrangement. This motion will not affect these consensual marriages, Mr. Speaker. What this motion proposes is to disallow marriages by proxy as well as those performed via fax, telephone, and internet. For my honourable colleagues who are unfamiliar with the term, a marriage by proxy is where one or even both participants are not present at the ceremony and are represented by a third party. Sometimes these marriages are conducted via telephone, the internet, or even by fax. Such marriages, Mr. Speaker, are not legally recognized when performed in any Canadian province or territory, but they are currently recognized by Canadian immigration law when conducted outside of Canada. When our government takes action to implement this motion, we will ensure that marriages by proxy, telephone, fax, or internet would still be recognized for members of the Canadian Armed Forces in active military service. We want to ensure that those in active military service to Canada can still get married if they are deployed for extensive period of times. It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that immigration applicants who decide to marry by proxy would have options. Couples could choose to remarry in person at a ceremony that meets a specific requirement, or they could apply as common law or conjugal partners. I want to reiterate that marriages by proxy, fax, telephone, or internet are not permitted in Canada in any province or territory, Mr. Speaker. Consideration of proxy marriages on humanitarian and compassionate grounds would also be available. But the main focus of this motion, Mr. Speaker, is the increasing concern that some marriages by proxy, telephone, fax, or internet originate as forced marriage. These are, for the most part, people who are not attending their own wedding ceremony. Another individual is giving consent on their behalf by proxy. It is more difficult to give your consent to marriage, Mr. Speaker, when you are not in the same room as your new bride or groom, which is what happens in a proxy, fax, telephone, or internet marriage. Indeed, there have been reports from our missions around the world of spousal sponsorship cases that were, in fact, cases of forced marriages facilitated by proxy. The unfortunate reality is that these practices can be used to force individuals into non-consensual marriages. It is time to close this loophole once and for all, Mr. Speaker. We are united as Canadian citizens, not only by our shared ancestry, but by a pledge of mutual responsibility and a commitment to the values and traditions rooted in our history. It is a fundamental Canadian value to ensure that each and every Canadian has a fair shot at a full and happy life and an equal chance at success and integration. This includes ensuring that everyone who interacts with our immigration system is treated fairly, and that we are doing everything we can to help them successfully integrate as citizens of our country, regardless of their country of origin, their ethnic heritage, their economic circumstance, or their gender. Our government has enacted many measures to protect the integrity of our immigration system and to prevent those at risk from being victimized by harmless practices. For example, our government has made it much harder for people convicted of violent crimes against family members or other particularly violent offences to sponsor any family class member to come to Canada. Family violence is not tolerated in Canada under any circumstance, and individuals who don't respect Canadian law and commit a serious crime should not benefit from the privilege of sponsorship. Our government has also brought in new measures in recent years to deter foreign nationals from entering into marriages of convenience to gain permanent resident status in Canada. This includes a 2-year conditional permanent resident status for certain sponsored spouses. Of course, our government has also introduced an exemption to the conditional status measures in instances where there is evidence of any abuse of a physical, sexual, psychological, or financial nature. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has taken many steps to protect vulnerable immigrant and newcomer women. As the motion before us states, it is time for our government to take action yet once again. We have a responsibility as legislators to ensure that we uphold and strengthen the protection of victimized women. I believe that strong women are the foundation of a strong and prosperous nation, our Canada. Let us work towards making the next generation of Canadian girls and women the most fearless and accomplished generation yet. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government is proud to support Motion 505, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to it.
Well done.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, first, I would like to thank all security officers for their bravery and their professionalism in the work they conducted following the very troubling incidents here at the House of Commons. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I'm very pleased to speak during this very important debate on this important motion, M505. First, I will try to bring some clarity to this very sensitive debate while the current government and majority tries to sow confusion. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, allow me to remind you of a few words by Albert Camus, the well-known philosopher, and his words should be used to remind us of what is important in politics. Misrepresentation adds to the woes of the world. The entire policy on the conservative side in immigration and refugee protection is used for this purpose, to add confusion to the woes lived by people and suspicion to distress. Once again, we have a flagrant example of the mix-up between forced, arranged, and proxy marriages. I want to remind you of a few fundamental and basic concepts to help alleviate the confusion that is encouraged by the government and the majority. A forced marriage is a revolting practice, and I'm completely against it. Forced marriage is a matrimonial union in which one or both parties are forced to enter into marriage against their will. This practice goes against the humanist values contained in Section 16 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which we defend. In the case of arranged marriage, if families agree to arrange the marriage, the spouses and the parties give their consent. This is also the case in proxy marriages. Proxy marriages allows two spouses or two parties separated by the circumstances, often involving a country at war, to voluntarily enter into marriage voluntarily. I decry the fact that conservatives continually confuse the three different types of marriages during their speeches. As the witnesses who appeared before the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration stated, forced marriages are only very rarely entered into by proxy. If the government truly wishes to take measures to prevent forced marriage in Canada, why go after proxy marriages? I don't understand. Once again, we must underline that this motion will be as useful as an unsharpened knife for four key reasons. First, the numbers are very limited. Here, I'm quoting what the Director General of the Immigration Branch has stated. It is difficult to count the number of forced marriages. There are very few known cases in the immigration system, and they tend to be anecdotal. Secondly, this motion is useless because it establishes a link between forced and proxy marriages, which does not exist. The link, that is. Many witnesses working on the ground or doing research have told us this. Ms. Korteweg of the Faculty of Sociology of the University of Toronto stated before the committee that forced marriages cannot be addressed through this motion. Marriages by proxy do not cause forced marriages.
I would also like to add that these measures are not based on any data, nor are they based on any statistics. There is nothing that proves that there's a link between forced marriages and marriages by proxy. This is a bad motion because what it does is attempt to get rid of a reality that has actually already been banned, Mr. Speaker. Forced marriage is already banned in Canada, and under the refugee protection regulations, Immigration Canada already has to investigate the sponsoring of spouses in order to make sure that the marriage is a sincere one. However, Mr. Speaker, this motion isn't only useless, it is also harmful, and it is harmful in various respects. First of all, the Conservatives are brandishing the protection of victims of forced marriages as a pretext to further restrict the sponsoring of spouses, regardless of the testimony that they have already heard. Furthermore, this motion maintains confusion and mixes up facts that have nothing to do with forced marriage. What this motion does is cast aspersions on cultural practices in communities that do not practice forced marriage. And they do so simply because their traditions are different from ours. Finally, Mr. Speaker, this motion is harmful because once again it amends the Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations. I must point out, Mr. Speaker, that this government has amended this regulation every 3 months on average since 2008. Mr. Speaker, the best way to tackle forced marriage in Canada is by providing appropriate means to conduct investigation for citizenship and immigration officers. These are long and costly investigations that require patience, time, and effort, Mr. Speaker. Now, there are no guarantees that we'll be able to prevent all fraud, but without these tools, this fraud will happen, Mr. Speaker. How can these officers possibly work properly when the government slashes their budgets over and over again and changes the rules every 3 months, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are already paying the price for this government's ideological cuts. The processing time for sponsoring applications has absolutely exploded over the past several years. In some cases, it's 33 months, Mr. Speaker, and that is unacceptable. Now, it would be naive to say that this is simply a mistake or due to mistakes, Mr. Speaker. This government knows perfectly well what the results are of its actions, but it doesn't seem to care, Mr. Speaker. What it does is simply continue to come up with various reactive policies and then condemn the indecencies that arise from its own carelessness, Mr. Speaker. We, members of the NDP, are responsible people. We are getting ready now to form the first social democratic government in Canada, and that is why we have clear and concrete alternatives, Mr. Speaker. Before going into our proposals, I would just like to recall to everyone here that a marriage must be entered into with the free and full consent on the part of both spouses. It is absolutely unacceptable that in a country like Canada, a barbaric practice like forced marriages be allowed to take place. And that is why the NDP calls upon this government to invest the necessary material and human resources to appraise applications for sponsoring spouses under the right conditions. We have 3 proposals to strengthen the protection of women within our immigration system. The government should first of all acknowledge that violence against women is the issue in forced marriages, and therefore we need procedures that will allow us to inform potential spouses of their legal rights before they come to Canada, so that when they go to Canadian consulates, they know what to ask for. We also believe that the concept of conditional permanent residence should be eliminated for sponsored spouses. Mr. Speaker, this motion continues to sow confusion and foster more prejudices rather than less. And for that reason, I will not support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de La Salle-Mare.
The honourable member for La Salle-Mare. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise today in this House and join with my colleagues in the official opposition and with my colleagues in the Status of Women Committee that I chair in speaking to this motion. They have spoken very articulately about this motion. And they mentioned confusion. They spoke about the confusion that this motion will sow. Mr. Speaker, I do not understand why the sponsor of this motion is bringing it forward. She also sits on the Status of Women Committee. She's aware of the issues that affect women in Canada, that affect all women. She's aware of the issues that Status of Women deals with, for example, violence against women, leadership, and the economic situation of women. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to read the motion, and you'll see for yourself in the motion that it's very difficult to figure out what the intention is in this motion. There's some confusion here, and various facts seem to be rather mixed up. For example, it says that the House call on the government to take action to prevent forced marriages. Now, we've already said we're against forced marriage, Mr. Speaker, and Canada is against forced marriage. That is violence against women, Mr. Speaker. Marriage has to take place between 2 consenting adults. So we all agree on that, and we all agree that forced marriage
is a form of violence against women, and Canada and Canadians and the official opposition are all against that practice. So it says forced marriages, and it says, and any kind of non-consensual sponsorship in the immigration system by amending the immigration and refugee protection regulations so as to ban the use of proxy, telephone, and fax marriages as a means to spousal sponsorship. So just a minute here. First, there's talk of forced marriage in here, and then we're talking about marriages by proxy, or proxy marriages. But there's a difference between the two, Mr. Speaker. Forced marriage involves cases where there is no consent. Sometimes both are forced to marriage against their will, and that contravenes the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Mr. Speaker, that all people have the right to marry without restrictions based on race, etc. And marriage can only be concluded with the free and full consent on the part of the future spouses. So here we're also talking about proxy marriages, but proxy marriages, Mr. Speaker, are culturally and legally acceptable ways of marrying, Mr. Speaker. It's more frequent in countries, for example, that are affected by war. They're legal, they're binding, and they can take place with the consent of both parties. So a proxy marriage is not the same thing. Now, Mr. Speaker, when one lives in Canada, of course, it can be rather surprising to see that these take place, because when you're born in Quebec, like myself, for example, when you hear about proxy marriage, it's a little surprising because we're not used to it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's something that shouldn't happen, because it can happen with the consent of two adults, Mr. Speaker. So in the beginning of the motion, there's a reference to forced marriages. Now, and we all agree that that's something that is banned and shouldn't be allowed. But then there's mention of proxy marriages. That's in A. In B, it says disallow explicitly in Section 5 the use of proxy, telephone, and fax marriages, etc. And C, set out administrative measures that communicate clearly to visa officers how to detect a proxy, telephone, or fax marriage. So what is this motion doing? It's saying that a proxy marriage is the same thing as a forced marriage. But we all know, the experts have testified to that effect, that these are two very different things. So what I see here, and what my colleagues have also raised and have seen very clearly, as well as many other experts that have been consulted, and that were consulted when we were doing our research into this motion, what we're saying is that these are not the same thing. And what we're saying is that if the government wants to stop violence against women and wants to stop forced marriage, well, forced marriage is one form of violence. And so let's make sure that women who are victims of this kind of violence have recourse and have access to services and means that will help them get out or avoid forced marriages. So get out of forced marriages if they've been forced into them, or to prevent those forced marriages if they're considering them, or if they're being made to enter into them, so that we can end up preventing that kind of marriage. So we want women to be able to get out of those situations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of representing a riding that is very diverse, the riding of La Salle-et-Marne. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that it is always with humility that I learn more and more about the people in my riding in La Salle-et-Marne, and I always have an opportunity to better understand this diversity. It's an opportunity and an honor for me to represent these people, Mr. Speaker. And I'm fortunate enough to meet with these people because they call on my team, they call on me to speak about these issues and resolve immigration problems. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that their requests continue to accumulate, given the various changes that have taken place within the immigration system. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the situation is not improving. On the contrary, it's getting worse. Recently, I had to take up the case of a family from Cameroon. 2 children were born in Canada, and after many calls to the Minister of Immigration and to the Minister of Public Safety, and after many, many petitions that were signed by members of the community to support this family, that were facing real danger, especially the 2 girls of the family. This deportation, Mr. Speaker, was very troubling. There was a deportation following all this, and we were all very troubled by it. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have a motion before us, and it does not take into account all the issues and problems that refugees face here in Canada. There are doors closing constantly, and this motion does not meet the needs, does not address the issues of violence against women, and it does not address the needs of women in these various communities who are living here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The time for private members' business has now expired.
7:14 p.m. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.